Hello? Hello, gamers? How's everyone doing today? Tara's a little bit sleepy. I'm a little bit sleepy. I think I slept like 8 hours? Maybe that was my mistake. Maybe I should go back to the 6 hours that I'm used to. I did a couple things. Gamers? Where? What's up, Wakey? I did a couple things off stream in my time. I put together this little glam for our red mage. No gamers here. Only gamers. And this is the actual first stage of, I wish you could draw your weapon in the loading screen, because that's the actual first stage of the red mage relic. I've been spending maybe a little bit too much time in Eorzea, which is where you get your relics, and maybe should have been doing more useful things like, I don't know, Aether Current side quests or literally anything more useful. But no, I want pretty things. In Genshin, you lost the 50-50 on the banner and got Mona, who was new, and did for. I actually really like Mona. When I played Genshin, Mona was on my team to support. Oh shit, who was my main DPS? Because Mona's ult like applies they take extra damage for a few seconds, and I forget who my main DPS was, but they took advantage of it. I don't remember why I logged out. I don't remember what's happening. All I know is we're just about to go fight Titania, which I'm very excited about. Instantly starting stream with a trial, which is way over there. We gotta go to Wolleckdorf. With the day of so much grinding and tears, I got Nahida, the Archon, to 90 just before stream. Nahida? Oh, dude, when it comes to like newer Genshin, like there's probably been at least like 10 new Genshin characters since I last played. Ooh, also, in my time in Eorzea, I thought it was very cute and fitting that I got Red Mage barding for my Chocobo. So it looked like little Red Mage, and I actually don't feel bad using it as a mount, now that it kind of suits me. But, more importantly, I got Dinosaur. More importantly, I have Dinosaur. I don't know why I like it, it's just a big, it's Barney. It's a big purple dinosaur and I like it. I wish I could join, but I'm still at work for 2 hours. It's okay, Rando, vibe out, vibe out. Right? We have Big Dinosaur. Why would we not use Big Dinosaur? And this came from Eorzea. I don't know if it's like particularly rare or anything, but I was definitely excited about it. Because in Eorzea, when you're doing it, you get tons of lockboxes that you can open just for like it's filled my inventory with like shit that I don't need. Like sparklers and decorations and shit like that, but alas. You can get Fat Cat? Wait, you can get Fat Cat from Eorzea? I thought that was only Mog Station. Don't toy with my heart, Jolly. I will go straight back to Eorzea and Nemo's. Fat Cat? Yeah, the really chunky cat mount that you see people on that like loafs is so cute. Wait, what are people talking? There's people talking in the map chat a whole lot. Huh? I don't know what they're talking about. They're talking about like FP and gun it? Anyone else watching? Oh my god, whatever. Fat Cat Minion is from Fishing Retainers. Fatter Cat Mount is Mog Station. Probably a hunt train? Do people do that in these zones? Because that's probably what they're talking about. Looking for party for Nephiel Floros? Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about. Yes, yes. Oh, okay. I'm trying to look up voting stuff so you can that today, but so dumb. When is the voting? Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Fancy meeting you here. How you do? Oh, also hello. I've been chased and even realized. Official voting Tuesday the 8th. Okay, so that is right around the corner for y'all then. They're more aggressive about Endwalker zones, but the previous two X-Packs still have hunt trains. Gotcha. I was very fortunate. Oh yeah, we didn't even show off our weapon. And we didn't even look at Jolly's. Okay, that's really cool. Wait, that's really cool. I kind of wish that it was on the back of it rather than the top, but I do still really like it. That's really, really nice. And this is just the first stage of the Stormblood Relic for Red Mage. I think it's quite nice. I was gonna take a G pose with it today, but I was tired, and so I didn't. Early voting for the win. Are you already done, Izagi? Obviously, we're not gonna talk like heavy politics here, but just out of curiosity. Early voting is bestest. But yeah, I think it's cool. It looks a lot like the Nidhogg trial weapon, like the Seeing Horde or the Seeing, no, what is it called? It looks a lot like it, but just like a little bit more refined and less chaotic. Husband, you voted a few days ago. Good shit. Get on that. Early train is done. You don't got to think about it. What is it called? The Seeing Horde Rapier. It looks a bit like it. Whoops. Can we, there we go. It looks a little bit like it, but this one is much more like chaotic lightning, whereas this one is more like sparkles and refined looking. It looks a lot like the Tsukuyomi weapons glow. So what I really want is I really want the second stage, or maybe it's the third stage. I don't know. It has like blue fire on it. At that point, I may even stop once I get the blue fire relic weapon. The one after it just kind of, I don't know, it's not quite calling to me, but the blue fire one looks really nice. Adamantoise is locked? Is it because there's a new DC? Wait, why would Adamantoise be locked? Also, Val, welcome in. How you doing today? I'd show you what it looks like, but it's pricey on the market board. Recommend getting all stages. Can I still use the previous stages, even if I have the final stages? Because that's my fear. I don't want to be locked out of any of the previous ones. Oh, you'll want to finish the relic and then buy replicas for the Mog stations. Okay. You get a replica version of... In that case, I'll finish it. Yeah, in that case, I'll finish it. I was really lucky, and when I went to a Nemos the other night, I was just like hopping on for a little bit just to level up a little bit in a Nemos. And then the minute I got in, somebody sent me a party invite, and then we just ran around doing the fates. And then we even did like the final fate, which is Pazuzu, which is like a boss of the region, and I got the feathers I need, and so boom, first stage done. It was really easy. It took like maybe in total 6, maybe 8 hours in total of just casually doing it in my off time and just paying attention to fates and going to them when they're up. It wasn't that time consuming for the first stage. Big Fairy? What the hell is that? Weird. I've never seen that before. Words not go. Replicas for the thing. Not Mog stations, chest of drawers. Gotcha. Replicas for glamour dresser. Got you. Also, what do you guys think of my little, my little glam? I thought it all tied together really well. He's cute. I look like little pirate biker guy. He's cute. That's the beach. The Big Fairy. Ooh, what is that? It's a very colorful spirit you got there, friend. I've been getting my asshole chewed out all week. Now it's time to enjoy Shadowbringers. Hell yeah, Golsif. I mean, not the getting the asshole chewed out, but like the Shadowbringers part. Hell yeah. I did D2 PvP, so your brain is addled right now. Hey, I have that spell. Also, there was one type of mob that we were pulling in Eureka and Nemos that shoots out like ice at you and it freezes you, and it's so annoying. And range DPS or magical range DPS don't have an interrupt, so my workaround was swift casting sleep to interrupt their spell so I wouldn't get frozen, and it was making me very happy every time I pulled it off, because getting frozen, stinky, real bad. I don't like it. Worked on the relic for, oh, this is the relic for Dragoon. How come it's not glowy? How come it no glow? It's not glow yet. It's very colorful though, very shiny. But where glow? Bongo tap. Where glow? Do. Where glow, mage? Literally, it's relic weapon. Then where glow? Usually only every other stage is glowy. Ah, so that's why my Merglease, as it was called before it turned into this, was so bleh. Titania, let me in. Ported to Ether Siren. then used visit to get to Adavan twice. Weird that you couldn't just jump to it automatically, Izagi. Feo! The gate has recognized that you bear all 4 relics. The seal is broken. Let me in. Game is brain addled just like you. All that remains is to enter the castle and confront Titania, being bereft of reason and mercy. It is sure to be a ferocious battle, but if anyone can bring an end to our king's torment, it is you. Nodders. Yet know this, my adorable sapling. Though we Fae folk may appear to live unfettered lives, there are still laws that bind us. God, this region is so beautiful. I can't get over it. It should get a glow once Next Step is out. Oh, Next Step isn't even out for it yet? It's also why your Reaper relic does not glow. Got you. You also can't make a new character on Seraph, but world transfers are free, so you can make a character on another server and transfer to it. You mean the new data center that's out? Golsif? I don't remember the name of it. I think you were talking to me about it. Hi Ding, welcome in! To take back as much as is taken, to create as much as destroyed, to give as much as is received. In all things, balance must be preserved, and the same will be asked of you. But worry not, come what may, your beautiful branch will ever be at your side. Even if I'm fucking dead? Wow. Dynamis, thank you. Seraph is server, Dynamis is DC. Got you, got you, got you. The Dancing Plague, now accessible. What a cool name for it. Whoop! Oh, there's a bunch of people here. Hello, everyone! You ready for the Dancing Plague? Nice book. Hey, nice book. Hey, also nice book. Very nice, very cool, these books. I like them. BGM 100 in my opinion. You want to, should I be screaming over the BGM? It's 74 right now. I'll go like 82 because it does get quite loud. And I'll be like, guys, how does the mechanic work? Screaming over the music. Oh, I want one. How do I get an Anaro? What are these called again? How do I get a crow camel? I want it. I want the crow camel. All jobs 80? Get the fuck out. All jobs 80? I'm crying. I think of BGM 100 as a figure of speech. Ah, as in this music about to go hard. I feel you. I feel you. Have we any others? I know Rando's still at work, they said. Much to their own displeasure. I love this pet, dude. Oh yeah, also I got some pets from Eureka Anemos. I got a Fafnir. I got a little baby Fafnir. I'm gonna pet it. Got a little baby Fafnir. What else did I get? I got a couple pets. Do 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 do. I can't remember what the other ones was. Mithra? I think one was called Mithra. Am I supposed to know who a Mithra is? The name sounds familiar, but you guys know my brain has holes in it. Who is a Mithra? Like, what is this? I've never seen this in my life. Who are you? Why did I get you? Mithra is name of cat people from 11. Oh, right. You guys were saying that Eureka is all just 11 throwbacks, right? Mithra is Mikote. It's just Mikote from 11. Got it. Hi, Suvu. When this isn't the Mr. Wholesome stream with Tara and his beautiful chat. Hello. Hello, Suvu. Welcome in. So I have just generic Mikote minion. And did it give me anything else? It might have just been those two. Mithra and Fafnir. I like the little Fafnir minion. And then the Tyrannosaurus. And then also the Tyrannosaurus. Cause why not? Watching it fly is really derpy. It kind of like lifts up its legs and then just like wiggles like Snake. All right, I think we're good to go. No one's like desperately being like, let me in, let me in. How's y'all? We're about to do Titania, so I'm very excited. We ended off right before this because I was. What is that one? You also have dinosaur? My dinosaur's cooler, I think. Oh, yours has a weird mouth. Hang on, come into the light, Golsov. Let me see Dino. God, I love those. Dog. Oh, it has like a weird jaw. I like it. It's creepy. But it's not Barney, so. It's not Barney. This is Barney. How's your day been, Suvu? I really like this dragon mount as well. It's like, what if Eastern dragons actually had wings? And then they glued on some angel wings. Oh, I just noticed they kind of have like blue scales along the top of the wings. That's nice. One day this will be mine. Also, I forget what you guys said. Do you think it would be capable, or do you think it would be capable? Do you think I would be capable of soloing Ravana in my current level? Because I really want the Ravana mount. A dancing flag. I really want the Ravana mount just so we have another like music option that I love while traveling, other than just Oblivion all the time. Probably doable? Probably at 80. Okay. I'm 75 currently? Yeah. It might be a struggle currently. Don't know if I asked you before, but you know the band Placebo, after knowing them 20 years, finally saw them live yesterday. Was so hyped. Helped my mental health after years of going to a live concert again. I have never once been to a live concert. I've been to like small venues with like maybe like 30 to 40 people like in a bar kind of thing, and then people playing on a stage in a bar, but I've never been to like a concert. Here we go. Damn, can I just say Izagi looking immensely badass? Is this supposed to be voiced? Did I fuck something up? Dude, I love her design. Live concerts are so good. I've just never had the opportunity to go to one. Ah, so much time lost, so much frolicking and feasting left undone. For some reason, she has no voice. Weird. The audio files got misplaced? Bumbuki, welcome in. But you live in a small town of like 15 people, 3 dogs, and a burrow. That's understandable. So true. God, I love her design. Oh, sorry, not her. Their design. I love their design. They are gender neutral deity. Oh, now they're voiced. Sleep when you're dead. You can sleep when you're dead. I'm gonna shut up. Yeah, I'm just gonna shut up. Let the music play. It's so good. What's happening? Should I be in this? Fire resistance up.
Play with fire.
Why is there a fire fist? I think this is why we needed fire resistance up. Oh, they punch. Fairy King, yes, but still gender neutral. Woo! Oh, I messed something up for sure. Thank you for a heal.
We're sick of this crap old castle. Let's play in the forest.
Let's play in the forest? Yes, please. Yo, let's go! Is this a proximity warning? It feels like one. Whoa, my god, what the? Oh my god, I love this trial. You son of a... I just went in for my melee combo. Hi Marwick, welcome in. We got mobile Marwick today. That doesn't seem good. That definitely does not seem good. Oh my god, shoot! Okay. This is very fun. This is very fun. The more the merrier. Come join us, my children. Oh, okay. Dude, this song's a wide vibe. Bigger is better. Oh shit! Whoa, that's a weird AoE. Oh god. I stood under it and got punched. Oh man. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I just got punched.
And dance like the leaves on the grass. This is so much fun. Let's play some more.
Oh, level 3 limit break was available. I didn't even notice. Oh fuck. Not again. Okay. Oh god. Oh god! It's fine. This is a very fun fight. Roots, bloody roots. Visually, really stunning fight.
No more.
Viola, welcome in. That was incredible. We kill why? Because they were corrupted, Sweetling. They were technically a sin eater. They only had some of their personality left behind. Hi, Becky Bones, welcome in. Good fight, good music. Yep. How's it going? Going really good. We're sucking up some more delicious light juice. And we're gonna bring the night sky back.
From the flowery bed to the clouds ascend, tumble down again. F-A-L-A-L-A-L-A-L-A-L-A.
Golsib, thank you for the 100 minis. Oh good, the wings stayed. I was hoping. I was gonna be so sad if the wings came off the castle. Do, 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 do.
You have freed our fallen king. Not that I expected any less, my Snayak.
What the?
The dress, the crown, the scepter, the shoes. The time has come for these relics to serve their true purpose.
What, can the king be like
For they are
reborn?
not only keys to the castle, they are also blessings to be bestowed upon the new king. The way into the castle is opened when it is time to relieve the reigning monarch of the throne. And the brave soul who does the deed has the honor of taking their place.
Let it be Feo! Let it be Feo! I don't want to be Fairy King.
Should you ascend the throne, you will become one of us. Never again to live as men do.
Dude, let it be Feo.
My adorable sapling. My precious mortal. We Fae folk live forever, but such is not your virtue. To strive for a dream you will never see. To sow seeds that others might one day taste the fruits of your garden. That is the beauty of your kind. Burn bright and shine as only you can. These blessings, your lovely branch will accept in your stead.
Yes! I'll be lurking while I do botness things. Enjoy stream. Yo, Viola, enjoy your lurk. It's good to have you. Titania is really well done. So much agreed, Suvu. Bitch medicated because bitch hit withdrawal. Oh no, Sweetling! We didn't med check you aggressively enough. Sweetling, do I need to start sliding into your DMs daily to be like, hey, meds, hello? Guys, help. People are making me download shady app and my internet is freaking out. Oh no, Jolly, just don't do it. Or download more RAM instead. That's usually the obvious solution. Yes, Feo! King Feo Ul! Long may they reign. Ooh! They're fantastic. Rejoice and revel. For the kingdom of rainbows is forever young. She said, or they said Ilmeg. So I think Ilmeg stands for Kingdom of Rainbows? Still King Titania. It's a title. Oh! So it's no longer Feo Ul. It's once a fairy ascends, they become Titania, no matter what. All hail our new king! Welcome in, Moon. I love them. I love them so much. Sorry, Becky, I'm also having a struggle. Like, all Fae folk in this like region are gender neutral, but my god, are they eating. Like, they're it's fantastic. Look at that fucking outfit.
Shall we attend to those unwise enough to trespass in our realm?
Yes, we shall. Snailing. Still Feoul, just Feoul is Titania. It's the title. Got you. I love Feoul as Titania. So beautiful. Genuinely.
Confound it. How did they get here so fast?
Damn these pixies and their tricks!
How in the seven hells?
I don't like him.
Listen well.
Fucking Ranjit.
We come in pursuit of villains who have fled to this land. You know who and where they are. Now show yourselves and answer me.
Fuck Ranjit. Me and all my homies hate Ranjit, dude.
Oh, stop! It hurts! It hurts!
Kick him! Kick him in his head!
Enough! Lift the enchantment!
Stab him in the neck. Kick his teeth out. I mean, what?
Minfilia, willful child. How many times must I come to collect you?
I won't return to your maw. And I won't let you hurt my friends.
Miniphilia is so cute, dude.
Where did you learn it? No oracle I trained would make such an unseemly show of herself.
Ranjit seriously is written out wise and extremely well done. Fiend, yes, agree.
Know your shame, gal.
He's
You're
quite
powerless.
unlikable, as he
You
should
have no
be.
life nor purpose, save that which our master sees fit to permit.
Whoop! Dude, what badasses.
Who are you to dictate her purpose? To lock her away and deny her a life? If she was powerless, it's because of you, you sanctimonious swine. But no longer.
Get his ass.
Fool! Defiance only begets more suffering. It is through acceptance alone that one may find solace in this god's-forsaken world.
Look, the sky. He's done it. The warrior of darkness has triumphed.
General? What are our orders? What do we do? We do what we came to do. Subdue this rabble and find the warrior of darkness.
I'm a little confused. So the Eulmorans have like a deal, I guess you would say, like a peace treaty with the Sin Eaters, but does that extend to all Sin Eaters or just like a subsection of them? Because I can't help but feel like Titania, like the Sin Eater Titania, would have just gone at them regardless of their deal with the other Sin Eaters. So I feel like there might be like factions of Sin Eaters even. But we'll find out.
Forward, men! Take the villains captive! Are you deaf? I said...
Oh, shit! Well, they got more children.
What's happening?
You're becoming children of Faefolk.
Water? That wasn't there before.
Oh, the full Oh, shit!
Orwai Kansasi, Orwai Kinsi.
Bro, that'd be terrifying. Your turn. Ta-da!
What's the matter with you? Get a hold of yourselves, damn it!
With the crowburbs! Oh shit, that's right, G! Gonna hit you with his punchy hands and his kicky feet. Dude, Feo Ul Titania is
They come in greater numbers.
such a
We
fucking
must
slay. They
retreat.
look incredible.
All who stand with a warrior of darkness shall face justice. My master demands it.
And then he walks away. What's happening is run. Yeah, I don't know why they're hanging around. Watching their friends literally turn into bushes, I'd be like, okay, goodbye. I'm going back to Yulmar. Marwick, yes. Oh wait, does this mean it's gonna be a goodbye to Feo Ul? Because obviously they're gonna have to stay
I
here.
see. Well, it's a good thing Feo Ul volunteered to become king in your stead, for all our sakes.
I am Marwick. It was fun and all, but I'm gonna fucking book it? Yeah, literally.
We are grateful for your timely aid, Feo Ul, or should I say, your majesty.
It was the first night in recent memory. We all of us but wish to make the most of it. That's something you must remember about us Fae folk. Though our existence may be eternal, we exist only for the present. We live in the here and now, paying no mind to futures that may or may not be. To wit, we are not driven as men are. We cannot fight for such causes as men do.
Does that mean you won't aid us against the Sin Eaters?
Oh.
Not unless the mood takes us. But if it was to repay a debt, well then, that's another matter.
Oh.
To take back as much as is taken. To create as much as is destroyed. To give as much as is received. Such is the way of Ilmeg.
And it always has to
By
be
this
equal.
law, we shall lend you our strength.
Hell yeah.
In return for the beautiful sky you have restored to us. In times of need, do not hesitate to call.
Hell yeah, dude. I'll be sad to lose you. But what about our pact?
Silly sapling. I shall remain at your side.
Hell yeah.
Even should my body be in the castle, 'tis a simple thing to have a little part of me accompany.
Hell yeah.
Treat them as you would his nymphs.
So we still get a small part of Fail with us. Thank God. I was gonna be kind of sad if we lost Fail. Dude, Ilmeg was incredible. I love them so much. My heart, right, Becky? I was so sad at the idea of parting with Fail because they've been such a fucking perfect little companion. That would have bummed me out. That would have bummed me out. But it's okay. Ne'er for a moment did I doubt that you would triumph over thy foe, yet the majesty of thine achievement delighteth me nonetheless. Night hath returned to Ilmeg, and we stand one step closer to delivering the first from its doom, and averting the 8th umbral calamity. 'Tis but a pity thou wert not present to see the Fae folk put the Yulmorans to flight. 'Twas a sight to raise the spirits, I do assure thee. Ah, but what valuable allies they might prove, were the mood only to take them. Want to kiss their beautiful face out of pure love. Me too. A question mark, question mark, question mark present. Thancred wishes to have a word with the hero of the hour. What you want, Thancred? I knew you could do it, and not only because of your blessing. You have a strength all your own, and it has seen us through many a trial. With the warden defeated, I believe our work here is done. It is time we were going together, needless to say. To the bitter end. The fate of our two worlds being at stake and all that. Now then, I suggest we hurry back to the Crystarium. Much and more may have happened while we were frolicking with the Fey folk. That Ranjit elected to pursue us makes me hopeful that the city was spared Yulmore's attention, and I would sooner see for myself. Besides, I believe I speak for all of us when I say that I've had a belly full of Ilmag. Let us away before the fairies think to play with us again. No, Elise, I wanted to talk to you. You son of a... I wanted extra dialogue. They all fucking left me. They left me, they did. Izagi, seeing a full-grown character model inside this little tiny ship is giving me life right now. I also really want that little battle tank. When I was in Eureka Nemos, I saw somebody using it, and I had to ask them again where they got it, and they said the dwarf beast tribes. So whenever we meet the dwarves, I have to do the beast tribe quests because I need that little battle tank. I need little tiny tank. Feoul quickly felt like a part of you despite how little they appeared. Agreed, Jolly. Agree. Because the crystal exarch gives you them, and then they're just like missing for a while, and then they're like, boom, hey, did you fucking forget about me? Rude, first of all. And then you're like, oh. So Sleepy, have some coffee. I started the stream really tired, but I feel like super energized for some reason now. Yeah, it's a crafting one. You'll need to level at least one up to 70. I've actually been looking forward to crafting. As I told you, I have a friend who's new to the game. They're like level 30, and they've been picking up crafting and having a lot of fun with it. So it actually is really inspiring me. But I've been working on my relic, right? I've been working on my relic, so I'm a little distracted. It's actually just called Tribal Quests now. Beast Tribe is a racist. Is it actually? Fuck. Oh boy, oh boy. Oriange, give me some Dao doth hither thither nonsense. The city appeareth unchanged from when I last visited. There is the selfsame comforting hum of activity in the air. Hi, Alfie. I see nothing out of the ordinary. Wait, that implies there should be something out of the ordinary. Alpha, no. Though we've spent most of our time on the road, Minfili and I actually have apartments here. Why do they get player housing here? Why do they get player housing here? Why do they get player housing here? And we can't. Unless there are apartments here. Guys, I have the money for an apartment. Hello? Hello? You can make an Americano? Do it, sweetling. Treat yourself. Perhaps now we may finally make use of them. All seems well. Thank goodness. Okay, I don't like that they're like, seems good and fine and nothing bad happening here. I don't like that. Also, this glam is everything. I just want you to know that, Izagi. I don't know if I told you that. The cane with the coat is giving everything, and I really like it. I really like that glam. That's a really good glam. It's not a glam? What is it? How does it look so good? I'm assuming they have a suite like you do in the pendants. Oh, like not a proper apartment, just like an inn room? Dude, give me apartments in the Crystarium. I will settle for that.
All seems well at the Crystarium.
Stop saying that.
Yes. Yulmore was plainly more concerned with finding us. How flattering.
They're giving me anxiety. They're like, yep, everything's fine. Nothing's wrong. Hang on, whose coat was that? Soulless. You give him that.
You certainly took your time. I had half resolved to complete the task myself.
Wait. It's a mix of blue 70 gear and Omega Savage body and some tombstone stuff. It looks so good. It looks so good, Izagi.
And you are?
Solus Ye Galvus?
Were one to study the annals of Garlean history, one would find yonder visage on many a page.
God, I fucking love this theme.
Though
Do we like this
by
person?
rights,
We
its
do,
youth should long since
but they
have
are a
faded.
villain, Sweetling. But we like them because they're bizarre.
Well, well, we have a historian in our midst. That spares me a lengthy explanation. I am Solus Zos Galvus,
Zos
founding
Galvus, not
father
Ye.
of the Garlean Empire, and under various guises, the architect of myriad other imperially inclined nations.
He is King Garlean. John Garlean.
As
He also has
my
gamer
true
posture. Is that why I love
identity,
him? True identity. Anastian. Oh, we knew this.
I am Emmett Selk, Asian.
Okay. I'm gonna take this time to bitch. In retrospect, it was obvious, but let me just tell you guys. Do not go on a theme. I was looking up the theme song for Solus on YouTube because I wanted to hear it because it's quirky and weird. And I was listening to it, and the first top comment was Emmett Selk did nothing wrong. And I was like, like it made it click for me. So I already knew that this character was Emmett Selk because of that like kind of spoiler. In retrospect, it's not that shocking because we knew they were an Asian, and when they were talking about the top 3 Asians like La Habrea, Elidibus, and Emmett Selk, it made me mad. Terra, stop. Why? Let me bitch. Let me complain. Let me complain about this because I was mad. But yeah, in hindsight, it made perfect sense and obvious. But I just wasn't thinking about it. Just don't go on comment sections and fucking type names.
Gaius spoke of you, a native of the source.
No, listen, Jolly. Because I didn't know they went under another name, Jolly. I looked up Solus, Final Fantasy XIV Solus theme. And the video was called Solus theme, and the top comment, and it was like on mobile, and the new like YouTube layout for mobile has like, the top comment is always there. You can't avoid it. And it was just Emmett Selk did nothing wrong. And I was like, motherfucker. Like I was being so careful. Who else did he look up a picture of and literally missed the spoiler? Wasn't that Gaius? Of course my selective blindness didn't apply in the second context. This is Shadowbringers, you're new here, expect everything to have more to it. You know what? Fair. Fair, Jolly. I'll just stop looking up Shadowbringers things. I'll just stop doing it, because it's dangerous. Gaius spoke of you, a native of the source.
Equal in rank to La Habrea. And you came all this way just to introduce yourself to us?
Like, after I saw it, I was like, oh, that makes so much sense. Like, right afterwards. So it wasn't like, I wasn't shook by the revelation. Because we knew they were an Asian.
The sky, restored to its former glory. Have you ever seen a more affecting spectacle? Oh, it is truly, deeply.
Okay, Emmett is a great character because they're so animated and like quirky. I love his facial expressions. The first time I saw him, Moon.
Infuriating. Do you have any idea how much you have delayed the rejoining?
Oh. I thought he was implying earlier on that like he was gonna kill the Light Wardens himself because that's what they wanted, but it's not. He's mad. But the first time that I met Emmett, I guess, as they were Solus, is I was saying that they reminded me of a Pixar character because of how like animated and expressive their face was. And then compared to, oh God, what is his name? Varys, who's just like blocky, flat face from like 2.0. Emmett's just like another model entirely. Dramatic and expressive. Yes.
Following the flood, the first had been listing ever further towards the light, towards stasis. The end was in sight. Enter man and his indomitable spirit. He would haul the world back from the brink.
Yeah, it's me. I did it. Hello, it's me.
Adding his lumpen weight to the power of growth, he duly tipped the scales, if only by a fraction. Yet a fraction was enough to spoil the perfect imbalance needed to bring about a rejoining. Had mankind continued to live in idleness under Vorthri's rule, all the conditions would have been met. But you had to come and ruin it all.
Sorry, bud.
Thanks to your meddling, light supremacy is in doubt, and our painstakingly laid plans are in tatters.
Well, I should begin by thanking you for confirming Urianger's theories on the inner workings of the Calamity. He will be most pleased. As for what happens next, might I suggest you admit defeat and walk away?
Happy to let me go, are you? Because the murderous glint in your eye suggests otherwise. Indeed, it is enough to make me think better of confronting you alone. Look, it did cross my mind to simply side with Vorthri and kill you all. But that's no different from what La Habre did. And we all know how well that ended for him.
True.
And so, while it is liable to be troublesome, I have settled upon a different approach. Cooperation.
Huh?
I will not raise a hand to hinder your hunt for the Light Wardens. If you desire it, I will even lend you my knowledge and strength.
Why?
Since time immemorial, you and yours have labored to rejoin the 13 shards, at the cost of countless lives. Do you expect us to believe that your objective has suddenly changed?
Why? Why would he...
Nay, our objective is the same as it ever was. Though I dare say, you do not know our motive. A war waged without knowledge of the enemy is no war. It is mere bloodletting. Just once, might we not seek to find common ground?
I'm so suspicious. I am so suspicious. Why would he...
For good or ill, I am immortal. Provided I have the inclination, I can always begin anew, scheme and conspire to my heart's content.
So he's saying, I'll just wait until you're dead, right? But, oh my god, I'm so confused. This is such a curveball, kind of? Like I'm trying to understand his motivations. Even how Emmett talks is just so special. I guess you slightly got noticed that some folks in your chat took a liking into this character. Oh yeah, Suvu. Oh yeah, some folks for sure did. Emmett sus, more like it. Is it weird that I wasn't sus of this when I saw this? Yes, it was, Jolly. Emmett, best boy, Catherine, they're incredible. They're incredible. But I'm like, okay, I'll just keep listening before I start theorizing.
But this time I thought that I might instead try to see eye to eye, to understand what drives the hero of the source, to determine if our goals are truly incompatible.
But they are. We don't want the rejoining.
So come, shed your preconceptions. See beyond the unscrupulous villains you take us for.
He's great husband material. Agree. He's decided, hey, these guys are a pain, but I'll offer my help in their endeavor. And if they mess up or succeed, I can always just do it again. Like, I think that's his implication, Jolly. That's the only thing I can glean from this. That's the only thing I was thinking is he's like, well, I'll just have some fun with them, I suppose, and let them do their thing. Because La Habrea tried to directly confront them and he got bopped. So, I'll just work with you.
When all is said and done, we may find ourselves pleasantly surprised. The proud discoverers of a path of cooperation rather than opposition.
But
think of it.
I'm thinking of it, but our end goals are so different. An impromptu fortune telling, well done.
Thou hast delivered thy proposal, and we would not dismiss it outright. If I may offer thee counsel, however, to make thy case via an illusion reflecteth poorly upon thy sincerity.
Holy shit, get his ass. God, I love Urianger. Chad
My
Selk.
Apologies. You will forgive me if I'm not entirely at ease in the presence of a famed Ascian Slayer.
Fair enough. No,
I felt it
fair
only
enough.
prudent to take precautions.
Fair enough, fair enough. Catherine, I just read the rest of what you said after Chad sunk. That's hilarious. Oh my god. Virgin Amric. Oh, I'll greet you when you come home and hold you by the waist and be a good role model for the kids. Okay, but Catherine, what if I told you I loved Amric as well? I said routinely, and I'll continue saying, this game is entirely by Panic. I've loved 90% of the cast, even those that I shouldn't have. Xenos. Free tarot readings in this economy?
Nonetheless,
okay,
your
Gambit.
counsel is duly noted.
Dude, Rando, I don't know why that comment gave me such a flood of old school nostalgia. Like old school X-Men. God, I loved Gambit. He was so edgy. It's fine to be wrong as long as you're self-aware. Catherine, I love you. That's the same shit that I tell people when they disagree with me.
I take my leave, friends. Rest assured, we shall meet again soon.
All right. I'm gonna hold you to that, Emmett. This game questioned a lot of boys out there being hetero or bi. People are like, yo, I'm straight, but I mean, Emmett.
Sloppy.
But like Emmett, though. What data center? Ether. Ether. NA. Oh, man. Whew. Oh, I'm not entirely proud of it, but I want to show you guys the Reaper glam that I put together. Look at it. Easy cute. Easy cute. Because I told you I really wanted to make use of that cape, right? And this hood like fits it perfectly. I am cute little edgy boy. I made Strummer come to my server. Excellent. This is my Reaper glam. I like it. I like it. Did I do anything for Sage? Oh no, Sage is still this. With our little suspenders. Yeah, cute, edgy Reap. I love him. But I'm very proud of my Red Mage glam as well. I don't remember who gave me the Anemos jacket, but somebody like did a drive-by. Because I was like, oh, I love that jacket. And they were like, traded me and gave me it. And then I threw this together. I like it. Oh. Okay, let us continue. Cooperation? He can't be serious, can— oh no! I should have talked to the other NPCs! Fuck! Well, we've certainly been given much to ponder, but first things first, we should report to the Exarch. You can run along, sir. We're perfectly capable of handling this little task. Well, I don't get to talk with the Exarch. In light of your recent excursions, I say you've earned a rest. Go on, take yourself off to bed. We'll see you later, refreshed and ready for more. Don't walk away. No, I wanted to talk to you. No! I'm upset. I wanted to talk to the other NPCs. I like the extra dialogue. It was me. It was like 50 gil on the market board. And now it makes sense, Rando, because from Eureka Anemos, I think did I sell them yet? I might not have sold them. I did not. From the lock boxes in Anemos, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 Anemos jackets. I also got this Anemos Gambeson, which I want to do something with. Because I like it. I like how it has this like belt stuff going on. Wait, there we go. I like this like belt shenanigans that it's got going on. I could see a glam coming out of that really well. And then I got the pots. I got little pot hats. This is very cute. Where did my cowboy hat go? Oh, I might have already put it in my dresser. And we got some leather chaps, of course. Very nice, very nice. 10 out of 10. That inventory. Stop looking! Don't perceive my inventory. I just cleaned it out and then Eureka and Nemos made a mess of it. It's not my fault. Also, thank you so much for the follow, Catherine. Welcome in officially. I don't like the lines in the Gambeson myself. What, did it have lines? Did I not look closely at it? Oh, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. What could you even match that with? I didn't look closely at it. It's more hidden on a Lala. Nice inventory, nerd. Did your mom make it for you? Listen, Catherine, I just cleaned it and then Anemos lock boxes ruined everything. I'm disappointed with the chaps in the game. None are quite risque enough. The only situation that I liked these chaps with, I was playing with them in the dresser, is when you wear boots, that gets rid of the flare. Like, I hate the bottom of them. The bottom of them is so dumb. Like, why did they design it this way? It's like bell-bottom chaps. They're dumb as hell. So putting boots over them to hide it makes it a little better, but like not enough if you ask me. That's fair, playing every class does that to me. So originally I was only playing Red Mage, but now I'm also playing Reaper, and I'm also playing Gunbreaker, and I'm also playing Sage, and so it's just become bad. Hello! Welcome! Hello. A cat girl, I'm not disappointed. I'm quite happy about it, in fact. Let me look at you real close. With the black and white, I can respect it. My aura originally had black and white hair. Okay, Paladin, okay. Very nice, very nice. I like the color choice. I like that turquoise, teal. Well done, well done. Not that I'm like the fashion expert, but you know, I'm getting there. I also put, turned off the setting that puts gear directly into my... Maybe I should do that. Oh, maybe I should do that. Stopping it from directly going into my armory chest might save me. Because my armory chest is not okay. It's really not okay. It's very bad. You have cute cat girl, Catherine. I approve. I approve. Not that you needed my approval, but I'm giving it regardless. You didn't ask, but there it is. To the pendants! Oh, thanks. What's your favorite class, Catherine? I need to find fellow Red Mage mains because I love Red Mage so much. I don't usually go on Reddit, but on an off chance I went on the Final Fantasy XIV Reddit. Thankfully everything's spoilered so much so I avoided everything. But there were so many Red Mage memes in the Reddit. I was laughing. It was so good. You're leveling Red Mage. What do you think of it? Sandwich basket? Guys, I should get an apartment. Wait, what is this? Tabletop? It gives food buff? I thought this was a decoration. You're gonna make me eat my sandwich basket? I have my inventory sorted. I could not handle armor in it. I have to shut up. Ardbert. Ardbert's gonna come. I mean, he's gonna be here. Cannot handle armor in it, even though your armory is full all the time. You eat the basket. It's both. It's food and decoration. They're edible decorations. Where's my husband? I think I'm completely happy with this glam right now. Handwritten missive. I hope the past few days have not been overly taxing. Pray take your rest and recover. Signed who?
From the Exarch, is it?
Oh.
With that mirror of his, he can watch your every move, you know. You probably think you're talking to yourself. Still, he's keeping you well fed. Judging by his people's faith in him, he seems to be a decent sort.
Nobody teach Izagi how to clip. How do we clip that? Nobody teach Izagi how to clip. I think it depends on what platform you're on, Izagi. There's a button underneath that looks like, oh God. What are the things in film where they're like, cut, and then they take one, and then they slap the thing down? I can't think of what it's called, but that thing, it looks like that. Or if you're on desktop, I think Alt-I. Alt-Z? I don't remember. Something, Alt-something takes a clip. You can put it on the table and then click on it to eat a piece. And is it infinite? Because I would be so sad to eat all of it. I would invite you into my apartment, but it's on EU. RIP. Movie clapper thing. Clapboard. Thank you.
But so much about him remains shrouded in mystery.
And this is my problem with him.
Like, what was he doing back in my day? There was no such person when I was around.
This is my problem with the Exarch. Like, obviously we trust him. He's obviously trying to save the first, but why is he... Like, why is he remaining mysterious? Oh, it's only 10 uses? No. Found it, but it's acting up. Sometimes it's weird. The clip system isn't perfect on Twitch, sadly. Guess I have to redo my apartment on an A. Yes, you do. It's always an Ascian, unless it's an Allagan or a Garlean. Damn, Golsif, if that's not the truest words.
A lot's happened since the flood, though. Since I was set adrift.
I'm out of coffee.
I know little more than you do of this city's history in the Exarch's past. Not that it matters. It's Emmett Selk we should be concerned about.
But why? He wants to cooperate, Ardbert.
When our world was about to be consumed by light, the Ascian in white appeared before us.
Elidibus.
He said that the only way for us to live on was to bring about the rejoining.
That's when they were on the moon. Moon's haunted.
Desperate as we were, we heeded his words, not realizing that the flood was of the Ascian's own making. They cannot be trusted. None of them.
I'm in agreement.
Emmett Selk had one thing right. One should not fight blindly. That's what we did. And it cost us everything we held dear.
God, I love him so much. Tell me about Seto. Tell me about Seto.
What? What about Seto? What is there to say? All right.
Those damn Ascians took our first, our dark, our gerbs. They took our gerbs. Moon's haunted. Yep. Clips are wonky, especially on mobile. Yes. Except the Allagans and Garleans are also because Ascians. Oh my god, that's so true. Oh my god, that's so true. Even when it's the Garleans, it's actually the Ascians manipulating the Garleans. Everything is Ascians. I'd have listed those 3 in reverse order. Shit. Yeah, Rando's right. Who's been messing up everything? It's been Ascians all along. Hi, Toontush! Welcome in. Ayo, Terra time. It is. Moon's haunted. That's Destiny, not Final Fantasy XIV. Wrong game. Mac is unhinged. Yes. Yes, Mac is. Catch up later. Toon, how close are you? What content am I in right now? Or are you fully caught up on the VODs? I'm shooketh if you are. I was trying, Rando, but I couldn't fully remember the Agatha All Along theme, so it was really scuffed. If you're not spoiled for any part, I'm not actually. I'm not spoiled for anything. The only thing that I got kind of spoiled for was that Solus was Emmett Selk because of a fucking YouTube top comment when I was trying to listen to the goofy Solus theme, and I was bitching about that like 20 minutes ago. That's the only thing that I've seen. So I'm like, I don't know how I'm so blessed, but I am. Holy fuck, I'm so jealous. I mean, Destiny Moon is also haunted and it has rabbits. Dude, so Becca, Bravo Becca, one of my streamer friends that I love and adore, has been like, she was just talking to me today that she wants to play a lot more Destiny 2 because she's loving it so much. And I'm like, yes, queen, full send. I don't know Destiny 2, but I will live it vicariously through her. You got so many points spoiled for you. Endwalker got spoiled? That would make me cry. How did you come across the spoilers? Did somebody like accidentally spit them at you, or did you like find them while scrolling something? Because that's my biggest fear. Okay, tell me about Seto. Tell me about Seto.
He's done some growing. When we were traveling together, he was nowhere near as big. And he obviously couldn't speak. I had no idea how much that medallion meant to him.
Aww.
What about you, anyway? You must have a friend like Seto. Chocobo, perhaps? Come on, you tell me something for a change.
I love Ardbert so much, you guys. I don't know when this happened, but I love him so fucking much. One of your guild members told you. Oh, other ones was Twitter scrolling. Okay, so it's so funny. I actually haven't been on Twitter. Like I don't think I Twitter posted today unless Spess did it for me, my partner. And I don't think I Twitter posted last time because I saw something Final Fantasy and immediately scrolled away because I'm so scared. I'm so scared of like Twitter. People don't like spoiler block things on Twitter. So if you see me very inactive on Twitter lately, that is literally why, because I'm so scared of it. Especially because of the more I like post about Final Fantasy, the more it refers me Final Fantasy stuff, and I just don't want to see anything. Got spoiled for the last boss by your free company leader by accident. Still enjoyed it a lot. Aw. Wait, you use Twitter? Oh, you poor soul. I literally, when was my last post even? Like a week ago? I don't use it actively. Not to mention the whole Elon, the bird is freed. No. The bird is $8 a month. So we had a nice little, dude, we had a nice little conversation talking with Ardbert. Did Ardbert eat all my sandwiches? Ardbert, you hungry boy. Considering the things that Musk wants to change with that verified crap, it may not be an issue for yeah, Twitter's gonna go one of two dramatic ways. It's either gonna fucking fall off completely, or I don't see how it could recover and like explode, but maybe. Elon says there's too many scammers, so let's make it easier for them to scam. You get a lot of wholesome and yummy 14 content on Twitter. Let's go, Suvu. You've been cultivating your feed correctly. I never could get into Twitter. See, my problem with Twitter, and I'll be like, completely honest with it, is half the time that I go on Twitter, I just end up doom scrolling. Like I just completely end up doom scrolling and getting depressed. And I'm just sad. Twitter just makes me sad. For $8 a month, I could become the new verified Stephen King. Yes, Val. Stephen King publicly said he wasn't going to pay for that crap. I think it was AOC said the same thing as well. I think I saw a tweet from AOC like yesterday, and it was pretty funny. Same here, a lot of stuff from Shadowbringers appeared on your Twitter timeline. Had a lot of surprises spoiled to you. Didn't ruin the story. Yeah, I think the story is strong enough that even... So I've said this before about certain spoilers in certain games. Sometimes, I'm not gonna advocate for spoilers, but I'm gonna try and like silver lining spoilers. Sometimes knowing a spoiler can make you more excited for how you get there. It's kind of like when movies do the thing, what do they call it? In media res, where the movies do the thing where they start you off with something really fucked up happening, and then they go, boop, now we're jumping back in time to lead up how we got there. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world. Why don't you turn that into the relic? Why don't you make that a relic, Catherine? It'll only take you like 6 hours or so to get, what is it called? Merglis Animos. Oh! Well, fuck you. Well, fuck you then. Pretty bubbly weapon. Son of a gun, you. What is that? Let me see that. Endless Expanse Rapier. It's bubbly. It's bubbly. This is your Emmett cosplay? I like it. Well done. I like it. I see it. I sees it. Also, Necroboy, welcome in. How you doing? You were standing hoping to salute me. Dude, I just want to say I know a few of you do this, and I just want to tell you guys how much I love it when I'm questing and then I just see you guys like leaned up against walls and stuff like where I'm running past. I just think it's the cutest thing in the fucking world. Bismarck weapon. Okay. Tis I, Catherine Selch. Asian. Yes, main outfit. Proud of you. When you find your bubble on Twitter, it's actually really nice to be there and have nearly to none doom scrolling. It's the amount of active effort that has to go into it, Suvu, to cultivate Twitter that way that I'm just not ready for. Like, I just got my TikTok feed to a point where I'm not like depressed by things that are coming across my feed, and I'm usually laughing like the whole time. Sometimes I'm not keen on my character looking directly at people. I saw someone in Limsa dancing in a full ghost-like outfit, so you stop to watch. They stop dancing and looked back at you. You just awkwardly clapped and ran. Dude, there's a whole video. Let me see if I can find it. There's another Final Fantasy XIV content creator that makes like memes. Oh, does anyone know? I think they're queer. Oh man, what is their name? Maybe I can find it with just the name. Chili Farmer! Chili Farmer is their name. I found the video.
Ah.
Boom, boom, boom. What happened? Bum, bum, dun, dun, dun. The problem is the song that's gonna play. I'm gonna pause it when the song plays because the song is definitely DMCA. So I can't play the full video, but I'll play a little bit of it. Let me just mute Final Fantasy. I don't remember how to do this. We're just gonna do this. This is my solution. Boop. So we're not gonna get the full video experience because DMCA music, but it's just such a good video. It's called the Limsa Look, and this is so related to what you were talking about, Vel. Because a lot of people stand around Limsa in their glams, hoping that someone will run by and like look at them, and so this video like fully summarizes it. Ah! What happened? Oh, okay, never mind, we're good. Alright, I have to mute the music. Just imagine that there's cute music playing and their lover boy, blah blah blah, da 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 ba da da. And it's because the character's head turned towards them while they were walking by. So let me just tell you, players like it when you look at them, Vel. Even though it's like kind of awkward, players do like it. What is this? Espresso? My thank you. My thank you. This will keep me going. So you made them happy? You did. You did. The true endgame is... Wait, what's happening with this trade? It not work. It not work. The true endgame of Final Fantasy XIV is fashion. So when people are looking at your fashion, it's perfecto. What? Did the trade break? You're like, please don't lead to conversation. If you suddenly get a tell... If you suddenly get a tell at that point, Vel, you run. You run for the hills. Especially in Limsa. Especially in Limsa. Because they might be looking for a little extracurricular activity. Hi, Necro! Man, guys, you guys are making me want to become Bun Boy, but I have to stay as Lala until we get to the Lala only section. I have that Bun Boy ready. He's ready for me. Whoa! What was that? Wait, draw that again? What was that weapon? What was that? Fafnir, move! You're blocking the weapon. Dude, and there's like ink splotch. Dude, what a cool weapon. That's so cool. Holy shit. That's such a cool weapon. Byakko weapon. So cool. I depart now to Endwalker. You have fun with the expansion. I literally skipped my high school graduation to finish. Literally cried about this more than I did for finishing high school. Catherine, it was a pleasure having you. Enjoy Endwalker. It's a Stormblood Extreme trial. It's so pretty. It's legit never happened in months, Bannikin. I appreciate your consistency with me. I can get you one if you want. Nah, I'm okay. I'm working on my Eureka relic. I appreciate the offer, though. It's a Stormblood optional trial. I will finish this Eureka weapon. I promise. I promise. Whew. It's nice when someone tells me, like, cute glam, and I'm like, oh, thanks. But I have nothing else to say. Just awkwardly, like, thank you. Gamers, so I know we started the Reaper. We were doing this quest, right? On Reaper? Should we start this one with Surig? Because we have to complete one of these to complete Stormblood. And I kind of wanted to slowly do all of them, which is why I'm leveling up all the different classes. Dolly! Oh yeah, Catherine, absolutely it is. Absolutely it's fine to add me. Did you already? I don't know if I have a pending one. No, I don't think you did. I think it would have popped up if you did. Oh, there it is. Yes. There we go. Now you can stalk me. Byakko weapons, best looking weapons in my opinion. Are they all like that with the wind, lightning, and like the ink? You're one away from the funny number. Jolly, thank you so much for the gifted to Necro. You sweet soul. You know it means the absolute frickin' world to me. Ascian with wings. You like Archer much more than Summoner right off the bat. Wow. I didn't see, me neither, Vel. I've never known you to play an Archer in like any game. Wow, okay. Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna take a brief little break from the actual MSQ, and we're gonna do this one. Summoner's kind of not really a pet class is the issue. I just hate how the carbuncle is there, like vibrating at you, and it does nothing. It just sits there vibrating at you. Like it's not great. It's not great. Yo, Jolly! You have funny sex number. Thank you for gifting Catherine a sub, you sweet soul. There you hit the funny number. Jolly, I really appreciate it. It means the heckin' world as a full-time streamer. I departeth now. Should you need my sword, call my name and I shall be there. Catherine, love you. Carbuncles are the epitome of anxiety. Yes. Yes, they are, Soma. Hi, Soma, by the way. Welcome in. So, Terra, glam contest when? You know what we should do, Necro? We should 2-in-1. When I'm entering Endwalker, in the new Endwalker zone that you guys meet me in and greet me in, we should have an impromptu glamour contest at that time. Should we theme it? Should we do a themed glamour contest? Maybe if it's, I don't know how long it'll take me to get there. If it's close to Christmas, we could do like a Christmas themed glamour contest or something like that. We can glamour contest in Redacted, exactly. Tara, what are your opinions on butt cheeks? Love them. They're great. Love them. Highly recommend them. I think that's part of the issue with Summoner. It wasn't there. It might be different, but you're like, do something, because it's just sitting there like a chihuahua vibrating at you. Honestly, Summoner not being a real pet class anymore is part of why you like it. I just think the carbuncle should not be there. I think they didn't take away the carbuncle in fears that Summoner mains would be like, what the fuck, you know? But as a new player, I can agree with Val. When I was leveling Summoner, I was like kind of mad at the carbuncle just being there, vibrating, not doing anything. Moon's haunted? Moon's haunted. Oh, by the way, Tara, I'm Samurai for hire. If you need me, let me know. I'll be here in a matter of a minute. Absolutely. We were thinking of doing Omega raids either tonight or maybe like next Final Fantasy stream, because I want to do like the extra content that's in this game. I just haven't been doing it because I've just been only doing MSQ. Coming from a warlock, I need to micromanage his ass. Sitting still is not an option. Exactly, Val. Being a WoW player as a warlock main, coming to Summoner, it's not the same experience at all. Omega raids are a good story. That's why I want to do them. We should dedicate a stream to raids. If we don't start the Omega raids today, I vote we do them Tuesday. I vote Tuesday we do Omega raids. Ooh. Let me guess. You're standing in front of Sarig, bounty hunter non-peril? Because you've a mind to aid me in felling a dread Phronesis. Do I have the right of it, or do I have the right of it? You have the right of it. Fron what's? I like that answer better. Could probably do it all in a stream. Hell yeah, then. If I didn't know better, I could have sworn you just suggested that you're unfamiliar with Phronesis. But that couldn't be. No sinner worth his salt could be so ignorant. I am ignorant. With no shame. Allow me to elaborate. Phronesis isn't just your run-of-the-mill stray sin eater. He's one of the nastiest the realm has ever seen. Formed from the remains of one of those gods damned warriors of light. There are 4 of them, all told, crawled up from the bowels of the deepest hell after being buried for nigh on a century. If the tales are true, people have come to call them the cardinal virtues. Before he was transformed into a sin eater, Phronesis was none other than Archmagus Nilebert, whose baleful magics were feared the realm over. Though it's only been a few short years since he first showed up in Amarang, he's already preyed on far too many innocents with foul sorcery. Not keen on seeing their trade routes disrupted, the local merchants have placed a healthy bounty on his head. Hunter pets pulling aggro? Oh my god, I played Hunter for a bit in WoW. So embarrassing whenever that happened. Summoner's more like a channeler at this point, yeah. Very barely, like only a pet class in memory, really, because they like once they get their other spells with like Ifrit, Garuda, and Titan, they like kind of summon, but it's mostly just for like one move. I don't know. It leaves something to be desired. Always eye rolling the people in dungeons, letting their pets run wild or not desummoning. Yeah, exactly. Rather than focusing on summoning and using the summons, it's more along the lines of channeling their power and abilities to choose for yourself. Exactly. That's a perfect way to put it, Jolly. It's more like channeling the summons instead of actually summoning them. Time for you to study more DSR so I don't meme my group Friday too much. Good luck, Golsiv. Good luck, study. Oh, Tara, I don't know if you noticed, but I switched to your server. You did? Wait, like fully switched, Necro? Or just like temporary world visit? It's like summoning their body to use an ability, channeling the remaining power. Yeah, exactly. Carbuncle is a power husk. Yeah. It plays more like an actual Final Fantasy summoner rather than a pet job. You know what, Izagi? When you put it that way, that actually makes me less mad at it. Because that is how the summons worked in previous Final Fantasy games, right? It was a move. You summoned for one attack, and they showed up and did their attack and left, right? So that actually does make me less grumpy with it. But still. I didn't even think of that, yeah. Of course, I'd like nothing more than to tell the fiend single-handed and claim, or fell the fiend single-handed and claim the entire bounty for myself. Unfortunately, circumstances have dictated that I recruit a companion. That's where you come in. Provided that you can prove to me that you possess the rather specialized set of skills that I require, I promise I'll make it worth your time. Not a bad offer, wouldn't you say? If you fancy yourself up to the task, come find me in Amareng. I mean to set off there shortly. I hope that this quest person is a little bit more serious than Lurik. Lurik was like, let me throw money. Lurik is the Elon Musk of quest givers. He literally just threw money at every single problem and got other people to do everything for him. And then he's like, feast! Like every time. Was not crazy about Lurik. Thank you for pets. Thank you for pets, Necro. Oh, I love those glasses. Long story short, some drama happened. Had to switch to a different server. Now you're fully on Adamantoys. Hey, it's good to have you, Necro. Sorry, drama happened, but still, we are pleased to have you. And not having to fight with idiots. Idiot Arcanists that just have to have their Topaz Carby out in dungeons is a nice change. So I played, as I've told you guys before, I played like 2.0 when the game first came out. When it was whatever. I got to 50 and basically stopped playing a little after that. But the Topaz Carbuncle used to, would it taunt or did it just have high aggro? Or high enmity, I guess it's called in this game. Because I remember that being definitely an issue. And people are like, I like the Topaz one. It's like, no, put it away. It's not meant for this. It's meant for when you're alone in the open world and then it can tank for you. Not for in here. It would tank, thought so. The class quest series in Shadowbringers are something special. Not saying anymore. That's why I have a 73 Sage. That's why I have a 63 Gunbreaker? I don't remember what level Gunbreaker is, but that's why I'm leveling up all 4 roles, so I can do all 4 role quests. Because they're to do with the previous Warriors of Light, and I want to know more. Topaz was a tank, and it would pull it off of normal tanks in dungeons before they got better tools. Bruh. Me and WoW with a passive Voidwalker means I have no faith in the tank. Yeah. So you came. It's good to see someone who isn't all talk. As fortune would have it, another Sin Eater, a far less imposing specimen than Phronesis, of course, has been sighted just to the west of here. Hi, Spess!
You're
I would love
6 months, oh my goodness, to Rab 16
I would absolutely
shines.
love Starbucks. If you feel like leaving the house. Right. Yeah, I'm so hell yeah. I would love you for that. Hello? Who pressed something? What happened? 6 months, oh my goodness! Becca! No way it's been 6 months. Becca, I love you so much. Can we have a shout out for Becca, please? I love Becca so fucking much. Becca consistently inspires me to improve my streaming life, and I fucking love her. Please follow her. Please give her love and attention, because I love her so fucking much. I love you more. Unpossible! Terra Protection Gang. Thank you so much for the shout out. Guys, press the heart. You won't regret it. Becca's amazing. What were we reading? Topaz was a tank. It would pull off normal tanks, yeah, before they got better tools, meanwhile with passive Voidwalker. Then they changed how tanking worked, but didn't change Carby, so he didn't tank well. Oh, is that why the Chocobos with the tank abilities are kind of wishy-washy, Rando? Like they can't hold aggro? Because they changed the way tanking works, but not the Chocobos? Also, you couldn't just heal the Carby, if I remember correctly, so it would just fucking die. Y'all, Terra was the villain on Tuesday? Hey, I told you I'm entering my villain era. What is this dance? I love it. A far less imposing one, yada yada yada. Prove to me you have the skill to back up your words, and we'll talk further. Okay. Jolly, you're gonna make me want to learn how to play instruments in this game. I learned how to play instruments in Guild Wars 2. Do not tempt me. Do not tempt me, I'll do it. It's a Manderville dance. We also have the Manderville quest lines to do at some point. Again, I'm waiting until I'm emotionally devastated and then we'll play some Manderville. When we need like an emotional cleanser. How do I start a Reaper again? What's the first class? Vel, there is no class for it. Reaper, I think once you have a level 70, and if you have the Endwalker expansion, then you can have Reaper. I also still really like my new Reaper glam. I'm a cute little hooded Reaper. After A Realm Reborn, jobs don't start from classes. You just need Endwalker. Yes, exactly. And a character at level 70. Boop, boop. Dun, 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 dun. Boo, doo, doo, doo. Yeah. You can do it. Whoa! That scythe is incredible. Oh my god, why are the weapons in this game so fucking beautiful? Fuck. Me with my virgin starting scythe. You versus the guy she tells you not to worry about. Bro. As a melee class though, Vel, I've been really enjoying Reaper. I didn't think I would enjoy any of the melees, but Reaper's been very fun. The scythe is waiting for you in Endwalker. Fuck. Good show, friend. I wasn't sure what to expect from you, but seeing you in battle has left me with little doubt. Seems I've found myself a formidable ally, and so I'll extend the offer in earnest. Help me hunt down Phronesis, and we'll split the bounty down the middle. Well, what do you say? Now that's the spirit. Now, there's more you should know before we proceed. Come with me to Mordsuk, my base of operations, and I'll fill you in on the details. I didn't even notice this mount. I have one complaint with this mount. Tiny head. Tiny head. Otherwise, I think it's incredible. But tiny head is my problem. But it's no Tyrannosaurus, so. Jolly, you've already improved at your instrument playing, like so much in such a short amount of time. I need to farm Endwalker mounts still, so lazy. Well, you've been mostly raiding, Gulsif. How many raid groups are you in now? Are you back down to 1? You've been raid logging, haven't you? Haven't you? By the way, Terra, may we form a party until you need to? Yeah, of course, of course. Shoot me an invite. And then I'll just pop out when I have a duty. Woo! Oh, why did that scare me? Haven't been playing, so I've farmed. You haven't farmed Endwalker mounts either. Are there a lot from Fates? Have I been missing out on like a lot of like easily gettable mounts? The mount music has no reason to pop off. Oh, that was battle music, but there is mount music that's super fucking extra like that, Vel. That's why I want the Ravana mount. Welcome to Board Souk, my friend. As you can see, it's a bustling trading post frequented by merchants from across the realm. At least it was before Phronesis showed up and started preying on unwitting travelers. Hence the bounty, you see. The lucrative reward has attracted the attention of one capable bounty hunter after the next, yet the fiend still roams free. You can probably imagine why. That's oh, it's a trial mount. I see. My company, by the way, now wants to implement gender-neutral language too. I'm kind of proud, but I don't like the idea of MX instead of the usual greetings. Just sounds so odd. I hope the community will come up with a rather soundy idea someday. Use MX in a sentence, because I'm confused by this as well. I think gender-neutral language is fine. It's what I default to on stream if people don't have their pronouns set. Exclamation mark pronouns, by the way. It's what I default to. If they, them is just so easy to use. And like just using the person's name and then they, them if you don't know their pronouns is so easy. Kuipervol! 14, yes! Hi Kuipervol, welcome in, how you doing? Thank you for the exclamation mark pronouns! By the way, I give you party lead, thank you Necro. MX instead of, oh, Mr. Mrs. Okay. I don't think that's super clunky. MX is one of the Mr. Mrs. replacements. Yeah, I don't dislike that. Doing so well, glad to hear it. You're in Endwalker, are you not? It was so funny. So guys, we rated Kuipervol streams like, actually, can we get a shout out for Kuipervol, please and thank you? We rated them during No Man's Sky drops and they were literally ending, and I had heard about Kuipervol through a few people, and I was like, this seems like a connection that needs to be made. They, like, of what I know of them, they seem like they have fantastic energy and they're so recommended. So even though they're ending, we rated them, and then they stayed live for like 30 minutes just talking to us, and it was great. It was fantastic. Still in Shadowbringers. Oh, you are? How far? Oh dear, wait, how far in are you? I don't want to spoil you. Kuiper is fun times, so much so. Starting, oh, okay, you're still whole ways away from me. I think I'm on level 73 MSQ. You're post Shadowbringers. Okay, you're safe. You're safe here. Yeah, I want to speak with text, as Terra knows, so it just sounds wrong. I so get that. I so get that, Suvu. I do. It works written, not so much spoken. I wouldn't even know how to pronounce it spoken. So speaking, I can see why it's clunky, but for writing, I think it's okay. Where were we? Those few who have seen Phronesis and returned to tell the tale of the great horrors they witnessed. A cavernous black holes materializing out of thin air, swallowing everything around them into the abyss. I just want to feel the echo from Phronesis, like we did with the last one. People have taken to calling them the Hollows. Rumor has it that one barely has time to lay eyes on Phronesis before he summons forth the Hollows, which proceed to consume everything in sight. And I do mean everything. Just the other day, an entire caravan was devoured by the Hollows, leaving only nothingness behind. Mages have postulated that these holes are literally tears in the fabric of our reality, gateways to other worlds, to put it another way. At any rate, suffice to say that the next man to come back from the void will be the first. Damn. To me, MX would make electrical noise. I think it's usually pronounced mix. Oh, that's not so bad. Just set my pronouns. She, her works for me. There we go. She, her pronouns. I see them. I have the extension in OBS as well, so I can see the chatter's pronouns. I'd rather stick to dear all, and that's totally acceptable. I don't think anyone would be offended by that. I think it's only a problem if they're like forcing you to use MX rather than the like gender neutral alternatives that you're more comfortable with. That seems a bit weird, but I like that they're trying to move forward. That's so cool. I gotta set my pronoun chat up. Oh, so Kuiper, you can slide into my DMs if you want, if you're having trouble finding how to set it up in OBS, because I have a video actually that I can link for you that makes it super, super easy, and you can get it all set up in your OBS as well. And as a streamer, it's just so nice, especially if you have a community that values their pronouns, which, judging by what I know of you, I think you do. It's perfect. It's perfect. There's no guesswork. It's right there. Like Vel is she, her, and you're she, her, and who else? Soma, they, them. Like it's perfecto. And yet there's something odd about it all. Witnesses say that Phronesis doesn't seem to go out of his way to prey on people or settlements. He simply shambles across the wastes, summoning hollows one after the next, and the destruction follows as a matter of course. Needless to say, drawing too near to the fiend is tantamount to suicide. Even attacks from afar have all been futile, as Phronesis simply summons the hollows to consume every incoming arrow. With every conceivable means of attack foiled, even the most savvy bounty hunters have all but thrown up their hands, even though the bounty now stands at some 9 or 10-fold the original amount. I'm of a different mind, however. The way I see it, if only there was a way to neutralize the hollows, we'd more than stand a chance against Phronesis himself. This is why I require your services. Your easy triumph over the Sin Eater spoke clear. You're a mage of no common skill. If anyone has the arcane knowledge and aptitude to help me figure out a way to defend against the hollows, it's you. Don't worry, I fully intend to shoulder my share of the burden, and so I plan to gather all information we need before asking you to put yourself in harm's way. I think this is really exciting. Let's go. Pronouns don't exist. they're an illusion. Your extension is broken, Mel? You don't see them anymore? I like the story where a professor wasn't sure what to use with non-binary persons, so he started calling them Colonel. Wait, that's so cute, Izaki. My Twitch is being weird lately. 7TV emote list disappears frequently too now. Oh no. You can't see them. Huh. Maybe fully reload the browser? Some might even call them humans. You love my Lala's Glam? Thank you so much. I have to be honest, Kyberball, do you know the segment where you go to Yulmore and you go to the honey pot, I think it's called, or like the honeybee or something like that, and they make you go up on the pole? That's the first time in the game I've ever been uncomfy being a Lalafell. And so I immediately post-stream went into the character creator and designed a bunny boy. I was like, yo, if they're gonna be throwing me up on poles, I might as well look the part. So I don't know how long I'm gonna stay Lalafell because I made a very cute bunny boy and I'm so tempted. But I've heard there's a Lalafell only zone, so I'm gonna stay Lala as long as that. I see the problem. Yeah, exactly. We pole dancing? Literally, Vel, the main scenario quest forces you to pole dance. Not for a lot, just for like a hot minute, but like I was uncomfy. Colonel Sanders got kind of looted, so Colonel can be sure to be an interesting nickname to use. With the dating sim, the Colonel Sanders dating sim, so good. Our poor sweet Lala. I know, don't loot the Lala. Tara, I don't want to call you out, but Hyperbole rhymes with hyperbole. Oh, like hyperbole? Hyperbole? Okay, listen, I always pronounce hyperbole like hyperbole. Hyperbole! There we go. I like how hyperbole was just like okay with letting it happen. They're just like, you know what? Hyperbole's okay. I could also just stick with Kuiper, I suppose. That's probably the nickname you prefer? Question mark? What about cute Dragon Girl? Dragon Girl's for the win. Okay, did I complain about this yet? You guys know I started with an Aura, right? Before we switched to Lala and Heavensward, I was Aura. Why are the male Aura so weirdly body proportion lanky? Like, I'm not shaming anyone with their body, but like the Aura female are like this tall and cute as heck. And then the Aura male are like string beans. And I just don't understand how that works and why. Also, some of the Aura like walking animations and stuff were really janky, and I wasn't in love with it anymore. The string beans. I mean, I am a string bean, which is why maybe I don't want to play it in my video game. But I don't know. I wasn't happy with my Aura male after a while. Do I recall the character Zex from Gundam Wing? Only in name. Only in name. I don't know why I recall them, but only in name. That's totally a common mistake. It's because we forget that the E on the end is pronounced E. Please don't feel embarrassed. I straight up chose violence with my Twitch name. You did. You did. Okay, because cosplay. Oh, okay. You know the Golden Saucer sells an actual dancing pole for your apartment? Even more reason to make a bunny boy. Even more reason to make a bunny boy. The thing is, what about Aura female? I made the most like edgy goth looking bunny boy in the world and I love him. I fell in love after I designed him, and so there's like a 60% chance I'm gonna Fantasia. Sloppy. After we see the Lalafell only region. Kuiper, what do you play? What job, what race? Like, what's your main? I could safely say that right now, Red Mage I love to death, and I'm still enjoying Lala. Tara, can I show you my apartment later? Oh, maybe Necro. Unfortunately, the only coat that works can't be dyed. RIP.
I love you, bitch.
Tall Aura boys can look very hot. You have no idea. Oh no, I'm not disagreeing with that. It's just for me, it wasn't hitting what I needed it to hit. I love you too, World. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. Okay, and with that, I best get to work. Once I've formulated a proper plan of attack, we'll talk again. Until then, I suggest you continue to hone your casting skills. The battle that awaits us will not be an easy one. Negro, thank you for bits. You play Femora, mainly Bard normally. However, we are a Thylander right now per the results of a Fantasia competition. Okay, that was my other complaint. Thylander females, perfect, beautiful, I love them. Thylander males, I wish we had a softer face option. I love that they're gruff and manly, and that's like their whole, or mask I should say, and that's like their whole shtick, Thylander males, but I just wanted something a little softer in the face. Although, your arms, are they? You've been lifting, Perfect. You created yourself a smug aura twink just for the funsies? Hell yeah, Subaru. Getting swole for stepping. You have to go to work. Getting a coffee on the way though. Absolutely, Sweetling. Treat yourself. Get a cookie or maybe a cake pop. Ooh, if you're going to Starbucks. Ooh, cake pop. Can I just say really quickly, kind of a hot take because I'm Canadian. Starbucks cake pops are just Timbits. There, I said it. You can come for me if you want, but I said it. It's just Timbits on a stick. Fight me over this. Respectfully, of course. Oh, you're going next door to a local coffee shop. Hell yeah. Bitch, no it is not. Okay, yeah, there it is. There you are, and your timing couldn't be better. As luck would have it, a little bird told me that Phronesis was sighted in the vicinity not long ago. Don't you worry, I have no intention of rushing in like a fool. My plan is to— Oh my god! World, I thought I was safe. I think you've come in here twice now with no jump scares. So I was like, okay. I was like, okay, World's chill. World's chilling. No, absolutely not. World, I love you. Thank you for the 666 biddies. Even if it makes me poop a little bit. What the fuck kind of Timbit you eating? Somebody hasn't had birthday cake Timbits and it fucking shows, Sweetling, okay? Somebody hasn't had birthday cake Timbits and it's showing. A Timbit is a donut hole. The texture is totally different. Oh my gods. Sack stops. Ah, Sack starts again. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. Kingdom Hearts song and now I cry. Kuiper, I knew you were amazing from the moment I met you. You also love Kingdom Hearts. My fucking heart. Never asked me to explain Kingdom Hearts because I have no fucking clue what's going on, but it is deeply rooted in my childhood and my nostalgia, and I love it so much, and I cried at the end of Kingdom Hearts 2 as like a queer little 15-year-old. I don't remember how old I was, but God, I love Kingdom Hearts so much. And Suvu! Suvu, what are you doing? Thank you for the 5 gifted. Before I head into the story, Suvu, thank you. What the heck? Thanks for all the support. I know what a donut hole is, and those are good. Izagi, is that a pure statement? I gotta come clean, Tara. I love the soundtrack. I love Disney and gaming. Yes! But I've never actually— That is understandable. It's a hot fucking mess. The story is a hot fucking mess. And I literally only played it because of my Disney love, okay? I know nothing about Final Fantasy. This is my first Final Fantasy game, really. I have like 10 hours in Final Fantasy X-2 and like maybe 10 to 15 hours in Final Fantasy XII, and that's it. And that's it. However, I played Kingdom Hearts for Disney nostalgia. Wait, we talking Kingdom Hearts? We are. We are talking Kingdom Hearts. Don't worry, Kuiperbole. Kuiperbole, I am not mad at you. I'm not mad at you. I totally understand where you're coming from. It's just the aesthetic. It's just the aesthetic. Me being— God, how old was I when the first game came out? I was young. Seeing my Donald Duck and my Goofy and my Little Mermaids and all that in my Kingdom Hearts game made me so happy as a small babe, as a small wee child. I was obsessed with Kingdom Hearts as a kid teen. Me too. I didn't play the handheld games though. I'm like a fake fan. I only played the mainline games. Gameplay wise, it's some of the most fun I've ever had. The story is a disaster. You need like 4 hours just to even explain the basis of what's going on. World, you want forehead kiss? Give me your forehead, World. I will kiss it. Mwah. There you go. Hey, I was idle till now. Thank you, Suvu. Darling Lionheart, congrats on your gift sub. And hi, good to see you. I never played. Tara tried to get me to play it, but I don't think I left the starter. Yeah, I tried. Didn't I have you over at my house, Vel? And be like, play the Kingdom Hearts. And you were like, and I was so sad. I remember playing Kingdom Hearts 2 and grinding in, was it Hollow Bastion? No, I don't think it was Hollow Bastion. But I was grinding somewhere because I loved the mage transformation. Like whenever you got your transformation clothes, God, I loved those. There was a blue one that I was leveling and it was like full magic and you were like ice skating around. God, Kingdom Hearts, such a garbage like story, but such a great game. Correct, you sat me in front of the TV. You played 1 and 2, but not 3? 3 does its absolute best to tie together all the handheld story and sorry, I'm laughing. And the mobile game story, which is canon, by the way. The mobile game Kingdom Hearts story is absolutely canon, which is just ridiculous to me. You were hyperfixated on Roxas for like a year. Roxas, so cute, dude. GLaDOS Choo Choo? Oh, Molly, you did your best. Molly, I love you. Can we have shout out for Molly Berry, please and thank you. I love Molly so much. Did not expect that. That was funny. Oh no, mobile canon. Yeah, literally the like, and it was like hours. Like it wasn't a short mobile story. It was like a full thing.
Choo choo. I hope it's choo choo.
Please be choo choo.
Please be choo choo.
Molly, thank you for the accidental 200 bits. We take those. We take those. Molly, I love you. Thank you for the videos. Okay, am I done my rant? No, I'm not done my rant. The mobile story, right. Because I tried to play the mobile game for Kingdom Hearts. It's not great. It wasn't great, but the story is absolutely canon and important. There's like a whole section in Kingdom Hearts 3 that addresses it and like deals with what happened in the mobile game. And it's like, why? Why? Why is this a thing? Soma, thank you for the kitty bitties. Oh my God, there's so many buttons being pressed right now. Hello, Muffin. Hi, everybody. We're in the middle of a hype train. It's good to see you guys. Thank you for adding to the hype with your raid. Muffin, how are you? Are you emotionally devastated? How was the MSQ? Did it break your heart? Obviously, no spoils. You know the drill. But how was? How was everything? Thank you for shout out. Welcome in, Raiders. If it's your first time meeting me, my name is Tara. I'm a variety streamer. I usually stream 4 days a week. We do spooky streams. We do chill streams, sometimes drinky streams. And right now, Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy, my main game right now. Loving it so much. It's so good. Stuff. So many things. Emotionally drained, are you, Muffin? How far in an Endwalker are you now? Are you like close to the end or still kind of mid? I just found out just now there's a Kingdom Hearts 4 in the works. Yeah, I actually knew that, Matza. That friend raid, Anim, isn't it so cute? It's from Omori. If you've ever played Omori, then you'll recognize it. Omori's such a good game. So, God, I had such a cry. I had such an ugly cry at the end of Omori, but God, what a great game it was. It's been a trip. Thank you so much for the raid, Muffin. It's so good to have you. Oh, still Shadowbringers patches, because your throat has been a wreck. So you haven't been able to stream? I thought you were an early Endwalker already. Terry, I see your Alfie best boy tag, and I don't feel so alone anymore. Didn't we have this revelation, Kuiper, when we raided you? Because you were like, how do you feel about Alphino? And I was like, I fucking love him. I love him so much, to death. I've cosplayed him like 3 times now on stream. Omori, never heard of it? Okay, it is full-on emotional damage, but it's great. If you can pick up Omori, I highly recommend it. It's great.
Button, who's got a button?
Molly, thank you for the 100 biddies. Oh my God, and leveling up the hype train. You wacky beetle, you wacky beetle. Oops, all crying is sending me Terra. That's so my favorite thing about the tags, because we were allowed so many tags, is just putting absolute bullshit tags in them. Literally, we were talking with Seto about Ardbert, and I'm just sitting there fucking silently crying. This game is like pulling me through the ringer. By the looks of it though, there's a ton of Shadowbringer patch stuff. Is it not the same length as previous expansions? Up to like what, 0.5 they usually go? Or is it more? I should have paid attention. DST campaign is over now. Oh no, Val. Not the Don't Starve Together drops. I was about to ask if we cried yet this X pack. I guess I have my answer. We've cried to Seto. We cried, Tesleen. I'm okay. I'm okay. Everything's fine. We've been a little bit wispy. And we're only level 73. I'm sure it'll be, well, we're level 76, but we're on the 73 quests. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure everything's fine. Same number of patches, longer cutscenes, Willow. There you go. Also, hi, Willow. On the completed quest log, it's like 1 section for other patches. Shadowbringer has 2. Got you. Trying to figure out a song and it's is it working out well? You're doing your best. Suvu, you can't give 5 and then gift another to Muffin. You can't, but you can. Thank you. Thank you so much. I have now, however, unlocked the 4th raid for Shadowbringers. Right, so guys, anyone who's new in and likes Final Fantasy, I have decided if we don't get to it today, because I want to do the Omega raids so bad, I think we're going to do them Tuesday. Next Tuesday, we're going to do the Omega raids. So be here, and you can be part of it, and you can help me. You can carry me. No, don't carry me. Are the raids always synced, by the way? Are they always like level, like, you know when we did Shinryu, and we did it like level synced, so it was harder, or like item level synced? That was such a good experience, and I don't know how many we'd need for the raid to do that. Probably too many than we have, but still. Also, thank you so much for the follow, Willow Green. Welcome in. And Izagi, thank you for the biddies. Raids aren't always synced. You can sync or unsync it. You can queue for, you can queue for them synced. I vote we do that, because the Shinryu experience, like synced, was so good. It was so fun. Unless they're way too hard, in which case we'll do them unsynced. I'll leave it to you guys' expertise though. Can't wait for your reaction to the beginning of Endwalker. It's common. It's common. Thank you for shouting out Muffin proper. Guys, press the heart. There's a lot of options when queuing. That's so good. Omega Savage is rough, even unsynced. Regular should be fine. Okay. You could definitely do it at level it's not insane. Right, because they're broken into Savage difficulty, as Izagi just said. Okay, guys, welcome in. Thank you for all the hype. Love you. Wow, I feel so special. We're gonna slowly ease back into our job quests, or rather our role quests. Yeah, role quests is more accurate. Omega raids on Norma are super doable. Okay, hell yeah, hell yeah. Don't you worry, I have no intention of rushing in like a fool. My plan is to shadow the Sin Eater from afar, that we might observe the hollows with our own eyes and formulate a suitable plan of attack. To that end, I procured this mannequin here from a merchant acquaintance of mine at the Crystarium. By setting it on Froni, I don't know how to say his name, trail, I mean to gauge just how wide of a berth we must keep from the fiend so as not to be sucked up into the void. Shed no tears for the little fellow, friend. His sacrifice will be the key to our success. And yet, as you can see, he's not quite in the best state of repair. Pray, lend me a hand in procuring what we need to get him back on his feet. You need to unlock the Omega raids? We could do them together, Necro. People said the Omega story is so good, which is why I want to do it. Prey Nix! Hi, Prey. How you doing? Welcome in. You're a lifesaver, friend. I just spotted nasty-looking Sandskin Sibley lurking about to the east of here, and I do believe one of their tandems should serve well to put spring back in the little fellow's step. Snag one for me, and I'll see to the repairs. This is such a cute sitting animation for female aura. It's like the Lalafell, but it's just missing the rocking. It's just missing this. You have Delta Escape unlocked and nothing more. Omega raids! Omega raids! Guys, thank you so much for the hype train. You sweet supportive beans. As full-time streamer, it literally makes the world to me, so thank you. Thank you guys. Nice hat? You like this hat? I like this full glam. How do I out? Let me out of the city! Coco Femora. I will just continuously state that this game is by Panic entirely. In its full force. Your mech could be much better, but it is what it is. How's Terra in chat? I'm super good. I'm super good. I think Spess is coming home with Starbucks at some point. So it's about to be even better. Riding a V-Raptor, methinks we missed much. Oh, this came from Eureka. And I did this off stream. So this wasn't like a main story or anything. And I was like, Barney? Barney dinosaur? Yes, thank you. So we've been sticking on this mount. The entire game is absolutely by Panic. Are you kidding me? It's such a problem. I forgot this place is lo-fi desert and I love it. It may be like sandy desert of nothingness, but the lo-fi like beats to quest / relax to are so good. Turn that racket off! Sorry. Is there a way to turn off combat music? I don't think you would almost ever want to, other than in lo-fi desert. But hypothetically, could I if I wanted to? Sunhaven is giving off Bipanic energy too since you've seen more marriage candidates? Oh god. Speaking of, what's the game that Echo was obsessed with? Potion, oh crap. Potionomics? Is that right? No, it doesn't sound right. The music in Shadowbringers is so good. I'm obsessed. System config sound, enable normal battle music. Willow, thank you. So we can theoretically do it if we want to. Potion permit? No. Maybe Potionomics. But that game looks like Bipanic. From the screenshots that I've seen of it, oh my goodness. Respectfully, I am looking. Any luck finding that tendon? For my part, I've acquired something that should serve as a makeshift gear. Cost me an arm and a leg, but hey, if it helps us claim that bounty in the end, it'll be more than worth it. Here you are. Here you are, there's your tendon. Potionomics is a thing. A friend of mine is really enjoying that game. Yeah, Echo absolutely hyperfixated, like somebody from the community, and was just like, talking about it, and it just looks incredible. Perfect, yes. I reckon this is durable and elastic enough to replace the mannequin's snapped drive belt. I'll fetch my toolbox and get started straight away. In the meantime, why don't you scout us out a suitable lookout point? Fornessus was last sighted just southeast of town. Try to find us a spot on higher ground, out of sight, from the main thoroughfare. Okay. You're out here collecting Maple Story on Twitch? Stop, Val. Stop. Are there Maple Story Twitch drops right now? I don't know how to feel. I don't know how to feel. Hey, Maple's still cute. It is, but like, Maple Story? Like, wait. Maple Story 2? Or like OG Maple Story? Dude, I remember back before they changed the way leveling worked and it took like months to just hit level 30. Oh, Maple Story 2. Okay. That makes a little more sense. It took like so long of grinding after school every day to hit level 30 on a class in Maple Story, and it felt like such an accomplishment. And then it's like you can play for like 6 hours now and hit like level a billion. It's different colored gamer chairs and headsets. Wait, that's actually cute. You've played 18 hours in 2 days on Sunhaven. Pray? Is this a self-callout? OG Maple Story was so hard to level. I'm literally F3ing at you right now, Vel. I don't remember what phase F3 is. Look, this is not a mannequin. This is a sentient little robot. Why are we sacrificing this poor little thing? Ho there, friend. As you can see, our clockwork friend is back in tip-top shape. Since it appears you've found us the perfect lookout spot, why don't we get down to work? I'll kindle us a fire, and we might be here for a while. And I'll fucking do it again this weekend. Streamed the early access of Baldur's Gate 3 for 12 hours yesterday. I was lurking, but I didn't want to see any story, so I wasn't like fully watching. How are you enjoying it, Matza? I mean, 12 hours should be self-explanatory, but I just had a flashback of the Latin sly smirky emote. Yeah. Well, I'll be. There's the bastard. Look closely now and hold your gaze. You must witness the sheer horror with your own 2 eyes. Horrifying. Why is it just running around summoning black holes? I think my current theory, we'll obviously see an echo and probably get explained, but my current theory is it probably needed to use a black hole to do something in its, like, before it died. And then, because like, much like when with the melee DPS quests with the Huntress, she's running around killing extremely difficult beasts and accidentally turning them into Sin Eaters, but it comes from her like past trauma of like having her friends die to like a beast that they were hunting. I forgot how much I adore Shadowbringers music. This like fuckery song is so good. I thought it was Solas's theme alone, but just hearing it everywhere is great. Or sorry, not Solas, Emmett, I should say. So good, I'm sad it's not gonna be done until 2023 sometime. Only Act 1 is available, took you 18 hours. Damn, that's good. For one act to take 18 hours of playtime is really like value. Fuckery song, it's like when shenanigans are happening, the song plays. No, we mustn't send out the mannequin too soon. If Renaissance sees it, he may very well blast it to bits before it has a chance to investigate the hollows. I feel so bad for them. They must have some semblance of like awareness. Much like Titania did. Hi Fralgo, welcome in. And there he goes. I'll send the mannequin in to trail him. Let's sit back and enjoy the show. Oh no. Oh no, mannequin friend. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Goodbye, mannequin friend. Ah! Just as I expected, gone without a trace. Shed no tears for our little friend. Through his sacrifice, we now know just how much distance we must keep from the hollows to avoid being sucked into the void. Now it's our turn. Let's edge a bit closer and see what we can observe.
Such devastation!
Literally, Necro. Take care not to wander too close, lest you fancy a vacation to a dark, shadowy abyss. Don't remember whether you know, Sasha was pointed out, but the whole Meteor Ardbert party is in the 1.0 trailer. Oh, that's so cute, Rando. I'm in drastic need for Terratonin. Hi, EJ. Hi, EJ. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay, bestie. Don't worry. It's as if a shadowy whirlwind rages inside, ready to suck anything and everything into the void. I've seen many a horrific sight in my day, but this sends a shiver up the spine. Dude, imagine seeing a localized black hole and then being like, let's... I'm out. I'm out. Let me out. It's so dark in here, a boy's voice says from the void. I would be like 1,000,000 feet away from that fucking black hole. Why the pale face, friend? You look as if you've seen a ghost. No, heard a ghost. A voice, you say? From inside the hollow? But that's impossible. Is anyone out there? Please help me. Help me get out of here. Oh no. Are you alive? Was that a voice? Is someone out there? If you can hear me, please, you must help me. I can't see anything. No road, no trees, not even an ether current to follow. Which way do I go? How do I get out of this place? That voice. What in the God's name is it saying? The voice of a boy, you say? Claims he's lost inside, with no ether current to follow? Sounds like he's adrift in the flow, not unlike what would happen if any etherite to which one was teleporting was destroyed at mid-journey. Wait a minute. What if there was some way you could channel your ether into the void? Might that not allow your etheric form to serve as a beacon of sorts to guide the child back to us? Of course, not that I'd know how we'd go about that. You reckon you could do just that? I won't even think of asking how. Do your damnedest. Save small child! Small child? If I found a black hole, you bet I'm jumping into it. Literally anything that out of the ordinary, I would 100% engage with no matter. But isn't it not true, like the spaghettification factor? Aren't you going to get spaghettified if you jump into a black hole? Or was that disproven? I thought it like stretched out your molecules and was like, I prefer to eat you in spaghetti form, so we will turn you into a nice human spaghetti and then slurp you up. Not me picking up Bard to learn songs I like and ended up learning Crab Rave. Hell yeah. I know people in this quest are like, Black Mage Man evil, but man, I feel so bad for every single one of these guys. Perline, I think every single one of the Warrior of Lights that are now Sin Eaters are not meaning to do what they're doing, right? I sympathize with them fully. Even still, you find a way to surprise me. Child? Child! Normal ones would kill you, yeah, but if you see a black hole like 5 feet off the ground, you know it isn't pulling much. The world would implode. You know what? Fair. Where am I? Emaciated child. Well, I'll be damned. There was a child inside. Our little expedition has left us with more questions than answers, eh? But for now, this boy needs our care. Let's carry him back to Mortsuk and find him a warm bed and some nourishment. What if he's not even from this realm, dude? Child drop off. Damn. Turns out Phronesis just is a deadbeat dad that doesn't want to care for its children. So they're just throwing them into black holes. Unbelievable, Phronesis. Unbelievable behavior. You care for your child. Lurk supper, Warlord, enjoy supper. Ye resident astronomer here. Definitely spaghettification, scientific term, by the way. I love that that is the scientific term. Yes. If you could get past the instant incineration by, oh yeah, radiation. Oh yeah, insane amounts of radiation. Right. It would literally cook you. Oh man, I want to say things, but also I'm not gonna because I know things. That's like me. So my favorite game in the world, Perline, is Outer Wilds. I will say, I've said this before and I'm saying it again, 14 is getting very close to dethroning Outer Wilds as my favorite game. But I have such a hard time watching Outer Wilds streams because I want to talk, but I don't want to talk because I don't want to spoil anything. So I'm like sitting there like perpetually shaking. Like, don't spoil it. Don't ruin their experience, you know? I just get the vibe that this part of the role quest is gonna hurt you. I mean, with everything that's been hurting me, it wouldn't surprise me. Imagine eating a kid into a black hole. I picture that like edit with, oh, who's the monkey from The Lion King with Simba? Like, fucking Kobe, like eating Simba off the cliff. Why you think I lurk and only smiley face in council? Because it's so hard not to talk and ruin something. Isn't it wonderful? Scientists get bored of algorithm and crunching. It gets silly sometimes. Rafiki! Thank you, Choco Farmer. Rafiki. Oh, and 2 other people said it too. The boy's resting now. He is weak, but not wounded. At least as far as I can tell. Needless to say, his presence raises questions. Are there others trapped on the other side of the hollows? If so, might they also be returned to our world alive? There is much we must ask him before he wakes. Or when he awakes. Before? On another subject. This might be an odd question, but have you ever looked after a child before? No. Wait. Can we count Gabu? I'm counting Gabu. I'm gonna say as a matter of fact. Even though it was more Alize. You don't say. In that case, he's all yours. I'm jesting, friend. I can't very well tie you down here forever. Worry not, I'll manage somehow. I suppose the first order of the day should be to get some food in his belly. He does look terribly pale after all. Methinks I'll go hunting for some meat. No, perhaps I should take him to a physician first. After all, he may be suffering from some ailment inscrutable to the eye. You're not happy about this? Why, what is it? Drink it? I'm gonna look at what it is. He said I'm gonna be happy about it. Oh my god! Oh, I'm so happy! Oh my god, it's back. It's the chestnut praline something? The chestnut one. The chestnut seasonal one that's been gone forever. I'm so happy. I'm so blessed. The twins, hello? I guess that's fair. Pika Yeet. That emote is so good. Vel, thank you for adding that emote. Chestnut is back, Matza. Chestnut is back. That's why Spess walked in being like, you're gonna be happy about this. God, it goes so hard. Okay. Perhaps I should take him to a physician first. After all, he may be suffering from some ailment. Oh, I read this one already. Or maybe I should... Damn it all. I knew I wasn't cut out for this. Echoes of the past. Ah, there you are. You'll be happy to know that the boy is awake. Seems to be no worse for the wear, physically speaking at least. There's just one rub, you see. He has no recollection of where he came from, or just how he managed to get swallowed up in the void. Makes sense. That he wouldn't have memory. Well, that would be too convenient. Terra goes basic white girl mode. Oh god. 100%. I have no shame. I have zero shame. Chestnut, eh? It's so good. I would like to follow suit. It's so good, Kuiper. A Starbucks just got built like a block away from you. It's time. Go, Matza. Go now. Get it. In fact, other than his own name, Tainer, the little Tainer, he can't remember much of anything at all. He seems a good lad, mind you, eats my half-assed cooking with a smile and nary a word of complaint, yet I reckon he's hurting inside, and badly. We must reunite him with his parents with all due speed. I suggested that he go for a stroll around Mord Souk in the hopes that the sights might help jog his memories. He can't have wandered far. Why don't you go check up on him? I still am running under the theory that maybe he's from a different realm or a different world. Not now, I work tomorrow. I cringe. It does sound good as long as it's iced. It can be iced. You can have it warm or iced. And I've had it both ways, and both ways is delicious. Hi, Tainer. Do not tell me, you're the one who rescued me from the flow, yes? I feel from you the same warmth that reached out to me when I was adrift in the ether. Well, I'll be damned. The boy's a sharp one. And that's not the least of it. The carer who examined him said they could feel great power welling up from within him. Despite his young age, Tainer here seems to possess a remarkable command of the magical arts. Are you little black mage? Perhaps I do, and yet I cannot say. Try as I might, I can recall nothing of who I am or where I came from. Only the darkness. No need for apologies, boy. You did well just to make it back to us. Speaking of which, can you remember anything at all of what you felt when you were adrift in the void? That I remember, or at least I think I do. I recall a vague sensation of someone passing alongside me. Indeed, I believe this is what roused me from my slumber. If the Hollows truly are a gate between worlds, that would mean that someone recently traveled from ours to another, or from another to ours. But that's not possible. Or is it? You'd be surprised. Might have to try when you work at 7. Do it, Froggo! Full send, treat yourself. I mean, it's Starbucks, so it's gonna be like $40, but like, treat yourself. It's worth it. Just remember now that I have a new PC, you can play Outer Wilds max instead of 15 FPS. Yes, Matza. Hell yeah. As much as I would love to lurk, I have to go to bed. Have fun stream. We'll definitely check out the VOD. Night night. Suvu! Thank you for all the support today, and thanks for hanging out. You beautiful bean. I hope you have a good comfy sleep. You know something I don't, friend? Worry not. I won't pry for details. Ah well, no sense racking our brains over matters beyond our comprehension. Let's concentrate on what we can do, namely, finding the boy here a home. No doubt his memories will come back to him in due time. You'd truly do that? For me? But the two of you have already saved my life. I couldn't possibly burden you any further. Ha, it's no burden at all. Besides, if we can figure out just who you are, and where you came from, it just might lead us back to the answers we seek. Now, let's consider the options. One possibility is that you're an orphan, all alone in this world, with not a soul to care for or look after you. And yet, this seems unlikely. Yes, this mystical powers you possess say otherwise. If you are truly as skilled in magic as they say, then it stands to reason that someone trained you in the art. Who this master of yours is, and whether you are... Trainee! You want a forehead kiss? I'm pausing my lurk for a small request. Hup, hup! A small forehead kissed request. Hiya! Mwah. There you go. Trini, love you. Hope stream is going well. It is. Thank you so much. It's good to see you. I still have never gone into a Starbucks in your life. Pray, for your own wallet's sake, maybe you should continue that trend. Keep it that way. It's very spence. Who this master of yours, and whether you are of their blood or simply received their tutelage, this I cannot say. But either way, I'm certain they're worried sick about you. Wait, purple eyes? If that truly is so, I would very much like to meet this person too. Purple eyes. I would like to see Phronesis up close again. And see what color Phronesis' eyes are, because that might be a hint. That settles it then. Let's get down to business. To defeat the Huns. I took the liberty of inquiring around Mordsuk and the Crystarium. Unfortunately, there have been no reports of missing persons matching Tainer's description, which means that we have no choice but to take our search elsewhere. I know of a merchant in town whose travels often take him far afield. Let us have a talk with him and see if he's heard any helpful rumors. I will. I'll stick to the $2 24 ounce coffee. Sorry, $2 24 ounce coffee. We got there. I can get at the gas station next to my apartment. Gas station coffee. Hell yeah. Why is it so much easier to learn meme songs than the songs I like? You've entered Starbucks multiple times but never paid? I mean, to be fair, I don't think I've paid for Starbucks in a hot minute. Spess usually like is craving it, goes out and then just brings me Starbucks because he's amazing and I'm blessed. Been to Starbucks once, wanted a black coffee. It was awful, never went again. Oh, yeah, I never get like their plain coffee. I think Spess likes their pike roast in terms of plain coffee, but I always get the ridiculously expensive fancy drinks. And they were like, what? I went to Starbucks once for coffee, but they burn the beans, so no, I'm good. Yeah, that's been my experience with their regular coffee. I had it like once or twice, and I was like, never again. Their black coffee is gross as fuck. Haven't been back there since their anti-union activities recently. Anti-union thing is fuck. I mean, so my store is kind of like divided. Half people love the union, half people hate the union. It's just, I don't know. I don't really know how to speak on it. Unions can be a little bit overbearing sometimes, is maybe the term I'm looking for, though I'm not going to dissuade their importance. They're still extremely important. But at least our union has done some fucky things occasionally. Rumors of a missing boy, you say? Funny that you ask. It's a long shot, I reckon, but I overheard something the other day that might be of use. On my way to Mordsuk, I stopped over at the inn at Journey's Head. There I met an ailing mage. As the carers told it, he'd been ambushed by a sin eater and was separated from his child in the battle. Bloody hells could it be? If the sin eater that attacked that poor man was Phronesis, that would explain everything. This man you speak of, could he be my father? We must go to him at once. Agreed. I only hope that the man is. No, there's no point in presuming the worst. Let us make for the inn and see what the carers there can tell us. Pike's Place is their black coffee, which is the burnt one. Oof. Spess, if you can hear me, what coffee do you like from Starbucks? Because Spess only drinks black coffee. Okay, friends, time has come. Bye-bye. Froggo, bye-bye. Love you. Blonde roast it is. There you go. Froggo, I love you. If you're working, I hope you have a good day at work. Unions protect workers, something which, let's face it, a lot of people need in the States. Yes, that's another different thing, right? As I'm Canada. I am Canada, so it's a little bit different here. There's no security or protection, yeah. In the States, I'd argue it's more important than ever. There are some people of the mindset where they're like, they're done, like they're over the union and they don't want the union anymore, because they're like, oh, we already have like all these like workers' rights and blah blah blah, and it's like, yeah, but you only have them because the union was there to begin with, and who's to say those wouldn't disappear once the union's gone? It's hard to say. All this talk of holiday warm drinks has me hankering. Gonna go out for a snack? Absolutely. Looking for now, Tara. Thank you for such a warm welcome. Kuiper, I'm so glad that we met. I'm so glad that we met. I really love your energy and your personality. Hope you have an awesome night if we don't see you, and enjoy your drinks. My father is here, but this place is What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? You don't like it here? I just hope whatever we find here puts a smile on the poor boy's face. What's your problem? Oh. 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 I didn't realize where we were. I know what this place is. Oh. Hey, Todden. How you doing, buddy? How you doing, bud? Ah. How you doing, Pawnil? No! I'm sad. I'm sad. I don't know if that text was too small for you guys to read, but it said, Tesleen, really faintly. I hate it here. Those protections will absolutely disappear with the Union. Maybe not all at once, but they will. Exactly, Zuggy. Exactly. That bummed me out. Hang on, I need a second. Okay. Ho there! I hear there's a mage in your care who's lost his boy. Well, I do believe we have him right here. I fear there must be some mistake. The boy in question has already been found. This is him right here. Bum 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 ba. What? So it wasn't my father after all? This boy with you, he too has been separated from his family? Just so. We heard that a man here was looking for his son, and we just hoped... Alas, it seems it wasn't meant to be. But there are many people here, yes? Might I ask around to see if any of the others are my family? But of course, yet many of the people here are quite ill, and in many cases in considerable pain. It's not a place for a young child to walk around unattended. Indeed, it's not. Guess that means either myself or Sir here should accompany him. I'll bite the bullet. Aw, I'll go with him. The walk might help me, take my mind off things. Not a bad idea. If the lad doesn't mind, I reckon Tainer would rather be with someone of his own age. Bro, why is the caster story quest so sad? What the fuck? Take his mind off things. Speaking of which, how is the boy's father holding up? I fear the poor man has already departed on his journey. He's a man no longer. The child insisted upon staying by his father's side until the last. I permitted this out of respect for him, though part of me regrets the choice. None so young should suffer such horrors. Because fuck your feelings. When you're at a cutscene, another crafter gatherer mount if you haven't seen it. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Mac, hello! I'm here to ruin Terra's Dare. This quest is already beating you to it, Mac. This is why you don't talk to the NPCs here. He doesn't know about the healer quests. Or the Endwalker ones. I mean, I have Sage. We should maybe dive into those at some point. I was driving before, but I don't really like Starbucks personally. I also think their coffee tastes burnt. I usually go to a regional coffee place for expensive flavored coffees. There's a place, it's maybe like a 10 to 15 minute walk from us that is like, they have fantastic drinks and like oat milk alternatives and everything, but sometimes it's just a little too far, whereas Starbucks is literally 30 seconds from us, so we cave when we're lazy. Is Golsov Pepe laugh at you? Yes, always. Oh no, I come back from errands to this music. Becky, have you been trained yet to understand that this music means there's trauma happening on screen?
Emotional damage.
Because there's trauma happening on screen right now. It was some solace to learn that he has living relatives who reside at the Crystarium. In fact, I was just making preparations to escort him there myself. I see. Reckon we should also find someone to look after Tainer as well. Don't get me wrong, friend. I haven't given up on the prospect of finding the boy's family, but we have no other leads, and a deadly sin eater still on the loose. If the lad tags along with us every step of the way, he's far more likely to end up dead, or worse than to ever reunite with his family. Here's what I propose. We find someone to watch after Tainer for the time being, get back on the hunt, and gather whatever clues we can about his origins along the way. Is there not more we can do? I too wish there was something more we could do for the lad, but think of it this way. If we don't do something about the damned Sin Eater, who knows how many poor children will end up like Tainer. Look, I don't like this any more than you do, but it's the best we can do for the boy given our circumstances. At any rate, let's find him and share the news. Don't worry, it's my decision and I intend to take responsibility for it. Ooh, what is this one from? Crafting? It's got a little mallet. That's it, I'm getting me mallet. That is incredible. The little armband? Wait, this is an incredible mount. It's like Rathalos. It's like nerdy Rathalos. Because it's got like a little crafting bag. That's so cute. I really gotta level up crafting. Does it have a little hat on? Oh my fucking god, it has a little hat on. Stop. The hat is just placed on its horn. Her name is L2. Toe, maybe? And she's an artisan. I love her. I love her so much. It's from Custom Deliveries. It's adorable. I literally love it so much. Yeah, I gotta level crafting. I'm gonna have to keep doing Eureka grinding and crafting in my spare time. Oh man. You learned some Christmas songs. Good, Jolly. Practice them. Christmas is on the horizon. Mariah Carey, I think, is almost fully unthawed. It could be craft or gathering. Might as well do both, right? Hand in hand. Bad news, friend. Seems the two young ones got into a quarrel of sorts, and Tainer's up and run away. Oh my god, Tainer, no! Seems the lad mentioned how he'd come out of the hollows. The other boy put two and two together, figured he'd been attacked by a Sin Eater. Then I said, my dad was attacked by a Sin Eater, and then he turned into one himself. So I asked, what if you turned into a Sin Eater too? Tainer's face went all white. He kept saying, what do you mean? What do you mean? Over and over and over again. I couldn't take it anymore. Before I knew it, I was shouting at him. Shut up! Shut up! I bet you're turning into a Sin Eater already. Why? Why did I say such a mean and nasty thing? Don't be so hard on yourself, lad. Both of you have had a rough go of it these past few days. Nobody could blame either one of you for feeling a bit on edge. But we must hurry and find Tainer before he comes to harm. Let's split up. I'll search the west and you take the east, and be careful out there. He's fucking dead. He's fucking dead. You piece of shit. You piece of shit. You'll bring Tainer back, won't you? I just want to tell him I'm sorry. I'm sorry I was mad at you, forlorn boy. I'll find him so you can tell him you're sorry. I'm sorry I was mad. It's not your fault. You're a small child. You don't know what you're doing. Not the game instantly making me feel bad. Whew. And to listen to some songs so I can hear the pace of them, because it makes it easier to play them. Yep. Because usually with games like this, they don't really have it written out musically, so you don't know like the time to keep. It's just like, here's the button presses you need. Good luck. Tainer! He's surrounded by 3 Scorpios. The repair video I'm watching, after removing these 5 screws, the bottom of the machine will come off. Me tugging with the pliers? I think the fuck not. You've been lied to, Mac. I can't believe Tainer is now gonna actually turn into a Sin Eater. Why do they do that, Mac? Our cats do that all the time. Putting their toys in water dishes or in their wet food and making a mess. Him so scared. When I heard the clamor of battle, I feared the worst, but I see you have everything under control. Are you okay, lad? Forgive me. I don't deserve this kindness. No, you don't. That's what it looked like, shaking his head. They're trying to feed it. Wait, that's so cute. My cat is almost 15. She still brings a little catnip mouse toy to the food bowl with her. Oh, so on my heart. She never does this, but it's also a catnip toy, so it's probably her fault. As someone just said with the catnip toy that their cat has. So we get back to MSQ and proceed to a point where you have your hands up and are surrounded. My greatest regret is that I didn't take the smartass response. Don't make the same mistake as me. All right, I will always be smartass, Izagi. You've inspired me. I want to learn Under the Sea, but I don't listen to it often, so I don't know the pace. Time to go to YouTube. You'll find it. It's Rach. Hello. How you doing? Good to see you. Probably the catnip. That's what I'm thinking. They got to bring their drugs with them to their food. I was just so scared. I was worried about what would become of me if I never recovered my memories. And then I started thinking, what if I ended up like that boy's father? What if it's already happening to me? That's one matter you needn't worry yourself with. The carer who examined you told me as much. You suffered no direct wounds. You're in no more danger of turning into a sin eater than Sir or me. Is that so? That's good to hear, but I must apologize to that boy. I should have known better than to badger him about such things, especially after what happened to his father. Ooh, who hydrated me? Rage, thanks for the hydrate. Funny thing that, he was saying the same thing about you. You both have good hearts, lad. And you've been through more than any man should. There's no need to be ashamed about your feelings. There's still so much I do not understand about this world. Why does no one here know of me? Am I doomed to be alone for the rest of my days? Why? Why must it be this way? If only I could remember something. Anything. I'm so sick of not knowing who I am. I'm sick of being alone. What if he's from a different time? Because Phronesis would have been out and about for the past 100 years, right? Now it's your turn, Tainer, and do not be disheartened by your last attempt. Even the greatest of mages have known failure. Your command of magic is the equal of my own. If I can succeed, there is no reason why you cannot. Free your mind of worry and focus. Okay, hear me out. Everyone actually calls Terra's character Sir because they can't for the life of them remember his actual name. Like the old version of calling someone you. So everyone's like, hey, Sir. I can see it. Terrabellum's a hard name, let me tell you. Thank you, Nilebert. Nilebert? I shall try my best. Wait, whom's Nilebert? 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 Am I just drawing conclusions because of Ardbert? Wicked White, are you all right, sir? He's Bert, but with more Nile. Hi, Funkle. Thank you, Rando. That's what I was thinking, but I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to be dumb and wrong. Yeah, thank you. I was gonna say, is that not Phronesis? But I didn't want to look dumb in front of you guys, so I didn't say anything. I remember now. I was standing here on these blighted plains, my head hung low in shame. Then Nilebert turned to me with a smile and heartening words. Nilebert, why does that name sound so familiar? I reckon we've much to discuss, but not in this god-forsaken place. Let's head back to the inn and see if we can get to the bottom of this. Do 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 do. Dude, I love the Lala Waddle. That's one thing I'll miss. When and if we Fantasia, I'll miss the Waddle. I wonder if I should use my Chocobo. I like that it has Red Mage barding. And it makes me feel like I move fast. And maybe it could be like a Seto situation. Maybe the Chocobo will love us because we're using it. I do hope he'll forgive me. He will. He also wanted to apologize. Tainer, are you alright? I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said those nasty things. Forgive me for reacting as I did. I'm fine. In fact, I seem to have recovered some of my memories. Really? That's wonderful. Maybe you won't feel so scared and alone anymore. I'm leaving to go live in the Crystarium with my relatives. Promise me you'll come visit? I mean, after you get your memories back and all, of course. It's a promise. Until next time, my friend. Well, that's cute. You'll also have to miss Asahi folding in half to intimidate you. God, that cutscene is so good as Lala's. It's so good. My Chocobo clearly doesn't love me. I built that thing to tank and it doesn't keep the damn aggro. It's because of the aggro changes, Jolly, as we were talking about earlier. I love that some mounts are sized for the race, so while most folks get regular Chocobos, the small folk get the Chocobo equivalent of ponies. Yeah. There was a cutscene, I think we were on the Amaros, and we just had this little tiny baby Amaro while we were flying around. I knew you two would work things out. Now let's return to Mordsuk. We have more than our share of questions that need answering. Broom! Izagi a witch. Izagi a witch! Good thing we don't have to worry about seeing Asahi ever again. God, that was such a good death. What a morbid thing to say, but whew, deserved. Deserved. Fuck that guy. As I saw it, first you fainted all of a sudden, and when you came to, a portion of Tainer's memories had returned. What in the world happened out there? You're ruining a butter knife to get this bitch open? I mean, Mac, if you're like any normal household, you probably have like 30 butter knives anyways, that you use one. You use one or two, and then they end up getting washed before you touch any of the other 28. The power to look into the past, eh? And you're certain that what Sir described matches up with your recollection of the past. I don't know how to break this to you, lad, but your friend Nilebert was with you that day. He's no ordinary boy. He's none other than the very man who became Phronesis, one of those god-damned warriors of light. If he was just a young child in your memories, that means what you saw took place over 100 years ago. This is what I said. So he's not gonna have any family. Oh, maybe distant relatives, actually. Hang on. Oh god, that's gonna be fucky. Hey, distant relatives, here is your great-great-grandfather, Tainer. And he's like 12. Would that it were just a coincidence. Another boy with the same name. But no, judging from the formidable command of magic, we can only assume it was him. On the way back, I managed to recall some more about Nilebert and myself. We were taken in by a group of mages, a consortium of sorts. They were searching for a means to open a hole to another world, and were recruiting young children with high magical aptitude for the task. Nilebert and myself were the two they chose. You can't be serious, and yet that would explain the Sin Eater's ability to summon those damned hollows. And if you possess the same knowledge and training as Nilebert did, it could also explain why you were able to survive in there all that time. But I don't understand it. Why haven't you aged at all? I cannot say for sure, and yet my memories, they're slowly coming back to me. In time, I may be able to help you find a way to close the hollows. You'd be a lifesaver if you could, but don't overburden yourself. You're still recovering after all. In the meantime, don't worry. Sir and I will see that you're safe. Gotta go, Tara! We'll leave your stream open for the night. Hope you have a great stream. Necro, thanks for hanging out with us. I hope you have a good night. I thought Tainer was just a victim of the Sin Eater, to think he was actually friends with the man himself. Back when he was still a man. This can't be a simple coincidence. Yes, I'm convinced of it now. The child holds the key to defeating Phronesis. We must keep him safe and not let him out of our sights. Besides, look at how hard he's trying to recover his memories. I'm not so heartless as to kick the poor lad aside before he's figured matters out. But we can't very well rush things. You and I will continue to prepare for the battle ahead while waiting for the rest of Tainer's memories to come back to him. That is to say, if it's alright with you, lad. I'm so sorry. I couldn't possibly burden you any further. Look, lad, I've only known you a short while, but I can tell you've a good heart and a good head on your shoulders. Weed. Wait, I just realized you two are fellow Canadian. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I am also Canadian boy. Hello, hello. Yes, nice to meet you. May I join in the committing of these war crimes? These fuckers put a screw in a hard to reach spot. That's why we're committing war crimes. What are you taking apart anyways, Mac? I don't know if I caught that in chat. All I know is you're butter knifing it open. I can only begin to imagine the horrors you've been through, not to mention the fears and uncertainty you face even now. But I want you to promise me this. No more apologies. You're no burden to us, not in the least. You're a valuable member of our band, and as long as you're willing, I want you with us. Isn't that right, sir? Max taking apart the cat. Oh, your gifted espresso machine that stopped working. Wait, how recently was that gifted? I thought that was pretty recent. And you've now lost your screwdriver bit. Oh no! Rest in peace, Mac. I see. Also, Tainer's just Canadian, right? Tainer's apologized like 14 times. We'd love to have this representation in our video game. Thank you, Sarek. Thank you, sir. I will aid you in your quest in whatever way I can. Now that's more like it. We're counting on you, lad. Gifting was recent. Machine itself is fairly old. Gotcha. Oh, we can do the next one? Oh, we are level 76. Hey, let's do it. Good news, friend. Tainer here has told me that his memories are starting to come back to him. There's one recollection in particular he says he's eager to discuss with the two of us. Tell us, lad. What is it? As time goes by, memories of my earlier days return to me piece by piece. Nilebert and I were born to members of a great consortium of mages. From our earliest years, we were tutored in the magical arts by some of the realm's greatest scholars. The consortium's leaders sought to find a way to open a hole in time and space, a portal to other worlds from which they could summon forth beasts of great power. Nilebert and I were chosen to participate in the research. Summoning great beasts from beyond our world? You're a mage, sir. Is that even possible? Ooh, perhaps he speaks of void scent. That wouldn't be very good for us. 14 times? More like Final Fantasy 14 times. Get them. You found another one. Oh no, Mac, not like this. Void scent? Never heard of him. But I'll take that answer as a yes. Mages come up with the damnedest ideas, eh? And yet, I don't understand. Why ever would they use two young boys for such a dangerous experiment? The beasts our masters sought to summon reside in the planes most distant from our own. Reaching across such a great distance requires a tremendous store of innate ethereal power. And so our masters set about to breed the perfect mage. Marriages were arranged to wed the mightiest members of the consortium to one another, in hopes that they would bring forth children of theretofore unheard of magical aptitude. Finally, they succeeded. And so you were born, and Nilebert. Indeed, from even before we could speak, we were taught the complex incantations required to breach the boundaries between worlds. Wait a second. Is this storyline Stranger Things? Bum 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 bum. We practiced these spells day after day, night after night, and for what seemed an eternity, at long last we were deemed ready to attempt the summoning. And then tragedy unfolded. Sadly, the experiment ended in failure. The pull from beyond the rift was too strong to resist, and I was sucked into a hollow of my own creation. There I remained trapped, alone and adrift in that empty void, until Sir called me back to this world. Alas, over a century had passed since that fateful day. That's the one thing I still don't understand. If so many years have truly passed, why is it that you have not aged even a whit? I cannot say for certain, but I remember the words of one of my teachers. The rift is not unlike a border between countless worlds, a place that exists beyond time and space. If it is true that the rift exists outside of our concept of time, then it is all too possible that even seconds spent in that empty pocket could correspond to months, years, or decades in our world. So, what really, oh my god, that's even fuckier. For Tainer's perspective, it could have been that he was ripped into there, was there for like maybe a minute, and then was pulled out. Because the area that he went to was beyond space and time, right? Weird. And so you returned to us just as you were that day, even while over a century has passed for the rest of us. But why didn't Nilebert save you? Shouldn't it have been as simple as opening up another portal to the void while you were trapped? I fear that would be close to impossible. Opening the portal and reaching as far into the rift as we did required all of our energies to be focused in unison. So in losing you, not only did Nilebert lose his friend, he lost his only chance at saving you. Talk about being dealt a rough hand. Fear not, I have good news to share as well. I do believe I've managed to recall the incantations needed to summon and manipulate the hollows. Summoning beasts from beyond the rift is far beyond my powers, but I just might be able to seal up the hollows Furnessus so enjoys summoning. What say you, friends? Shall I give it a try? Guys, oh my god, I just had a revelation in this story. I think Furnessus, or Nilebert, in their state, was constantly summoning hollows to try and bring Tainer back. In their Sin Eater state. Much like the Huntress, that I can't remember her name right now, continued to hunt great beasts as a Sin Eater, I think Furnessus was still trying to bring Tainer back. I think that's why they were walking around opening up hollows. Furnessus wonders going, shall I give it a try? Welcome back, Warlord, by the way. Oh ho, now that's music to my ears, but let's not be too hasty. After all, the last time you tried to use this magic, there were some complications, to say the least. Yes, if we must take the necessary precautions before confronting Furnessus in earnest, let us meet outside the village where Tainer can test out his magic, safe from harm. I like that mount. I like that mount. Is that the Heavensward full collection mount? Give me Lo-Fi Desert. Give me Lo-Fi Desert. Oh, it's a Heavensward raid mount. Jolly, you were on the Ravana mount? That's the one I need. Terra's version of I like this tree. I like this mount, yeah. A little Lala and a T-Rex. Dang right, Shane, dang right. I got this from Eureka, I think. Was it last night? No, the night before. And I was like, T-Rex! And so now it's just my mount. Alex Savage. If you've got it unlocked, I can help you get it. I actually don't have it unlocked yet. Are there mounts from the Omega raid by chance? Since we're planning to do that next week. Oh, Duty's gonna call. Duty's calling! Jolly, I'm leaving the party. Yes, yes. need it. I need it. 4th floor of each tier has a mount. I need it. I need it. So 3 raids from Omega Savage. Gotcha. All the mounts only from Savage. Shit. I'm not a Savage Raider. Yet. Oh shit. He just casually... Wicked White, you did it, lad. Just casually ripped open a hollow. Okay. Oh, you can unsync it to them easy. Oh, okay. That's good. That's good to know. Sadly, I have not the strength to reach further beyond, nor keep the portal open for more than a few moments. No, I'll need to further training before I can face... He's right behind me, isn't he? Oh. Ah! Run! Well, no further training allowed. Fernessus, where in the hell did that bastard come from? Oh fuck. Oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit, oh fuck! Run! Serig! Damn it all, I'm too close! I can feel it pulling me in! No. No, Nalbert! These are my friends! You mustn't hurt them! Close it. Oh, thank God. Oh, he just moved it. You've returned from the Middle East, El Pili! Long time no see! How you doing? Tanner opening up holes he shouldn't be opening. Literally, shame. There's 2 from Alex. I need to start my mount collection. Doing very good, just glad to be home. Happy to see you. Dude. This is the second one we've seen. Are all the Lalas from the first looking like this? Because I love it so much. I love it so much. The dwarves are perfect. This isn't good. The cave-ins completely sealed off the tunnel behind us. We've no recourse but to press on without our companions. Yes, I love them. Oh, it's Ardbert. You heard her. Her? What'll it be? Whoopsies. I gave them a very masked voice. I suppose it falls to us to slay the beast and collect the bounty. Perhaps you and your band would care to take the lead. That's a her. Her. All dwarves have beards. Hell fucking yeah. It's the Lord of the Rings universe. Ha, spare me your japes. You've no intention of giving up your prize. Mind you, I too made a promise to my companions. A promise I mean to keep. Bah, I told you splitting up was a bad idea. If Brandon and Renderay were here, this second-rate spellcaster would be no match for us. Now, Silva, let's not forget who our true foe here is, Lamet. You're certain that if we slay this monstrosity, the cave-ins will cease. According to the miners, I'm giving it a much more femme voice this time, since they've given me the pronouns. Let's go, Lady Beard! I'll come by on Omega Mount. I'd love to see it, Shane. According to the miners, the beast was first sighted on the same day the tremors began, its very presence sucking the mountain dry of its ether. We dwarves know these caves as well as we know our own bodies. Trust me. And they call it a mine. A mine! Why is Tails' ass so shiny? Why are you talking about Tails' ass in my chat room? Save that for the Discord, okay, Panic? I might be a little rusty, Jolly, but I can solo Alex Savage on my summoner if you want them. Ooh. Mac! Nuked. Mac, I love you. It was Mac. Then I suppose we must make short work of it before everything comes crashing down. Too late, mods! He read it aloud. He's not banned, yeah. Hey, where do you think you're going? My apologies. I took your ceaseless prattling as an invitation to proceed on my own. Think yourself clever, do you? You've uncommon confidence to think you can fell the beast without aid. Answer me this. Why is it you are so intent on claiming the bounty for your own? The bounty? Why indeed? At any rate, unless you've a mind to stand around here until we all get crushed, we'd best be moving on, yes? Finally, something we can agree on, and so I have a proposal. What say we band together until our battle here is won? The tremors grow stronger. No doubt a cave-in is imminent. Let us vanquish the enemy with our combined strength and quit this place before it becomes our tomb. Did we use the Crimbus emotes? I don't think anyone's noticed the Crimbus emotes yet, Mac. Until the battle is won, then. After that, I go my own way. Something tells me, well, I mean, we know obviously that he ends up partying up with them. I think Ardbert's unceasing kindness won them over. You're gonna start Kenna Bridge of Spirits tonight. Ooh! In the coming battle, you will fight as Nilebert. Your aid is most welcome, Nilebert. Let us make short work of the beast and take our leave of this place while we still can. Indeed. So we have Ronkin Fire 3, deals damage of 430. We have Ronkin Blizzard 3, restores MP. Oh, okay. Okay, so yeah, he's basically, well, he's a black mage. The Lala disappeared? Oh, they're there. Hi, Lamit. Oh, you mean me. You mean me. Silva, wife. They're kind of perfect. They're kind of a little, I mean, give me white hair and I'm sold. Like, it's the reason my Lala has white hair. It's the reason my bun boy that I designed has white hair. I just love white hair so much. Okay, what else do we have? So we have expend our MP, gain our MP back, damage over time lightning, Ronkin Flare, takes all my mana, deals damage with a potency of 460 to target and all enemies near it. AoE. Okay. Okay, I think I get it. Oh, that did not do a lot of damage. And it ate all of my mana. Oh, it only took two, hang on, it only took 2 casts to give me my mana back. Okay. So is this how Black Mage controls normally? Vela's a low-level Black Mage and was talking about how she needs to alternate between fire and ice to manage mana. And that's a really cool mechanic, honestly. Also, this can go down a little bit now. Basically, yes. Very mildly. Okay. Everyone disappeared. We unalived them, Shane. Oh, unless you're talking about people waiting outside, because I think they went to go do Alex. Oh, the dot, thank you. It's literally giving me 4 buttons in the rotation. I'm like drooling. I'm like, how did this work? Thank you, Mac. That's a confusing thing to come into a stream with. Yeah. It's like, hello, I just met you. I don't know who this person is. What's this? It leads deeper within. We really should have asked for a map. Not that I'd have been much, not that it'd have been much use after all the cave-ins. The fuck? Yeah, that's a weird vibe to enter a stream with. Lightning! I mean, thunder! Silva just said, well, aren't you a big boy? To this Trudon. Silva, why are you getting so sexual with the Trudon? Do not lewd the Trudon. Browse, literally. Holy Jesus! Help! Help me! Silva! Oh, wrong can cure, thank you. Holy shit. Well, that was terrifying. Hopefully that little interaction there. Still think you could have managed on your own, mage? Perhaps it would have been more of a struggle than I expected. This is probably what showed Albert that he's like, maybe partying up is a good idea. The shade. That's him. He's the one who drinks of the mind's ether. All right, let's put this oversized bull out to pasture. Silva, Lamet, Nilbert, with me. My magics are yours for now. I will take the front. The battle is on. So wait, does this party have 2 tanks in it? Isn't Ardbert a warrior? And I guess Silva's a paladin in how she saved me? Lamet's a white mage. Double tank meta? Oh, it's the daddy. I didn't want to be the one to say it. I'm glad someone else said it for me. This Minotaur do be kind of fit though. Brendan is also a tank. What is this meta in the first? The meta's backwards. The tank queues must be horrendous. It summons others of its ilk. We should dispatch the small fry, and quickly. Vatican, thank you for bets. Oh, I didn't put lightning on them. This is embarrassing. There's lightning on none of them. I'm slacking. Oh, they're applying Vuln stacks on us. That should do it. Silva! I have Limit Break, but I'm kind of saving it if they summon 2 more. Oh, help me! Help me! I regret saying that. There we go. It did go off. It did go off. Don't worry about it. You absolutely tuned it out. That's the problem with keeping my redeems the same for too long. Sometimes my brain just like stops hearing them. So I gotta mix it up. Keep it dynamic. I know the minute I limit break, he's gonna summon more. Take cover behind those rocks. How do you get sounds to go off when redeems happen? Can't figure it out at all. Oh my god, what bot do I use? Why am I drawing a blank? Mix it up. I had to alt tab to check. Mix it up, bot. You can also use streamer bot, but I really like mix it up. It only took me like, dude, like 3 hours to understand fully. Mix it up, gotcha, yeah. Mac, you're doing your best. That's all I can ask. Not again! Help! Yeah, I'd say Mix It Up actually very easy to understand, Becky. Wait for me! That's it, I'm limit breaking. Artbert's down! Somebody res the tank. Duty complete! And there's tons of YouTube tutorials for it as well, Becky. Oh, he got the Ken doll treatment though. Unlucky. I mean, what? What? We've done it. Now to find ourselves a way out. Ruh-roh. The tremors continue, but why? The fiend has been vanquished and its ether returned to the mountain. We were wrong. No, it was not the creature itself that was causing the quakes. What is that? It's a dwarf fell. It's a female dwarf with a beard that looks like Vivi. Ah, yes. The crystal courses with nigh inconceivable power. A vast wellspring of ether accumulated over the ages. Yes, the beast was but a hungry creature drawn here by the stone, as was I. You had no interest in the bounty all along. The stone has been left unchecked for too long. The sheer volume of ether it houses now is so vast and overwhelming that it threatens to bring the entire mountain down. For how many years have I searched for it? This precious relic that could afford me the power needed to save my friend. I fucking called it. Dude, Nalbert's whole character motivation is just saving Tainer, including in Sin Eater form. The damages that these Warrior of Light Sin Eaters have been doing have just been like completely incidental in what they're trying to accomplish. You mean to take the stone from this place? But then, what would happen to the mountain? If the ether is not returned to the earth, it is but a matter of time until the mine collapses. The miners, those who live at the foot of the mountain, countless lives would be lost. There's no time. What can we do? Aw. Tainer, my friend. Damn it. Damn it all. The tremors have stopped. Tainer, pray forgive me. I promise you this, as long as I walk this earth, I shall never, never give up hope. Huh. The stone was yours to do with as you pleased, and still you chose the fate of many over that of your friend. In return for your sacrifice, I would make you an offer. Come with us, and let us join you in your search for a means to save your comrade. The life of an adventurer isn't an easy one, but I dare say you strike me as the sort who just might enjoy it. So, what say you? We'll travel the realm together and lend our strength to whatever unfortunate souls we encounter along the way. And who knows, before you know it, we might just stumble upon a way to rescue your Tainer. I would like that very much. Tainer, forgive me. I may have failed you today, but mark my words. For as long as I walk this land, I will not abandon hope. I will find a way to bring you back to us. But today I find myself in the company of new companions, and for now, I must lend them my strength, just as they lent theirs to me. I'm sad. Dude, I'm really sad. Sir, are you alright? Worry not, for Nessus is long gone. I launched a few arrows in his direction while it was distracted by Tainer's spell, and it just stole away. Anyhow, I'm glad you're awake and on your feet again. Come now, let's hurry back to Mordsuk before the bastard has had a change of heart and comes back for us. Dude, I'm sad. I am sad, boy. Oh, I've seen a couple people on this mount. Which raid was this from again, Shade? The Alex raids, I think you said? I am sad, boy. Fourth Omega raid, right. It was the Omega ones. Oops, all crying. I'm okay. That one in the ball with wings? Have I seen the ball with wings? Oh! Oh, that's so cool! Oh, that's so cool. Dude, I like this one a lot. Are you inside of it? That's sick. Oh, you're on a little chair when it's landed. That is so cool. I like that one a lot. How do I get this one? I need to start my mount collection. Oh. You have the backwards cap. Wait, is that the backwards cap? Oh, it is. I'm so jealous. Dude, I love the backwards cap so much. I love casual glams. Oh. Guys, I'm sad. Who was it that said this story quest was probably gonna make me sad? Perline. It was Perline. It was like, Tara, I'm pretty sure this is gonna make you sad. And it did. I wonder if Nalbert's gonna get closure even, like, because Titania had a little bit of, like, consciousness, or maybe not consciousness, but a little bit of personality, maybe consciousness. So I wonder if Nalbert, after being, like, cleansed of being a Sin Eater, if they'll get closure. It'll probably destroy me if Nalbert does get closure. I will probably be sobbing. Oh. Hi, Sirig. You're not sad, you're Terra. What? I'm a sad Terra. Shadowbellum. You really give us a scare back there, clutching your head in pain with a deadly Sin Eater in plain sight. Let me guess, you had another one of your visions, didn't you? white take me. So that's how Nilebert and Ardbert met up. Just goes to show you that in times of crisis, even the bitterest of rivals can turn fast friends. Now let's see if I have this straight. Nilebert made it his life's mission to save Tainer here. Knowing that his own energies wouldn't suffice, he went in search of a relic that would afford him the etheric power needed to reach beyond this world. And deep in the mines that day, he found it. Yet in the end, he decided to sacrifice the stone and his own cause to save the lives of the countless innocents who called the mountain home. So did he take his first step down the path of a hero, a warrior of light. So that's why he came back to this place, why he still summons the Hollows as he did so many years ago. Hi, Waffle. Aye, there could be no doubting it. Even now that he's become a City-Eater, bereft of memory, reason, and any sense of his own actions, the ghastly shell of what was once Nilebert still haunts the wastelands, searching for a way to bring back his old friend. I only knew him as a child, and the whole idea of Sin-Eaters and Warriors of Light, it was all so new to me. Even as the pieces came together, I could not truly believe that Nilebert and this Phronesis were one and the same. But when our gazes first met, standing out there in the wastes, in an instant, I knew it was without question. This was my friend, a friend who had been searching for me all these years. At last, I know what I must do. I must stop Phronesis, that my dear friend may finally find peace. Together we can do this. Thank you, my friends. In the battle, I was able to push Phronesis' hollow away from Sereg, if only a short distance. With more training, I'm certain I can learn to close them up entirely. After all we've already seen from you, I've no reason to doubt you. If you're game, so are we. Finally, some cause for hope, eh? But still, we must exercise caution. The last time the boy worked his magic, our foe showed up faster than you could save Phronesis. While this might be simple coincidence, the likelihood is high that casting the spell of itself summoned the Sin-Eater to us. You'd best avoid casting in any similar incantations until we've prepared for the final confrontation. I want you to stay close for now. Devote yourself to your studies and hone your skills to whatever degree you can in the safety of the village. In the meantime, Sir and I will redouble our training efforts as well. Should we succeed in finding a way to counteract the Hollows, it will come down to our firepower versus our foes. If we must be at full strength for the battle, lest we allow victory to slip between our fingers. Wah! Look at the little beetles! Dude, I need a massive mount collection. They have little beetle wings! Those are cute as heck. Tainer's Training Day. Level 78 required. Okay. We'll be back for you, Serig. For now, back to the Crystarium. Just got jump scared, then crunched by waters. Hell yeah. Ah! Somebody just landed. Pendants? Pendants. Whew. Party soon divided. It's got our boy. Our boy's right on screen. The manager of Sweets is in a cheerful mood. Good morning to you, sir. I do hope you are well rested. The Exarch and your companions are presently gathered in the Ocular. He asks that you convene with him at your earliest convenience. Proceed to the Ocular. Wide Vibe. Wide Vibe is the desert theme. Although this theme's not bad. I just love the night theme so much. If only there were a way to perpetually set it at nighttime.
Ah, there you are. You're just in time to welcome our guest.
Who? Oh, shit. It's Ranjit! No, it's not Ranjit. It's fucking Emmett. The gang's all back together. We ain't missing anyone. Excuse you, Gulsev? You're missing my girl? My precious girl? Ishtola? You fuck?
Please. Did I not explicitly tell you that we would be meeting again soon?
But like, this is just so soon. This is like we just met.
Lest you forget, I made you a promise. I have no intention of meddling with your mission. I come only to observe. Your Exarch friend in particular has piqued my curiosity. Summoning you all like that. Most impressive.
Sus! Emmett Silk joined your party without your consent!
You honestly expect us to believe you've come only to observe? Or that you might deign to lift a finger to aid our cause if called upon? Even if there were a sliver of truth in your words, I would never accept your help. Not in my darkest hour. Not after all the suffering your kind has wrought.
And it's just so fucking sus, dude.
So petty. I meant what I said and I said what I meant. Wage your war against the Sin Eaters. Put each and every Light Warden to the sword.
But no, hang on. Is he reverse psychologying me? Because it's working.
Prove yourselves heroes, brave and true, and I will be glad to embrace you as allies.
Why?
Allies worthy of bearing the burden of truth.
It's gonna be like, dude, it's gonna be like 5 levels from now. He's gonna be like, haha, you have killed the Light Wardens, and now the darkness is overflowing because you didn't balance it properly, and now there's no more light left. Or some shit, I don't fucking know.
Surely such a partnership would be preferable to yet another round of fisticuffs.
Fisticuffs. So kill him easy. No, he's not actually here. He's doing it with illusions. Unless he's actually here this time.
The olive branch wither and die.
Pity.
Pity. Well, let no man say I did not try, futile as it was. Though I suspect you will seek me out when you grow tired of making the same mistakes. Difficult decisions lie ahead of you. Decisions best made with the benefit of knowledge to which only the Eternal are privy. For now,
oh, that gamer posture.
My shadowy
he got that gamer posture.
Whatever you choose to do, make sure it's worth watching, would
gamer
you?
Posture. My shadowy vigil. Him spying on us, dude. Look at that gamer posture. What a gamer. What knowledge could he have? Knowledge of the calamity and the sundering and the original world that existed, and I don't know what else.
A vain attempt to make us doubt our chosen course, most like. As if we'd believe a word that passed his lips.
This is also what I was thinking.
Unless you think there is some truth in what he says.
A kernel, perhaps. Not one jot. I don't know, but if he crosses us, I'll make him wish he hadn't. No, we'll say a kernel, perhaps. I mean, he is an Eternal. This would just be like a blip to him, right?
If he simply meant to lead us astray, he could have done so without revealing himself. At least, not in the manner he did. It goes without saying that an alliance with the Ascians is out of the question. But since we have no way of knowing where they might be hiding, it seems only logical to press on with our mission, even if our enemy seems content for it to succeed.
Then let us discuss the Sin Eaters.
Okay.
I would begin by thanking you all for your efforts thus far. In striking down the Light Wardens of Lakeland and Ilmeg, you have accomplished more in your short time here than all of our forces managed in the last century.
That may be, but the Wardens of Calusia, Armarang, and Raktika remain.
Indeed, and their precise whereabouts are as yet unknown. Which is why I propose we divide our forces and conduct a systematic survey of each region. Once we have found our quarry, we may then determine how best to proceed.
Fair enough.
I'll take Armarang in that case. I know the lie of the land well enough.
If there are no objections, I will make for Calusia. I have connections there both in and around Yulmore that may prove useful.
They're just going back where they came from. But yeah, it would make sense that fucking she would want to go back to Armarang.
Then I would ask that you journey to Raktika. There you will find Y'shtola.
Yay!
With her assistance, I doubt the Warden will evade your grasp for long.
Is Y'shtola the conjurer you and Urianger used to talk about?
That's right, though we haven't spoken much since she left for the forest.
I fear I may be to blame for that. I had every intention of relaying the news of your arrival, but she is disinclined to speak with me.
Did you guys get into a fight?
You have visited her, have you not? Might I trouble you to...
Oh, Jesus, I almost dropped that.
It would be no trouble.
My thanks.
Cat
While
fight?
you are all out in the field, I shall be here attending to business. I had somewhat fancifully contemplated joining the search myself, but other matters demand my attention.
Fancifully contemplated? My, what a wordsmith you are.
What's that?
A missive from Lord Vorthry. He invites me to join him in Yulmore to discuss the recent conflict at Lida Luran.
He got invited to Smash? Stop. Oh my god. Tell me somebody's made an edit of this.
And? Did he even bother to offer any bait? It's obviously a
Did you
trap.
just ask me if I want sushi burritos tonight? Yes. Yes. I would love a sushi burrito. Hello? I'm so blessed. I'm so blessed. Hello? Hello? Sushi burrito! It's so good. Crystal Dark is ready to... I don't know, dude.
I should be surprised if it were not. Nevertheless, I must seize this opportunity to speak with him.
The arm is in the room.
A few words are exchanged.
You did not just call Spess the arm, Mac. You did not. Dude, I have half a mind to make this edit. I have half a mind to make this edit.
It is a risk I'm willing to take.
It would take way too long, like my S is for sloppy video, but it would be good. It would be good.
Master Alphino, might I impose upon you to accompany me?
Towers on the field! Ah! That's so good. You want Alphino? No. Are you insane? Wait, are you literally insane?
Of course.
Are they not still looking for the missing artist? Literally insane.
Then let us make ready. Safe travels to you all.
They're unhinged. Did Yulmore just stop caring about their missing artist, I guess? Alright, fine, whatever. Go to Yulmore then. Stupid ass. Stupid dumb. I'm gonna get your ass captured and I'm not even gonna feel bad for you. Because you're gonna get captured. Maybe I'll feel a little bad. I confess a great deal of my time in Calusia was spent befriending the people, but that is not to say I gave no thought to our primary goal. Once I've escorted the Exarch to Yulmore, you can be certain I will do all I can to discern the whereabouts of any warden that may still be hiding in Kaluja. And what about you? Are you gonna go back to that depressing encampment? No, not you! I didn't want you! I should be glad to apprise thee of Y'shtola's recent endeavors during our journey to Rak'tika. Please do. There's so many ruins scattered through Amareng, I'm honestly not even sure where to start. Miniphilia, how you feeling? At last I can finally meet Y'shtola. Bankard told me so much about her. Minphilia and I are no strangers to Rak'tika, but this is perhaps the first time we've bothered entering through the proverbial front door. Before you leave, I would make a request of you. There's a church, or rather, the ruins of a church, at Fort Job. Might I ask that you go there before seeking out Y'shtola? It was a place where people once gathered to worship the light. Alas, it has long since fallen into disuse. Yet within that hall there remains a tablet whose writing I believe may prove of use to Y'shtola. At the very least, such a relic would make a suitable gift for your reunion. A most considerate proposal. Very well. Ere we depart to Rak'tika, we shall journey onto Fort Job that we might secure this relic. Holds up letter. Boom! The Crystal Exarch Tower is on the battlefield. Insert lifeline here. What is... How come I've never seen this before? What does this do? Oh! Help! I don't want to be here. Help! How do I go? Okay. Yes, the launching point of all Shadowbringers hunt trains. Foot Job. No! Huh? This doesn't seem right. Send me back. That's literally the gates you had to throw wide. Turn around and go back. We're like, well, the gates are wide open. I guess we'll leave. Oh, I did need to use it again. There we go. I'm back. I'm back to save the first. Hello. Can I ever cure you? Wait. Oh, did I talk to you? Safe travels, sir. I pray that tablet and its contents prove of interest to Y'shtola. Okay, bye. Tyrannosaurus. The hell is this place? Where am I? What's going on? And then they flash fucking Hosherfont in my face and I cry again. Assholes. Alright, we're traveling to Foot Job. Dude, I forgot how purple Foot Job is. Holy shit. Here amidst these ruins, we will find the Church of the First Light, and within that hallowed hall, the tablet we seek. Time is of the Time is of the essence, my friend. Let us be quick. Law Guy's new hat. It's gonna ruin my fucking glam. Item level 403. Yeah. That's an upgrade. My hat? Ruined. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? What in the dentist visit is this fucking helmet? I'll allow it. Hang on, wait. What if it has a, Oh, it doesn't have a toggle visor. Also, Terry, you slacked out your job. You haven't even judged my main character's adventure play. Oh! You right. Coffee! Wait! Where's the barista glam? Jolly, fix it. Jolly, fix it. You should be in the barista glam for this photo. No, I like it though. I like it though. What in the dentist visit? It's like one of those like, not retainer. What's the word? What's the fucking, you know what I'm trying to say. You guys understand me. You get me. Head brace thing. Yeah, Villar gets me. Headgear braces? Yes. The fucking headgear, F that shit. Dude, why is Eorzea so fucking built? Wait, was he always like this? Okay, now his arms look small, but when he had them up, dude looked like he's been lifting. He's been studying the stars and the fucking gym, dude. What the hell? Wait, did you actually have to wear the headgear before, Mac? He caked up, not caked up. He beefed up. He came to the first and really said, yo, stars, cool. So's the gym, while studying the stars. At the height of Lakeland's prosperity, these sites served not as man's final bastion, but as testament to his ingenuity and architectural prowess. Your sister had headgear? Oh no! You had to wear it all. Braces, bracers, expanders, rubber bands, headgear. Oh my god, Mac, I'm so sorry for past Mac. My search info messages, why are we here? Just a buffer? The Church of the First Light was responsible for many such marvels, building majestic chapels in every corner of the realm. Alas, the flood with its inexorable tides would drown nigh every one, and did all but put an end to the religion as a whole, for the creatures which then did rise from that fulgent deluge were seen as agents of divine punishment, sent to devour sin and sinner both, whence came the name of Sin Eater. The people were lost, seemingly forsaken by their god. Yet where there is light, there hath ever been shade, and 'twas in the dark they sought solace. The most devout of these worshippers of shadow did then migrate to Raktika Greatwood, but is a tale for another time. For now, let us find what remaineth of the chapel here. Fixed it for me? Let me see. I'll be the judge of that. Perfect. Perfection. It's a 10 out of 10 for me now. Why are we here? Just a buffer. Oh, where am I? Up this way. Oh, where Thancred is. Thancred, hold my hand. Hold my hand, Thancred. Despite their architectural prowess, I can make neither head nor tail of anything in this place. You would think the remnants of a church would be more conspicuous. Dude, it's been literally destroyed. What do you mean? It's been literally destroyed. Rude ass. I love it. I love your shoes. I like the boots. What boots are these again? Street high top shoes. I need them. 'Twould be most unusual, but mayhap the hull was built below ground. Oh. Udon noodles are thick noodles, yes. Thick udon noodles are supposed to be thick and a little bit chewy. God, I fucking love udon, by the way. Probably my favorite kind of noodle. Udon is just so satisfying. Same set as the backwards hat and the crop jacket / crop top. I need that backwards hat, dude. And those boots. I need them. Had an idea for a hide and seek game in 14 Terra. If I turned on the hide HUD, it would work better. Aye, this is indeed the church we seek. It's surprisingly intact. What little is left of the churches I've seen until now has always borne the scars of decades of disuse. Its subterranean construct hath done much to protect the hall from the ravages of time, yet the reason for its remarkable preservation may be deduced to its decoration. As faith in the light did wane, so rose reverence for the dark, and its followers did want for places of worship. To be plain, the standards which do adorn these walls belong not to those who built them, but to the worshippers of dark, the Knights Blessed, who subsequently migrated to Raktika, yes? Indeed, 'twas beneath the shaded boughs of the Raktika Greatwood that they finally found sanctuary. Oft and many times did Yulmore make spurious overtures of friendship unto them, but they are no fools.
Squidward, he makes me moist. Moister than the mostest Krabby Patty. Dripping wet. I dream of his tentacles all over me.
Bargy! Bargy, hello, thank you for the 100 biddies and the absolute cursed messagery that accompanied it. Oh my gosh. No. No, says Izagi. And the seeker has to look around the zone to find the hiders. Oh, we pick a zone. Everyone hides their HUD. Yeah. That would be fun, Jolly. Vel. The fucking weird stare. The Exarch knoweth full well that Y'shtola, in her seclusion, doth labor to learn all she may of the blessed and their past. 'Tis why she sent us here. Now I see. Or I now see. The tablet of which he spoke no doubt provideth a glimpse into the history that she so yearneth to comprehend. Well then, we'd better hurry up and find it. You know what, it doesn't matter if udon noodles are thick or thin. After Barky's TTS, I yacked them up. Not sorry, I'm laughing a lot. How could you do this to SpongeBob? To poor little SpongeBob. Fuck your sunglasses. Search your surroundings for the tablet. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out, target an area, and inspect it with left click. Where's Waldo? You! Thancred, you're the tablet. Can anyone tell me what this infernal tablet even looks like? Eorzea, you're the tablet. Were the tablet a fragment of Holy Scripture, 'twould most assuredly rest here on this altar. Yet this would, I presume, also have been where the blessed place of the font of seeing used in the practice of their faith. Whither then would they have set the tablet? Honestly, I'm surprised I don't get timeout like ever in any stream. It's because we know you're playful. Barky, you're smart in that you only do it in places that know you. You know, we know you're not a creep. I can barely see my hand in front of my face. If only that torch were a little closer. We will find book. What if book flying? What if flying? What if inside the fire? It's going to be inside the wall, isn't it? Oh! I'm so good at Where's Waldo. You have located the Time-Worn tablet. Oi! I found it! Within the altar, thou sayest? Huh? What? Why is there a mini Eorzea right here? Rando, is this yours? Come collect your child. Oh, it is yours. Come collect your child, Rando. It has abandoned you. I'll pet the mini Eorzea. Oh, on your screen she's next to you? She got bugged. Naught escapeth thine eye, 'twould seem. This is indeed the tablet we seek. Curious, these engravings predate the Knights Blessed. If I'm not mistaken, they are writ in the script of an ancient empire of Ronka, whose capital once stood in the midst of what is now Raktika. 'Twill be no small matter to decipher them. A fine gift for our seeker of truth. 'Tis plain the Exarch understandeth Y'shtola only too well. But come, let us quit this place and make ready for the journey into the woods. Y'shtola! Into the dark. I'm so excited. Dude, I'm so excited. It took 4 levels to get to Y'shtola. Ere we depart, there's a custom of the Knights Blessed which I feel compelled to elucidate. As one might expect, they deem the light to be abhorrent, and everything it touches befouled. Thus do they take the utmost pains to protect all they can from its taint, including their very names. They speak plain. It is the belief of the blessed that one's own name must ne'er be uttered in the light of the everlasting day. Yet this commandment precludeth not only the use of another's. Thus do parents protect their children, and in rare cases, masters of their disciples. So it is that Y'shtola hath taken on the name of Master Matoya. Okay, in the trailer, Urianger calls her Master Matoya, and I was like so confused, but now it checks out. It's because that's just the moniker she's taken. Lest we offend them, I bid you speak not her true name in the Blessed's presence. With that in mind, let us speak with the guard who keepeth vigil at the Great Wood's border. Dude, I hope it lets me pick a moniker as well. I just came here to pet you. I just came to pet you really quickly before we go. Can't call her Y'shtola in broad daylight. It would be bad. I will not. Or maybe I will. I'm feeling like a little bit of a renegade. Do 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 do. Like when I tried to give one of the, what are they called? The Numo? Or the Monu? No, Numo. When I tried to give them 3 of the things that they requested 2 of, and they had like a fucking freak out. Call her Y'shtola during the day and Mommy at night. Oh! Well, see, the obvious solution is just going to be we kill the Light Warden in the region, and then everyone can be like, oh, it's nighttime. We can talk about our real names now. And then it'll be a happy conclusion where everyone learns their best friends' names. Because it is eternally day, so therefore, they can never speak of their names. I see your outfit, and I raise you a hood. A hood instead of a helmet. I like my Reaper clan. Boy. Well met, traveler. What business brings you here? Yes, of course. Right this way. Into the woods!
No matter how far he goes, man cannot resist looking back on the path he has walked.
That was so quick.
Stories and secrets of the past.
It did not hesitate.
Than the promise of tomorrow.
Lie! Instantly.
And so he braves the forests of Raktika in search of mystery and wonder. Of Ronka, to which all seekers of hidden truths are inevitably drawn.
I thought it would like take a little while to build us up to the Lahi. No.
We have arrived. Vast though these woods may be, they are, by and large, uninhabitable. Not so the swamps of Cydia, however, whose sparse foliage permitted man a foothold.
Holy shit. You are incorrect, my dear friend. Emmet! Fuck off! Oh, that gamer posture. I love him.
No lands must remain beyond our grasp. Go forth, conquer, rule.
Forgive me. A sudden pang of nostalgia for those halcyon days.
It's all
exploring virgin territories, subjugating primitive peoples, all for the glory of Garlemald.
If you've brought your ivory standard, I'll be happy to tell you where to stick it.
Can we not simply take a moment to enjoy the view together? Or would you rather I spied on you from the shadows? Much more of this, and I may very well begin to regret my show of good faith.
I vibe with Emmett so much. They're such a well-designed character.
If you really want to stay, then help us fight.
Oh?
No, I think not. I am an observer, nothing more.
No. I love him.
Even shielded by the shadows of these boughs, I feel the light's presence most keenly. To accompany you is taxing enough. To fight is out of the question.
No.
I will suffer your company if I must, but not your commentary.
I am Valk. I am. I was pretty much from the first moment that I met them. Making big progress today on the story? Yes. Next week, when we return to 14, we're gonna do the Omega raids, because I want to get some raiding. I want to get some raiding in. His VA said in an interview he had an absolute blast playing him. Just like, hey, be a quirked up white boy that is also in fact goated with the sauce. And he was like, bet. What is it now? Do you expect me to regale you with friendly banter? Oh, very well. I will humor you this once. You may consider it my latest act of good faith. Come on then. What do you wish to know? Woo! Why choose this form here in the first? Well, what a curious question. Mortal flesh is but the vessel into which we Asians pour the elixir of our souls, molding it as fits the occasion, or not, if we so choose. Be it for a year or a millennium, I prefer to retain the same form until my duty is done. So, after everything here in the first, I fashion some hapless body into the man you see before you. Though, as your friend over there can attest, there are those of us who forego such alterations. He was ever the rash one, La Habrea, jumping from vessel to vessel, never heeding the toll it took on him. Wow. Hey, Amatera Selk! Hi, Kyo! Every time you come off the mount, it will play Lahi! Mount music, all you will hear is Lahi. That's so funny. I didn't even notice it until I saw it from the side perspective, but I animated. You are animated like Emmett Selk. Nice. Aw, that's all the dialogue he has, okay. Thancred is so fucking madge. If you've nothing to ask me, why are you still here? Don't you have wardens to vanquish, a realm to save? If he never opened his mouth again, it would be too soon. Yeah, Thancred fucking so mad at Emmett. Thancred has told me of the Asians and what they have done. If he isn't willing to help, is it wise to let him stay with us? I don't think we have a choice in the matter, Minfilia. Lahi! Just wanted to say hi. Tomorrow I have to get up early. Kyo, it's good to see you. Have a good sleep. To display in our Asian counterpart meaneth to follow wherever so we lead. Were it otherwise, he would not suffer the overabundance of light in these woods. Verily, it pervadeth every corner, and so as long as the Light Warden remaineth, the Sin Eaters shall be free to prey upon these lands without surcease. If naught is done, 'tis but a matter of time before the blessed succumb. 2 years past, a swarm of Sin Eaters did lay waste unto their largest settlement, killing a great many of their priests in doing so. Though some few did survive, they know not how to go on, wayward souls in want of a guiding hand. For a mercy, Y'shtola hath provided that which they sorely needed. They have since endeavored to restore their home, and thither shall we bend our steps, to Fort Gone. Levitukio! We're gonna buy Emmett Selk cosplay? Dude, if I can find a cheap one, I will fucking Emmett Selk cosplay. Are you kidding me? Nice elephant. Guys, I have to pee. We have to take a pee break. Is everyone cool? Is everyone good if I go? I should refill my water while I'm at it. Everybody go pee, okay? And then we'll come back to Lahi. Chad's gonna lose all composure every time Lahi plays. I will. It's too powerful. And it's actually kind of a bop, which is embarrassing. Like, that I like it. You're gonna be hearing Lahi a lot, yes! Alright, I'll be right back. Only 20 minutes of digging? I mean, what is happening? I'm panicking so hard. Oh! Oh! Don't, you mother. This is my favorite version of Leon, an impressionable, innocent cop. I swoon. Isn't it precious? I did not care for him in normal clothes, but the minute he put on the outfit, I was like, okay, all right, I can get behind it. and under it and other things. Wink. Shit. I'm gonna have to go into my personal shit. I'm gonna have to go into like pictures. Into my porn folder. into my porn folder. Don't fall on my okay, good. Oh, don't fall on my We're free!
You again?
Oh my fucking god! There we go. Schmoovin'. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. That's the ticket. What? Okay. Brush made from wife daughter hair. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. Good lord! Can I close that? I want to close that. This is how I die. I'm just panic gunning at this point. He was a ghost. He was a ghost. He was a ghost. We're just gonna place one right between the eyes. Shiny. Echo! Thank you for emeralds.
Sound alerts aren't working for me, so pretend this is a realistic knocking
Okay,
noise.
okay, here we go. Let me hang on. Give me a second. Knock, knock, knock. Oh my god, Echo. Oh, Jesus. Did I sell it? Did it work? Did it, was that good? Did you get the dopamine? Did you get the dopamine? Get a dog and dog cam? I can't believe I'm getting a dog just to milk it on stream. Oh god, hang on, the phrasing of that? Hang on, the phrasing? I meant as in like, oh no. Bye, bye, bye everyone. Oh no, that phrasing was not okay. Goodbye. See you guys next time. Bees. I see Kitty. I'm not confident that we can get Kitty without murder. Please don't die, please don't die, please don't die. You died. Oh, you died. Lahi. I'm back. I am back. Okay, we're on the hunt for Y'shtola. So guys, I have some candy beside me. One of my coworkers gave me like a cute little like candy bag of basically like nostalgic candy that is not very good. Oh, thanks for the hydro, by the way, Jolly. And I kind of wanted to trigger all of my US viewers by eating some come on, focus in on it. You know you want to. You know you want to focus on it. By eating some rockets on stream. Just looking to eat some rockets here. Some tasty, delicious rockets. Those are Smarties! Not here for long, but hi. Hi, Paragon! But then I realized in order to like do the bit and actually eat the rockets, I would have to eat chalk. And then I was kind of like not about it anymore. So instead I'll just wave it in your faces and be like, guys, look at these tasty rockets. Ooh, yeah, delicious. Very good. Very good for you. Those are fizzers? No. Don't tell me there's another name for them. Stop. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna frickin' lose it. Fizzers. Okay, fizzers look similar, but I think they're different. Wait, no, they look the damn same. There's another name for rockets other than the incorrect US name of Smarties? What the fuck? Hola, you made it to Lahi! I missed so much! Cedric, the VODs are always there for you if you need. I will one day upload every single one of them to YouTube as well, so they'll be immortalized on the VOD channel. But for now, we're enjoying Lahi. Sorry, I'm still Big Terra, I didn't mean to be. The packaging is the same too. Yeah! So, okay. So in the UK, I'm going back to Big Terra. In the UK, these are fizzers. In the US, they're Smarties. And in Canada, they're rockets. What happened with this brand of chalk? How did this brand of chalk get 47 different names? Can somebody do a long thought out like video about this shit? Also, while I'm digging into this candy, is this a universal experience? Do you guys have these in the US and other places of land? These little candy sticks, and like you pull them out and you're like, ew, those, they're so gross. You pull, there's literally two. There's literally two in here. And you pull them out and you're like, I'm smoking. I'm smoking. Guys, I'm smoking. The white sticks, yeah. You guys have these? US candy sticks, but they're not about Popeye? Wait, they're not specifically Popeye brand? That's why I love this coworker. The coworker brought me like all the oldest candy in the world. Like, not it's actually old, like they still make it. What the hell is it? Hang on, come on camera. You can do it. Double lollies? These things, all, okay, you know what I'm realizing about old Halloween candy? It's all just chalk. It's all chalk. Like every single thing in here is chalk. You love these too? Ew, what the hell? Ew, why did they include this? It's all old candy except for this. Then they just threw in Skittles because they're like, well, I guess he should have something nice. Oh, shit, I didn't even see this. Oh, this is so cool. You want to see Canada's Monopoly money? Come on camera. Come on camera, you can do it. You can do it. There we go. Look, it's a Canada dollar. He's a loony. But, joke's on you guys. It's not actually a loony. And you guys, I know Americans for sure would not have these. Yeah. Inside this loony. Ta-da! It's chocolate. It's a chocolate loony. Boop, boop. Look how cute. Look how cute. You guys have chocolate coins too? But are they loonies? Are they loonies though? Don't think so. It's cute. I'm going to eat it. Ow. It's not very good chocolate. It's not very good chocolate. I'll tell you that much. It's okay. It's not very good though. The chocolate is not, I should not have put the whole thing in my mouth. I did not sign up for this. They really aren't. Skittles slap. I love Skittles. Friend in high school got bored in class, crushed up a pack of Smarties and tried to inhale, suck it up, coughed immediately, ended up in a cloud of chalk dust. Oh no. Tara, have you ever had Necco wafers or Necco sweethearts? I might need to see a picture of them. Necco wafers. Hi Buckma, by the way. Buckma, when did you get here? Necco wafers. Oh. No, I don't know if I have had these. What the heck? Canada was one of the first results for the search. I don't know if I've ever had these. I don't even recognize these at all. Lahi, I like how we have the Lahi music going on in the background while we're talking about candy. Teacher was angry, obviously because they just exploded dust everywhere. You can tell it's cheap chocolate, 100%. Whew, they can be British pound depending on where you find them. That's so cute. You bust the coins in half so you don't have to dig at the edges. That's so smart, Belle. I should have done that. You don't definitely have those. Cheapest Halloween chocolate, not counting Tootsie Roll. Oh! Speaking of Tootsie Roll, this is also in here. Dude, what else is in here? Oh, this is creepy. Hello, would you like nondescript lollipop? No marking, no, wait. It's a pumpkin. It's pumpkin. Okay, all right, I forgive it. What else is in here? Ooh, old lady candies. Old lady candies, look guys. The things that they put in their little like candy jars. Nondescript, no branding, just hello, here is apple. Here is banana and strawberry. Info about the Smarty vs. Rockets got lost fast in chat. Type it again, Izagi, type it again. I've missed a couple chats. Oh, I made a mess. The strawberry ones are pretty good, yeah. I actually like the strawberry ones. The other ones, banana, it's gonna taste like cough syrup. Grandma strawberries, exactly. Doing a bit of having different candy sweets at the same different countries. It's weird how their names get lost, but the candies remain. Freddos are the British classic. Freddos. Candy? What is this? Wait, this looks familiar. Do we have this in Canada? Canadians? Have you ever seen Chocolate Frog? Do we have these? Why does it look so familiar? You have not? Why does this look so familiar to me? Cadbury Dairy Milk? I come back to Lahi. Lahi! Welcome back, Viola. Boop. Free chew slaps. Because it fucking did, it was an outrage, so the prices did actually go up of them. So what you call rockets originated in the US as Smarties. They renamed it when they branched to Canada because Nestle already had a chocolate called Smarties. Yes, so that is it's like M&Ms. Smarties are kind of like M&Ms, per Wikipedia. So because we already had a Smarties, they completely rebranded in Canada. That's interesting. Huh. Used to always be 5 pence, question mark? Now it's 25 pence, question mark? I don't know what the P stands for. I'm not good with currencies. Yes, so Tara knows the chocolate Smarties. I love them, dude. I didn't realize how tiny my Tyrannosaur was. Don't ever talk to me or my dad ever again, okay? Pence, yeah, okay. 5p is like 5 cents, gotcha. Although with the Canadian dollar being so weak, 5 pence is probably like $1 Canadian. It's not that bad, but the Canadian dollar is fucking weak, dude. Whoa, what is attacking me? Hello? What are you? Tomato. It's tomato. Wait, is this a tomato? Hang on, I want to kill this thing. It's a tomato. And it killed Lahi. Oh, that's an AoE. Sushi burritos closed. What do I want instead? We did pizza really recently, so I don't want pizza. What do I want? Guys, what do I want instead of sushi burrito? It's a salsa danger noodle. You had a migraine, should have ordered it earlier. I'm not that hungry right now, Spess. You're good, you're good. Dude, I'm gonna talk to Emmett every single time I see him. I love his gamer posture. It's so relatable. Taco time or Wendy's? Aww. I could actually go for Wendy's. How's the story so far? Loving it. I'm loving it, Viola. We took a little break to do the roll quests, I think they're called. And that was great. Rando, bring yourself closer. This glam is amazing. I love your hat. Come to me. Come to me. Yes, very good, very good. Ew, I don't like your eyeball staff. but I love your hat. Is that the Matoya hat? Dude, I love this. What do you want for Wendy's? Don't they have like a spicy chicken something or other? Tara making me nostalgic over candy. So I love this coworker because almost every year she gives me a little bag of just like chalk. Like of chalk, like chalky candies. That's just pure nostalgia in a bag, and I love her so much. Any other channel that was walking right into into a Wendy's joke? No. Oh, the Matoya hat isn't dyeable, so you have to work around it, eh? Dang. I mean, Rando did a fucking great job. This is a 10 out of 10 glam. Well, where is this friend of yours we've come to meet? Matoya? I mean, Ishtola? Spicy chicken it is, thank you! We both know how Eorzea enjoys painting pictures with his words, but he did not exaggerate about this place. Eorzea said they were rebuilding, but there's no one here. It's fucked! Oh, I didn't talk to it. Wait. I didn't talk to Eorzea. Something's afoot. Something's afoot. Right before we started it. Lahe. Why do I love it so much? It's like so silly, but I actually really like it.
I see little sign of recent activity, nor hath any meaningful progress been made with the reconstruction. Mayhap Y'shtola sought shelter elsewhere. Come, let us quit this place.
Top Wendy's choice! Let's go.
Now, surround them!
Blessed leader! He's a catboy. Well, he's not a catboy. He's a cat man. Cat dad. Lion boy. He's kitten. Hrothgar. I know what a Hrothgar is. I was trying to think of a cuter name for them.
These senators, they're not like the others.
He has such a cute voice.
There's a reason for that. Lower your weapons, please. We mean you no harm.
Hi, Neon. Not the cat boy.
They can speak?
Cat
It's
man.
a Sin Eater trick. They mean to kill us all.
Oh, I'm supposed to be sassy here. Smartass. Kupo?
That will seem a lot less amusing when we are forced to kill them.
Tancred really got mad at me for that one. Well, way to go. Now we have to fucking kill them, he said. Oh, man. Kupo?
Oh, for the love of... I had hoped that by accompanying you, we might come to understand one another. But all I have come to understand is that you have a knack for inflaming the natives.
Hey, I'm getting called out!
You've committed the cardinal sin of boring me. And so, I retire to the shade. Good luck.
Dude, fuck Emmett. I love him, and I don't like him.
There! Did you see that one disappear?
I think I preferred La Habrea.
That's... holy shit. That is to say a lot. Considering the fact he was literally fucking possessed.
Runard, report.
Matoya!
Master Matoya!
I dropped a video for you in Gaming Central. We'll watch it after this cutscene. Is it relevant, I hope? Hi, bestie! Dude, what are these green earrings you got going?
We apprehended them as you ordered, but are you certain these are Sin Eaters?
This fit on her is so good.
The intense light of the ether I saw was unmistakable. If not Sin Eaters, then what?
If not Sin Eaters. Right, she can't see. She's only seeing our ether.
'Tis passing queer that Y'shtola should mistake us for the enemy, is it not?
Quite queer indeed.
Mayhap it have been too long since last she beheld the radiance of thine ether.
Runar so cute. Runar best boy. That was the Catman, right? Oh, it's musically relevant. Okay.
Master Matoya, hath time truly made strangers of us?
Dude, you know what her outfit looks like?
Eorzea, Thancred. And this is Minfilia of the First, of whom you spoke before.
Her outfit reminds me of the goth wife in one of the Final Fantasies. 10? Did she like Muggles? I never played. I've only seen images of them, right? But her outfit really reminds me of a goth Lulu. That sounds right? Lulu from 10, thank you. Okay, yeah, if more than one of you are saying it, then I must be right. But that outfit looks really similar. Winners don't hesitate. You gotta shoot your Stola. You can get her outfit in the Mog Station. That's it. I'm switching genders.
Just so. And knowing as thou must that we come in peace, might I prevail upon thee to have thy comrades lower their arms?
First explain this other presence in your company. The one I know not.
But you do know me.
There is but one manner of creature in this world whose ether is suffused with such an abundance of light.
Mine apologies, Master Matoya, but thou art mistaken. Before thee standeth our dearest comrade, the truest hero among us.
Lulu's outfit is like 300% boobier. Mommy? Sorry. Boobier. Lulu is truly breasting boobily in Final Fantasy X. It is for now at least, female only, but soon.
Though he is but recently arrived here in the First, not one but 2 Light Wardens have already perished by his most puissant hand.
Her expression was everything.
It cannot be.
Her expression change was absolutely everything. That was so cute. Oh, what do I say? Nice to see you too, Master Matoya. Puissant.
Master Matoya?
Why do I feel emotional over this reunion? I think it was her reaction. It was too cute.
Lower your weapons.
But I feel like wispy. I feel emotional.
Forgive us this hostile welcome. Come. I would give you a proper introduction to Raktika and its people.
Kupo? Instantly! I'll never get over it. That she should imagine him a stranger. That ended a lot better than it might have, no thanks to Emmett Selk. I didn't expect her to be so imposing in person. By the way, Lahi! You've been busy since arriving in the First, I gather, but I would hear the tale of your travails in more suitable surroundings. With Fort Gone yet to be rebuilt, the Knights Blessed have made their home in a settlement to the northeast. I will await you at its entrance. Follow the path through yonder gate, and you will find me soon enough. Yeah, she's definitely not breasting boobily enough in that outfit there. It's so threatening. Why are they just standing there? Why are they just standing there on the? It's giving T-pose. Oh, it's because they're doing some sort of stance. It's giving T-pose energy, and it's frightening. Holy shit. When you want to get into heaven, but God says, Lahi. I'll be bark. 6 full turkeys. Pluck of the draw. Dude, whoever named Fates clearly was having a blast naming Fates. Hello, father? Hello, father figure on the motorcycle? I'm pleased that they still display her name as Y'shtola, not Matoya. There you are. I was beginning to worry. Much like the Twelves would, this forest has a way of dealing with those who stray too far from the beaten path. But I digress. Let me show you the home of the Knights Blessed. What is that chair mount? Ooh! I like the red candles down here. Ooh. Up. Let me first attune and talk to the Amaroki. God, I just gotta get every job to 80, and then I can have an Amaro of my own. Anytime Terra is in a cutscene, we should attention in a circle around him. Finally, a place to rest. Have you seen such a tree? To think these are only just the roots. Oh my god. Oh, I did not realize it was like that. That's cool. To make their home here, and so swiftly, would surely have required no small amount of ingenuity. A most impressive feat, wouldst thou not agree?
Slitherbough is the largest of the blessed settlements. They worship no gods, instead revering darkness itself. It is a curious kind of faith, but one which has granted them the strength to persevere in the wake of the flood.
That's so good, Jolly. What a weird bow.
I hope you weren't expecting a grand feast by way of welcome. They are a simple people. Now, I would hear of your travels away from prying ears. Come.
Lala Walk is just too powerful.
I see. And now you seek the Light Warden of Raktika.
Yes. Dude, the people of Raktika are going to be so fucking happy.
I arrived in the first, I too relied upon the Crystal Exarch for guidance. But his penchant for secrecy and the telling of half-truths soon lost him my trust. And thus did I strike out on my own.
I also have this problem with the Crystal Exarch. If friend, then why secret?
My
if
work
true friend,
led me here to the forest,
why secret?
Which I've come to know like the back of my hand. I cannot say with certainty where your quarry is hiding, but I am confident I can narrow the search.
Well, go on then.
Narrow away.
Some few thousand years ago, this forest stood at the heart of the Empire of Ronka. A great many relics of that civilization can still be found to the east in Ixmaya.
Aztec looking ass.
Or rather, could be found, were the area not fiercely guarded.
Wait, Ixmaya? Are these the Mayans? It's the 14 equivalent of the Mayans? If I had a nickel for every time I saw a female character in a bikini and a dwarf helmet with a funny name, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. Hey, they know what they like, Jolly.
Ixmaya, you see, is home to a tribe of warriors whose lineage is said to date back to the time of the Empire. Any attempt to enter their territory is met with lethal force.
Warriors?
They offer no warnings.
In these
no
heels?
To escape.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Warriors in these heels. Their foot is fucking vertical. Ow!
Needless to say, my every attempt to survey the area has been thwarted.
My feet hurt just fucking looking at them.
They're full knowing none may approach it for fear of these protectors.
You're just jealous you can't. Yes, I am, but also ow.
As for the tablet, I find the timing of its discovery suspiciously convenient. If I did not know better, I would think someone was trying to curry favor with me.
You would think correctly.
Regardless, it will take time to decipher these writings. Yet I would not be at all surprised if they somehow held the key to entering Ixmaya unmolested. The Exarch has a nose for serendipity.
Unmolested. What
If there
an
is
interesting
aught I can do
choice
to
of
assist
word.
thee in unraveling their secrets, thou needst only ask.
Thank you, Eorzea. I may well take you up on that offer. While we set to work, might I suggest you take a tour of the city?
Sure.
Should you be in any doubt as to the importance of your role as the Warrior of Darkness, the people here will surely cure you of it.
Terra the Lala child in his metal beard. I need to switch my helmet back to my glamour plate.
Stola, while most of us have struggled to come to terms with our altered circumstances, you seem to have adapted rather well.
Lest you forget, Master Matoya and I dedicated our lives to uncovering the truth which hides at the heart of our world. Though separate, the fate of this reflection is nevertheless bound to that of our home. That I would be daunted by such an invaluable opportunity is absurd. But what of you, Thancred? Could it be that you are still struggling to come to terms with the nature of your young companion?
My struggles are none of your concern. Quite why you would speak thus and in this company, I do not know. Perhaps you left more of yourself back in the source than I assumed. If you'll excuse me.
Mom and Dad are fighting! Help! Someone pick me up! Mom and Dad are fighting! I can't handle this. What? She went right for the throat.
He understands that I'm not the same, that I'm not her.
Understands, perhaps, but does not accept. The question being whether he ever will. And whether you will, more importantly. As difficult as your circumstances may be, they are yours, not his. 'Tis you and you alone who bears ultimate responsibility for your life.
Terra got the Serpent of Ronka shirt on. Fuck you. Fuck you.
But you need not make any hard choices now. Why not go and get some fresh air, clear your head.
Scree? Yeah, I mean, Scree? Damn, why did she go straight for Thancred's throat? Brutal, dude, brutal. Am I in a sanctuary? Can I? Wait. First, let's see what the pants look like. Because I love my current pants. These pants are not meant to go with the Anemos jacket, but you would swear that they were. The same shade of red, the same shade of gold. Like, these pants were made for this, 100%. But let's see what pants we get instead. Pixie cotton slops of casting. There's no way they're gonna look good. They do look good, but not in this glam. I need more light. Good thing it's always daytime outside. I need to take my boots off. I need to be a little barefoot. Ah, you know, I actually like these pants. I kind of don't want to glam over them because then I'll have to like redo it. Fuck it, I'm not glamming over them. We're just gonna suffer. We're gonna suffer with our metal beard. That's a very fanciful red mage glam. Very fanciful, sir. Well done. Don't worry, we got meteor at our side. Take the pants. I didn't even think of that. I didn't even think of that. Take the pants off. Apply plate. Where's my plate? Oh, there it is. Apply plate. Put pants back on. Oops. Put pants back on. Oh, perfect. Amazing. Because I like these plants a lot. These plants. I like these pants a lot, and I don't want to forget that I like them. Actually, it doesn't. It's kind of working. It's not as perfectly matched because of the blue, but I like these a lot. I could see myself using these in a slightly blue glam. The attention emote is much worse when you move without breaking the emote. But do you just slide? Stola isn't mincing her words now. She's not. I'm not indifferent to Thancred's troubles. Nevertheless, I will not apologize for holding him to a higher standard after all these years. He has ever been a man of considerable resolve, and that is what I will continue to expect. Okay. You know what? You know what? Fair. I'm not mad. That's a fair reasoning. Though it heartens me to know that some of us remain ourselves in spite of our present circumstances. I can but imagine how Alize and Alphino have changed since arriving here in the first. Change is part of life. We can but hope it's changed for the better. Perhaps you should be concerned with how you have... This feels accusatory. Change is part of life. You're right. And after my untoward remarks to Thancred, no doubt he thinks I changed for the worst. I'll have to speak with him later. Returning to the matter at hand, I really must begin to work on deciphering this tablet. In the meantime, perhaps you should take a look about Slitherbow. If there's anything you need, pray speak with Runar at the plaza. Oh my god, it's an Elizin. It's kind of looking like a drow. Dude, you never see Elizin. Has anyone ever... Oh no, I hate it. No, stop. I hate it. Anyways, has anyone ever seen an Elizin male? Literally ever. I don't think I've seen a single player who's Elizin male. That's like the first Elizin female I've seen in a long time. But I don't know. I don't know if I've seen an Elizin male. You have? How rare are they? Probably just as rare as Hrothgar males, eh? Elizin males don't exist. Not that rare. Really? I'm gonna start actively looking for Elizin males. Rathalos Mount. Timer plays Elizin. Ah! Oh, this is a cute Viera. Wait, I love that shade of blue. Wait, that's so cute. Hi, Runar. Welcome, friend, welcome. My apologies for our less than hospitable greeting earlier. Tell me, what is your name? From where do you hail? From the Crystarium, I see. And this tablet you've brought may help us find the Light Warden here in Rak'tia. Well, you're welcome to stay with us as long as you need. Come, let me show you around. Miniphilia coming too? Would it be alright if I joined you? Of course, of course. Anything for the guests of our dear Master Matoya. Thank you. She means a great deal to the Knights Blessed, doesn't she? If not for her, we may have all perished in the Great Fire. With our priests slain and our home in ruins, we were at the mercy of the Sin Eaters. It was she who drove them back, and with her sage guidance, we were able to rebuild. Before long, she became a central figure in our community, a great oak within whose shadow many have come to find solace. That is not to say there were not those hesitant to grant an outsider such authority, myself included. Perhaps it is the smile in her eyes when she speaks of the sunless sea. I feel whole again, now that she is with us, and I have no doubt that others feel the same. I once knew a good Elysian man, but he took a light spear to the stomach! Stop, Jolly. Stop. You're cruel. Some freeze. Thank you for the freeze. Thank you for the sandwich. And the pop! No, I was getting pop. Thank you. Big ass thing of pop. Should finish my coffee. I can't have this many beverages surrounding me. Not this Jolly. Yeah, that ain't it. The guy with blue hair whose cutscene I skipped. That ain't it, Matza. That ain't it. I can't believe you. She is as much a part of the Knights Blessed as any of us, and we are grateful for all she does in service of the dark. But you did not hear this from me, yes? Now, you should know there are certain customs we ask guests to adhere to so long as they reside within Slitherbow. To show reverence to the dark? In a word, yes, but fear not. It is not too involved. Let us begin with something simple. Follow me. How many drinks do you have? There's currently 4 drink containers around me, but 2 of them are empty, so it's not that bad. I got this one. I got, oh god, I almost spilled this one. I got this one. I got this one. And I got this one. Literally surrounded by drinks. But yeah, 2 of the 4 are empty. I want one of these freeze before they get cold. No, I almost dropped them. Oh my god, that was terrifying. No. Why are you like this, freeze? I only want one. Okay, I guess I'm eating 2. How? What is this bullshit? What are you guys doing? No, it's horrible. I don't like this. It's cursed. Oh. Scree? Scree? Don't mind me just moving my golden cloud. I hate it. It's cursed. Ingvar. Davith? Dude, imagine being named Davith. That's it. If I've ever have a child, they're being named Davith. Regardless of any gender, they will be Davith. Just to piss everyone off when they're like, why aren't you named David? Why are you named Davith? We use these jugs to produce yeast. Of all goods we have to trade, it is perhaps the most valuable. You could say it's the yeast of their worries. I'm sorry. Should you see any of our people come to this chamber, they have likely returned on a journey beyond the borders of Raktika. We use the water stored here to cleanse ourselves of the light's impurity. A simple and perhaps peculiar custom, but it is one of our most important. Would you two kneel for just a moment, that I might rid you of the light's impurity? Kneel before Runar. Wow, well, this is moving kind of fast. Should I be showing this on stream? Can we talk about this straw really quickly? Why does it have this much bendy? That's so much bendy. Why? I was like pulling up the bendy part and then it kept going. Oh, he got me wet. Why not? This is not Spess fault. This Wendy's. This Wendy's. Why is it so much bendy? Damn, that straw can bend. Like, why so much oh, I just ripped it on myself. I shouldn't have left it aiming down. That's my own fault. I was asking for that. It is your, wait, this is our straw? Oh Oh, Wendy's has paper straws. Okay, listen. I love turtles as much as the next guy, but holy shit, fuck paper straws. Fuck paper straws. I don't like drinking little bits of paper with my liquids. I love turtles, but it's the one thing that I wish we didn't get rid of. Fucking plastic straws. Or pick a better material. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. Somebody devote their life to giving us a better straw experience. I got metal straws because fuck paper straws. I think Spess would have used a metal one, but this is a bit, it's a little, it's too much. It's a little bit too much. The metal would have been gone in that cup forever. I'd rather use a Twizzlers as a straw. Same. As Runar lightly sprays you with water, your skin begins to tingle. Ooh, it's tingly. See, this is why I should be a bun boy, because I could be sexualizing this whole thing. It just feels weird as a Lala. And with that, you've been cleansed of the light's blighted touch. How do you feel? Tingly. I'm not sure, to be honest. Not refreshed exactly, but I do feel different. Has this water been treated in some way? Only blessed by our priests. They are practiced in the arcane arts. As such, it is said their prayers imbue the water with a faint, dark energy. A prickling sensation? No one has ever spoken of such a reaction before. I wouldn't say it was an unpleasant sensation, but I too felt something strange. The dark aspect of this water should have no discernible effect, unless... By the gods! Master Matoya was right! You are Sin Eaters! Motherfuck. I jest. What you felt was likely no more than the chill of the water. Perhaps now would be a good time for you to acquaint yourselves with the people of Slitherbow. For that, I must teach you a customary greeting. Oh, it's gonna be the weird ass fucking... Oh no. Alentuta. In the language of Ronka, it is one of several ways one might say good evening. The word is not as safe as it once was, and this greeting let us quickly discern friend from foe. Is there a handshake or gesture we should know too? I would hate to offend anyone. You need not worry. Merely speak the words Alentuta, and they will know you as friend of the blessed. I will await your return here. Now go. They are likely to be heartened by your knowledge of our ways. Okay. You've heard of some places using pasta as a straw? I'm honestly not sure that's better. Wouldn't it get soggy? Ugh. In the chat mode, in Say, enter Alentuta to greet the villagers of Slitherbow. Was it 2 L's or 1? Oh god. 2 L's, okay. Hey you, Davith. Alentuta. I don't think he counts. There are no party members. I'm accidentally still in party chat. He's also not one of the quest markers, so. He wouldn't say anything anyways. Karen! Karen, it's good to see you. How you doing? Alentuta. Hello? Alentuta? Oh my god, it's fucking case sensitive. I put in capital A. It's supposed to be lowercase a. What is this shit? What kind of greeting isn't capitalized? Unbelievable. The elderly woman smiles warmly. Yellow cat. Oh, he's a cheetah. Alentuta. Ah, a newly come traveler. Alenchisi, and welcome to Slitherbow. You must forgive us if we seem strangely reserved. We are quiet and taciturn people. Silent and serene as the sunless sea, the quiet makes it easy to discern the presence of eaters and other dangers here in the woods. Well, that's concerning. Is this a barding for the chocobo? What chocobo is this that this person has? Wait, the chocobo's straight up red. I want a red chocobo. What the frig? Oh. Am I interrupting something? What's happening over here? Amber Drought Chocobo from Refer a Friend. Oh, there's 2 slots, isn't it? Oh, it's so cool looking. I was like, I can see, but I no can't hear. What happened? Might help if you plug in the headphone cord. Kara, oh no, not like this. Drought is spelled draft? Wait. Amber draft? Why is there no F in there? Oh god, I'm mad. If they want to pronounce away with you. Oh, I'm sorry. If they want to pronounce draft, they should spell it draft. Alan. Oh, I'm spelling everything wrong. Alin Tuta. Alin Chisi, welcome friends. I take it you will remain in these woods for some time, yes? Be wary of these woods. You will find poison in near everything you see. But fear not, our medicinal tea will keep you healthy. Ask and it is yours. I'm cooking, I guess. You can change your color of your chocobo? Wait. I can change this. I can make this new color. Because I think a dark blue would look with the red mage barding. Like that color. Like that color would be nice. How do I help? How do I do this? It's the old way of spelling it. Like a draft of ale. Or jail. Fuck the word jail. How do I dye my chocobo? Gotta stable it. I use the chocobo color calculator. Oh, that barding is so cute. That barding is very cute, but I like my red mage barding. Look at his happy little face. House, apartment, chocobo stable. So, no, I don't need an apartment. I just need to go to a stable. Why is there a limit on redeeming stretch? Because some people, Waffle, were doing it to me like every 15 minutes and I was just stretching nonstop. Because like somebody would redeem stretch and I'm all stretched out and I'm good, I'm feeling good. And then somebody else would redeem stretch and I'm like, I'm already limber. I don't need to stretch again. It's quite a process to feed them food. Free company stables work too? I should join a free company. Oh, that's cute barding. I should find a free company that's right for me and join it. But stretching is healthy. You know what, since it's out of stock, let's do a stretch. I could probably bump it up to 3 stretches with maybe 2-hour cooldowns. That way if somebody redeems it right at the start, or maybe an 1.5-hour cooldown. That way if somebody redeems it right at the start like they usually do, then an 1.5 hours later we can stretch like midstream, and then maybe 2 more times in a 6-hour stream. What in the silly straw? Waffle, we were joking about this straw because it has like so much bend. Here's red mage barding on the blue bird. Oh, it looks as good as I thought it would. Look how fucking regal and majestic that shit looks. Regal and also majestic. Meanwhile, I'm over here in Stinky Land, not being regal and or majestic. Did you want the link to the calculator? Absolutely. If you can, Valk, if you're in the Discord, if you can link it in my Discord DMs with context, because I'll never remember it in chat. Okay. Runar. Hope you're stroll about Slitherbow. So wait, is this like Slither Braff or some shit? Because it's old English? Proved enlightening. It did. Everyone was so kind and gracious. I was nervous at first, but already I'm starting to feel at home. Also question, you guys. So it's 500,000 gil for an apartment, right? Do I have to pay rent to keep my apartment, or can I just buy an apartment and have it? Because if I can buy it, I'm up to 1 million gil now. Oh, I'm still in the way. I'm up to 1 million gil, and I kind of want to buy one. No, you keep initial payment. I might buy an apartment. Or I could spend my money on glam. I might buy an apartment. We'll see. Day 9 of solo played up. You're fucking dead. You're fucking dead, Vel. There's still so much I have to learn about the Knights Blessed, but their faith and strength of will is nothing short of inspiring. I can see how they've built such a thriving community. I ended up getting mine in the Free Company estate. Can you pick in any of the cities to have your apartment? Because without a doubt, I would want mine in Foundation if they have apartments there. Because sentimental value. You also get access to the apartment area's chocobo stable, so that would solve my dying chocobo situation. Judging by the glint in Runa's eye, there's more for you to learn about Slitherbow. Ah, you are returned. Very good. No doubt they were glad of your company. It has been too long since we've had visitors. Remember, if you have any questions, or if there's anything you need, do not hesitate to ask. Speaking of which, we must arrange food and lodgings for your stay. As friends of Master Matoya, we cannot ask for payment, but if you would be willing to lend a hand? Yes, I am. It would be my pleasure. Yeah, ours is in Ishgard, I believe. Gotta double check. Okay, that's absolutely where I would love to have mine. We are fortunate indeed to play host to such generous souls. The task I have in mind is simple enough. Golsov and Matza, if either of you are in chat right now, where is your housing again? Isn't it in Ishgard? All I ask is that you take a jug and water the crops in the square. Okay. May I help too? Of course. One of you can do the filling and the other the watering. Speak with Ursabel when you have finished. She will be relieved to hear that the crops have been tended to. While you take care of that, I will see to your room and warm meal. Time for you to log out and relax. Let's go, Jelly. Before I moved servers, I used to have one in Shirogane. Oh, the housing for Kugane. How was that? Right then, I'll fill you water. This is the only jug I can find which is small enough to lift, but I'm afraid there's a crack in the bottom. You'll need to hurry to the garden before all the water leaks out. Well, this is inconvenient. Take the jug of water to the square before the contents leak out. You will have 45 seconds to complete the task. Should you fail, return to Binfilia and try again. Wah! Wah! I can't sprint. Wah! Why are we doing it this way? Very nice. You owned a humble little bar. That's so heckin' cute, dude. You've watered half the plot. Fetch another jug of water to take care of the rest. Woo. Do 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 do. You named it the Rainy Day Bar. That's so cute, dude. Only half. I see. Well, let me refill the jug for you. This time I only have 30 seconds. The whole plot has now been thoroughly watered. I did it! Yo, this person's skirt is so nice. Well met, travelers. I observed you earlier speaking with the others. Have you need of something? You wanted the crops? Ah, my apologies for not noticing sooner. I've been rather distracted of late. Watering crops was always Tadia's duty, but she's no longer with us. We have since taken to sharing the duty, though never with guests. You are most kind. Is there anything else we could do to help? We could plant something if you like. There's no need. The plot is small, it is true, but it provides us with enough to survive. We ask for no more. It's very small. I don't know how you manage. Have the Blessed not considered leaving? Life would surely be easier almost anywhere else. I can understand why you might say that, but the easiest path is not always the right one. Tell me, Do you know our history? How our faith came to be? Yes, I believe so. The Knights Blessed was initially formed by those who lost their homes in the wake of the flood. What began as an occasional gathering of survivors eventually grew into a community, which ultimately decided to strike out on its own in the Raktia Greatwood. Wait, gonna say if I'm getting another apartment? You can have multiple apartments? Or do you just mean because you moved servers you lost your apartment? Yeah, the Imperium in Ishgard. Nice. I see you have read your history, but there is a history that is told and one that is lived. Like so many in those times, the first of the Knights Blessed lost everything, their homes, their loved ones, all they held dear. To make matters worse, none could say what became of those souls of those lost to the flood when their bodies were reborn as sin eaters. The people were without answers, without hope, their gods having drowned along with everything else. It seemed that nothing was beyond the reach of the light. But soon they realized that where there is light, there must be darkness. And in that truth, they found new faith, a belief that the souls of the departed could yet find peace beyond these burning skies, in the sunless sea above. Which is why we pray for the safe passage of wayward souls unto that blessed black abyss, for the return of the night, that we might someday look upon the kingdom of heaven with our own eyes. That's coming sooner than they realize. We remain in these woods for the selfsame reason our founders first chose them, that we may lead lives of simplicity, with the shade of these trees as a constant reminder of our faith. With so many seeking paradise in Yulmore, it's refreshing to find people who value a humbler existence. You are kind to say so. Many consider our way of life foolish, so it must seem to those who yet cling to their worldly possessions. In times such as these, when everything can be taken away in an instant, it is all too easy to lose sight of why we fight to go on living. It is not to hold fast to material things, but to hold those who went before us in our hearts, to keep alive the legacy they have left us. This we must do for them, our children and generations yet unborn. To keep their legacy alive. Much like you're doing with Minfilia, in a way. She's drawing the connections! She's drawing the connections! She's feeling it! People from all walks of life are welcome among the Knights Blessed. Our faith in the dark is infinitely greater than the sum of our differences. That's a cool weapon. What the heck? Let me look at you. Blue Spirit Sword. That's so cool. Lost but not forgotten. Done tending the crops already? I was confused for a moment why everyone around you was a giant. Then I realized you're actually just short. Prashant, how you been? Long time no see. Very good. It should not be long before your room is ready. Brunar. In the woods. Sin eaters. I fear they may have the touch. Where? In the grove to the southwest. For a mercy, they've yet to wander any closer to Slitherbow. Then we have no need to engage. Inform the guard that no one is to set foot outside the village until they've moved on. But sir, what of Tadia's hearthstone? It must be retrieved before the service. Of all the times for sin eaters to appear. Are you just gonna leave them alone? Welcome back, Warlord! Under normal circumstances, we would not hesitate in striking the beasts down, but if they indeed have the touch, I will not risk them corrupting one of our own. What was that you said about a stone? A few days passed. Tadia, a child of the Knights Blessed, was slain by the Sin Eaters. We succeeded in retrieving her body, but in our haste, we failed to notice her necklace was gone. Strung to it was a pendant of jade. Not Hearthstone, Heartstone. All of the Knights Blessed are given such a stone at birth. It is most valuable possession one can own. It is custom to present the Heartstone of the deceased at their funeral as an offering to the heavens, but now... What if I could find it for you? I have experience fighting Sin Eaters, and the light's corruption does not touch me like it does others. Master Matoria called you Minfilia, did she not? Are you truly the Minfilia, descended from the Oracle? Even so, I dare not ask you to risk your life for the Blessed. I understand how you feel, but I can't stand by knowing that your people are in need and I can help. Please let me do this. I love that Minfilia did not volunteer us to do it with her. She's saying, I will go. Obviously, we're gonna go with her, but she's just straight up saying, I will go and get it. Very well, but if the danger proves too great, you must retreat. I could never forgive myself if we were forced to hold a second service. I nearly forgot about Thancred. What if he returns before I do? Don't worry, I'll come with you. Thancred doesn't need to know. No, I'll come with you. This Minfilia is so much better. Honestly, Vershawn, yes. I love Minfilia, like OG Minfilia, but this version of Minfilia is so endearing. We did the trust for, oh god, what was the dungeon? The one with the Fuath, and just Minfilia's like whimsy and wonder at everything she was experiencing was so cute. Thank you. With you at my side, I'm certain we can deal with them in no time at all. Go swiftly, and may the shadows keep you both. Minor Minfilia better than minor Minfilia. True! OG Minfilia was entirely useless, and we all had trauma from OG Minfilia that could be swaying our opinion. Ahem. Pray. Return to the waking sand. That's what I mean. Ah! I almost tossed my fucking mouse. It was terrifying. Pray return to the... Oh, I'm typing in chat. That's what's happening. Pray return to the waking sands. So we're all traumatized. I feel bad. Valora's playing through 14, and I think Valora's like level 30 something. And she's going to be returning to the Waking Sands endlessly. Big fan of Miniphilia. I'm really loving Miniphilia story going on right now. Look at her in her little clenched fist stance. It should be around here somewhere, I think. Busy fishing my heart out, filling my poor inventory. Vel, I don't know if you've heard me talking, but you're inspiring me to pick up crafting because you're having so much fun with it. So for you, Return to the Waking Sands involved you teleporting to Horizon, then running because there was no flight yet. Guys, anyone who was here when I was questing through A Realm Reborn, did I have flight at that point? That was before Endwalker came out. Maybe 2 months before Endwalker? How long until Lahi sound? Oh my god, I can give you guys a Lahi soundbite for next stream. Or maybe not. Next Final Fantasy stream for sure, which will be Tuesday. Howdy, Kova. I can't remember. Maybe. Hi, say girls. Love you, dude. How you doing? How's your day? You wasn't there? You would have had flight after finishing Praetorium. I don't even remember. I think I kept running. I think I still kept running, Rashawn. I don't remember ever flight pathing there. Get a randomized high like Zake, including a Lahi. That's a cute idea. You're my. That's a really cute idea, Val.
I'm slacking.
He's slacking. Pixie! Pixie, thank you so much for the 4 months. You beautiful bean. How are you? I miss you. Good. I went bouldering, then to the Warhammer store. Started an Oak Army. Whoops. Uh-oh. Rip your wallet. Whip your wallet, Curls. But that's so exciting. It's like kitty bitties, but all the time. I don't know what kind of cooldown I would give it. Maybe like a 15-minute cooldown, but that's a pretty cute idea. I don't hate that. We could have a bunch of greetings, and one of them just lahi. Oh, 1 per person is a good idea. So that way when you join the stream, you can have a randomized one. I would need a lot. I would need like at least like 20, so we don't get sick of them. I work too much. However, work is the worst when I'm getting stiffed on checks. Now you're watching Twitch on company internet. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Damn, I'm sorry you're getting stiffed on checks, dude. That's rough. Whew, okay, there, the Sin Eaters. My hand's getting cut off. There we go. Dude, fuck this particular design of Sin Eaters. I have trauma. I have trauma. I was hoping there would be only one. There's no way we can search for the stone without dealing with them first. Let's get to it then. Oh, I should have asked her, what do you propose we do? Could have turned her into a little tactician. What? Shouldn't we make a plan first? Though, there are only 2. I'll draw one of them away. You can deal with the other. Bet. Oh, please. It's not this breed of Sin Eater that everyone wants to fuck. Wait! You're joking. Do they not know what this breed of Sin Eater did? Yes, it's kind of sexual. It's kind of hot, and I kind of wanted to step on me, but after what it did, early Shadowbringers, I'm not okay with it. Oh, the ones that look naked. Oh, the ones that were with Vothri. The ones that were with Vothri, right? I just have a weakness for Valkyrie aesthetic. I'll come clean. It's really hot. This Sin Eater is not fuckable. I just wanted to step on me, that's all. What? Stepping on? I'm in. Who's stepping in where? But yeah, Vothri was surrounded by like literally naked, like succubus vibe Sin Eaters. Valk visuals are definitely top tier. You get me, Pixie. You get me. Bonk. Deserved. Beer vegan, have shower, I'm smelly. Ew, stinky boy. Ew, stinky. Gotta smell good for stream? Damn right. Dude, smell-o-vision? When's smell-o-vision? But for Twitch viewers. So I can yell at you guys to go self-care and take a shower. I'll be like, someone's stinky in this Twitch stream. Absolutely not. Mac. Good aesthetic choices. Oh, literally. Valk, of course you would chime in. You have it in your name. You'd never see me again. What an odd thing to say. Spess, go shower. No, I'm just kidding. Sir. There you are. You killed it though. It's done. Though I fear I was a bit careless. I'll do better next time, I promise. No. Hang on, I have Vert Cure. Let me heal you. No? Okay. Oh my god, Charon. I didn't even think of that. You'd have hate raids of just stinky people. I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. More importantly, we have to find that Heartstone. They said it was made of jade, right? I'll search over there in the brush. Why did it have to be jade? Most of this shit is green, dude. How the fuck are we gonna find a jade stone in all this green and brown? All you would smell is Axe body spray? Oh god, that's even worse than BO. Because they always fucking bathe in it. I'm gagging at just the thought. Oh my god, Warlord, I threw up. Same! They, like, people that use Axe body spray do not understand moderation. A little bit is like miles. It's more than enough. Oh my god, Carolyn! You stinky boy, no context. Alright, that's one of the entry, fucking randomizers. You stinky boy. Seems you no trace of the Heartstone here. Axe is literally like bug spray for humans. Oh my god. Coat yourself in it and you get all the space you want. That's so accurate. Maybe I should use that. I have anxiety. An 8th grade science teacher gave this as an assignment to her class one day. Go home, take a shower. Should your teacher really be asking you to be getting naked? It's kind of sus, Mac. That's kind of fucked up. I don't think the teacher had any right. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Has anyone showed you the? Oh, somebody linked me a video. Somebody linked me a video. Wait, it's in Discord. They were like, it's music relevant. Maybe they did. Gaming Central, stream discussion. At Terra, a wonderful video for the composer Soken featuring your new favorite song. Hang on, I have an ad. I have a YouTube ad. Please wait. Please hold. Please hold. Please hold. God, this ad is so long. Oh, it's skippable. Oh, I should have. There we go. Shit! 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 Hang on. Get. I thought it was the video. Ha! 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 No. No way. No way.
Do you know?
Oh, it's so quiet. Why is it so quiet?
I will play Lahi.
I will play Lahi, he said, very, very quietly.
Music start.
Music start. What a legend. He's singing, Mac. This is too good. This is real music, not that fake shit y'all listen to. Do I know the history of his creation of Endwalker music? I'm not an Endwalker yet, so if it's like non-spoiler, tell away. Only the composer could disrespect his own work so thoroughly. With an automaton. It's so bad. It's so bad. The pianist's face in the background is so good. Oh man. That was something, dude. That was definitely something. Holy shit. Oh. That was really good. What a legend. What an absolute legend. She's checked out. She's just... Oh no, I hit the start over button. Okay, get me out of here. Get me out of here. Holy shit. Pretty powerful. Pretty powerful. Oh. He was working on Endwalker music while in the hospital with cancer? Soken was? What an absolute legend. Holy shit. Wasn't it Shadowbringer music? Or either way, whichever one it was, that's incredible. Is it the dude making the Final Fantasy music? Because my buddy sends me it all the time. I swear 14 is just a front for this dude's music. Pixie? Yes. Yeah, it is. Some of the battle themes. We just did Titania at the start of stream. The theme in there was so unique. It reminded me of like how unique Lakshmi's theme was. And just so good. And just a bang. By the way, if you ever want to change the music, you need to go all the way into the menu. You can just type... Love you. Vershant, I literally love you. That's so easy. I can just slash BGM 0. Amaze. Amaze. Tricks unlocked. Oh shit, where's the... Am I dumb? Hang on, there has to be another shiny spot. Lahi? He's been playing this game for ages and still learning new things, literally. Lahi? No! No, you're ruining my Lahi! How dare you? How dare. What? I hit Shift R. What was that cooldown? Literally, let me press all my off global cooldown buttons at once. What the hell is this? I hit Shift R. Unbelievable. Bish medicated, because withdrawal. Proud of you, Sweetling. I mean, not proud of the withdrawal, but like, still proud of you. Gotta find the lo-fi desert music? Yeah. It's called Arang? No, wait. Megang. I don't remember. Amarang? If you want to listen to it in your own time, though. And yet, Terra's only just learning that he shouldn't look up anything that relates to the expansion. He has gotten to. Madge. True. I'm not allowed to look up anything Shadowbringers anymore. Or Endwalker, for that matter. You brush away the leaves and uncover a brilliant green gem. Got it! I had it right the first try. Amarang. Amarang. Sands of Amber. Ray, you the real MVP. Y'all, what's up, Pixie? Oh, I just saw what Ray said. The top left video link there, I believe, is the FanFest announcement where Yoshida and Soken announced that. The cancer thing? He wanted to do it for the fans. Worth watching his video when you get to it. I'm gonna cry. That's so sweet. Wait, Soken's a legend. What the hell? What a beautiful human. Having cancer in the hospital and still composing music for the fans. I'm crying. I am crying. I was sobbing. I don't even want to watch the video. I'm already emotional about it. Did you have any luck? I did here. Yeah, it's definitely worth looking through it, though you will cry. Yeah, because Yoshida gets really emotional. No! I can't. Maybe later. Maybe towards Endwalker, when I'm already crying every day anyways. Terra would stream from hospital for his fans? I actually would. Did I tell you guys? I think I've talked about this recently, but it's the point where even if I'm not feeling 100, where in the past I would cancel stream because I'm not feeling 100, now for me it's so easy to be like, I'll just stream. I'll just stream. You know, unless I like pre-schedule a cancel, I haven't like, oh, I'm not feeling 100, canceled stream. Because I realize that some of you look forward to my streams just as much as I do. So it's like, it's easy to just stream anyways, even if I'm not at 100. That's a good human still creating it on his potential deathbed. Yeah. Yoshi P is bawling. No. Didn't Yoshi P cry when he announced the Endwalker delay? I think I remember that. And Soken basically says that knowing that people were looking forward to his work was what got him through. That's so beautiful. I'm crying. You know, Thancred always said you were a man of many talents, and I think I'm beginning to understand what he meant. I have much to learn. if I'm to be even half the hero you are. The hero she was. Ah, I'm sorry. Forget I said anything. We should hurry back to Slitherbow. Runar and the others are probably worried. Chad, come on. I'm at work. I'll be crying on the dogs. That's fucking beautiful. I think that's why I've been enjoying this game so much. Is just, this game is such a passion project, yet it's like a big team working on it. It's incredible. It's beautiful. When I used to stream, I was having, if I was having a bad, I would just end and say goodbye. Oh no! Early on into streaming, I would do the same thing. I would end early if I wasn't feeling 100, or like I would straight up cancel, be like, guys, I'm not feeling it today, that sort of thing. And I still will if it's really bad. But if I'm like at a 6, going live usually brings me up to a 9. You know, whereas in the past, if I was at a 6, I'd be like, I don't think I'm gonna really be able to like perform and like be on. But now it's just easy. And I mean, you guys make that easier, not to gas you up or anything, but this community is so fucking beautiful and I'm so blessed. Mwah, love you. Mwah. I'm done being sweet now. Oops, it's one of those bittersweet facts. Yeah. Just to make us spend 1.5 million channel points to force the stream to end. Oh, we're blushing. 14 has passion in spades. I utterly hate MMOs, and even I can't fault 14. I fault feckin' everything, guys, but not 14. Thank goodness you were safe. I'd begun to fear the worst. Here's the gem. 1.2 mil to go. Almost there. Your positivity brings out it's okay. Shut up. Stop being sweet. Everybody shut up. Don't be nice to me. I will shit and cry. By all that is dark, you found it. We can proceed with the service as planned. These blessed gems serve not only to protect us in life, but to guide our spirits unto the sunless sea in the hereafter. Even should we be felled by sin eaters, so long as these gems are recovered, our souls are ensured peace in the dark. In that order, yes. I will shit myself and then I will cry. If you think Terra is positive on stream, y'all should see him in person. It's like talking to the sun. Stop. Stop. Don't be kind. What the fuck is this? Oh, right. We're doing a funeral. Okay. I was stressed. The quest is called Saying Goodbye. I forgot we were literally doing this for, what's her name? Tidia? Words fail to express my gratitude for this kindness you have done for the blessed. I must insist that you and your friends attend Tadia, not Tidia. Tadia's service as honored guests. There is still much we must do to prepare, but please go and inform the others it will be held in the darker. When you arrive, there should be an attendant present to explain the proceedings. Okay. Well, out with it then. Sir and I learned so much about the Knights Blessed while you were away, and we helped them recover a lost heirloom out in the woods. I know I wasn't supposed to leave, but they really needed our help. There were sin eaters and... As long as he accompanied you, but do try to be more careful. Your injuries could have been a lot worse. How did you... Let's just say a little bird told me, and it's telling me now that Sir has business with us. Aw, Dad Crit wasn't fully scolding her? Wait, Dad Crit is maturing? And being like, it's okay, just be careful. Is something the matter? I thought she was calling you Sir because your character is male. No, it's because I had to fucking take the stupid first name Sir because all my fucking Terrabellum variants were gone. Bah! I puke. They've asked us to attend the service. Of course we'll go. It's being held in the darker, is it? Well, we'll take care not to be late, I promise. You know what my only regret is? I kind of wish I went with S-E-R for Sir instead of S-I-R. Oh well. Thanker just needed some straight dick from Ishtol at rando. I think that's what's changing his tune a little bit. Oh, what is it? Aether Current? I'll be back for you. I'll be back for you off stream, unless I'm gonna do Eureka, in which case I won't be back for you. Because I've just been doing a lot of Eureka off stream because I like it. I like pretty things. And I like this pretty thing. I need more. Oh. Because he refused to be called T3RR4B311UM. Correct. I did in fact refuse that. I actually don't think numbers are allowed in people's names in 14. It's not in-world friendly. Don't be kind. Honestly, I want to make a joke and act mean, but I legit can't bring myself to be proper mean even for a joke, Jolly. That's too wholesome. Pixie, do you like Destiny 2? Are you an active player? Because if so, have I got a streamer for you? Bravo Becca. I love Bravo Becca. Thanker got pegged and changed his tune. If I remember my comics correctly, Rando, it's solid dick. Oh no. Oh, my bad, you're right. Solid dick. Oh my god. I am not active. I'll watch people play. Well, if you love my energy, Bravo Becca. Bravo Becca. Go follow Bravo Becca. I love her to death. Placid Elder. The elderly woman hands you a candle. She then points over at a nearby corner where you might place it. I didn't even realize what we just walked into. This place is beautiful. Look at all the blue candles. It's also like frighteningly quiet in here. I hate that the blue candles flames don't move. Why'd you have to point that out? I was enjoying them. I was enjoying them, Vershawn. I didn't even notice. Why did you share this curse? Sorry. I'm gonna sleep now. Jolly, have good comfy sleep. Is this your favorite? Vel, don't. Oh my god, I suppressed that scene. Oh, it like, the memory came flooding back. Holy shit. There's this, I'm not gonna spoil it. If anyone's played Divinity Original Sin 2, there's a scene with a lot of candles and it broke me. Oh my god. How dare you? How dare you make me remember that? Oh, you haven't played it? Oh, Divinity Original Sin 2 is so good. If you have the patience for a 90-hour story, oh, it's so good. It's so good. Highly recommend it. My work here is done. Vel just came to drop some trauma on me that I had forgotten about. Holy shit, dude. If you know, you know. That's all I'm gonna say. It fucking killed me, though. Whew. DOS 2. That game was really great until I realized how... Oh, it's so hard. Twitch plays DOS 2 when? Maybe when Baldur's Gate 3 comes out. Oh, man. I totally forgot about that scene. Wow. Subnautica! Good choice. Good choice for Sean. Good choice. Love that game. It was my favorite game before Outer Wilds.
It seemed only right that we show our faces. May we join you?
Of course. I'm not good at funerals. If somebody cries, I'm gonna cry.
Let us begin.
Aw, Pixie.
I thank you all for coming to pay respects to our fallen daughter of the night. In the light, she was known as Todia, but in the dark, we shall remember her always as Menine. Let us each take a moment to offer her our prayers.
So they get to know their true name in their funeral, I suppose.
We entrust her now to the night's sweet embrace. In darkness will she be free from pain and suffering, now and forevermore. May her soul find peace in the sunless sea of heaven, and in the love we bear for her in our hearts.
That vessel represents the night sky, the sunless sea of heaven.
Not me getting emotional looking over a chat and seeing Jelly Bean! They're taking this super seriously. I'm out. I'll actually ball. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Love you all. Out. Pixie, I love you. See you.
Call upon you now, O bringer of shadow, to lead this gentle soul onto the sea. We call upon you, O warrior of darkness, to deliver her onto paradise everlasting.
This is awkward. They're talking about me. Dude, I suck at funerals. I literally have turned down a couple funerals, like attending them, because I literally cannot handle them.
Service. On behalf of the blessed, you have my sincerest thanks. The enduring legend of the Warrior of Darkness owes much to the traditions of these people. And none were more ardent in their faith than Todia. She would have been greatly moved by your presence.
You know I don't deserve such reverence. Let's be modest. They're gonna turn you into a primal, I swear.
You might not deliver her to the heavens, but if you could deliver the night sky to her people, the real night sky, it would be the next best thing.
Dude, Miniphilia? How are you so fucking wise?
Their prayers would finally be answered. They could gaze up at the firmament and see their ancestors in every twinkle of the stars.
Oh my god, because it's just like their pool. I didn't even draw that connection. Inside the pool, all the jelly beans glue, much like the night sky.
We cannot allow their hopes and dreams to drown in the light. We have to bring back the dark. If we don't, who will? Forgive me, thinking of all those we have lost.
He gonna be
No,
proud.
It's all right. We will bring back the dark.
Mayhaps sooner than later, in fact. Eorzea and I finished deciphering the tablet, and its contents were most illuminating. Let us reconvene in my chambers. We have much to discuss.
Her chambers, eh? Oh my. Oh my. That was a pretty... I wonder if it's still glowing in there. No, interesting. That was a cute scene. Sad, but pretty. It's a shame the flames don't move. For Sean. Ruining the pretty blue candles for me. Just give her a few moments to hide some things. Like her guitar. Sorry, that's very specific humor. I don't know if most people would get that. Dog! Where did this dog come from? Theron has dog. It's so cute. Clear start up top. It's kind of a perfect time to end. It's kind of a perfect time to end. We just had somber little funeral. We're about to dive into what is leading to the next Light Warden. You know what? Fair, Mac. I have burger that's still warm waiting for me here. It's a good time to end. I had no right to involve you in our troubles. Still, without your help, today's service would not have been possible. The knights blessed are in your debt. No problem, Runar. I was happy to help, bud. I am paying some attention. So I can uptime you properly. Mac, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, let's do it. I want to log out where Lahi is. Hang on. While we look for somebody to raid, we're going to listen to Lahi. Just because I need it in the background while we choose. Black Height actually drops from the first shadow... Wait, that dog? It drops from the first Shadowbringers dungeon. I will go farm this. I will go farm this. If that is facts. Yep. All right. Can't believe I'm spending the rest of my night doing the trusts and looking for that. All right, let's find somebody to raid while we listen to Lahi. Oh, where should I send you guys? Hopefully somebody on my list is 2014. Let's see. I could send you guys back to Tiffany. She's on 4.4. And she had an incredible edit. She had an absolutely incredible edit the last time we raided her. You know what? Maybe we'll go Tiffany again. Especially because she's behind us and it's easy. There's no stress. No stress of spoilers. Ooh. Yeah. I'm gonna send you guys to Tiffany. Tiffany Lockhart. Take my viewers. Pika yeet. Not me Rafiki throwing you guys off the cliff. There's our raid messages. The first if you're sub, second if you're not sub. We will be back to 14 next Tuesday. We're probably gonna do the Omega raids. Maybe a little bit of MSQ sprinkled in there. Tomorrow is our horror stream. Saturday, I think we're still playing No Man's Sky. Might not, I don't know. We'll see how we feel. And I love you guys so much. Please drink water, eat food, take your meds if it's something you've forgotten to do. And we will see y'all tomorrow and or Tuesday. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. I love you. Bye. Lahi. Bye. I love you so much.